Chapter XII of the Chartreuse of Parma by STENDHAL. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter XII. The Jew landlord of their lodgings brought them a discreet surgeon, who, soon coming to the conclusion that there was money to be made, informed Ludovico that his conscience obliged him to report the wounds of the young man, whom Ludovico called his brother, to the police. " The law is clear," he added. " It is quite evident that your brother has not hurt himself, as he declares, by falling off a ladder with an open knife in his hand." Ludovico coldly answered the worthy surgeon to the effect that if he ventured to listen to the promptings of his conscience, he, Ludovico, would have the honour, before he left Ferrara, of falling upon him with an open knife in his hand. When he related the incident to Fabrizio, he blamed him severely. But there was not an instant to be lost about decamping. Ludovico told the Jew he was going to try what an airing would do for his brother. He fetched a carriage, and our friends left the house, never to return to it again. My readers doubtless find these descriptions of all the steps necessitated by the lack of a passport very lengthy. But in Italy, and especially in the neighbourhood of the Po, everybody's talk is about passports. As soon as they had slipped safely out of Ferrara, as if they were merely taking a drive, Ludovico dismissed the carriage, re-entered the town by a different gate, and then came back to fetch Fabrizio in a sediola, which he had hired to take them 12 leagues. When they were near Bologna, our friends had themselves driven across country to the road leading into the city from Florence. They spent the night in the most wretched tavern they could discover, and the next morning, as Fabrizio felt strong enough to walk a little, they entered Bologna on foot. Giletti's passport had been burned. The actor's death must now be known, and it was less dangerous to be arrested for having no passport than for presenting one belonging to a man who had been killed. Ludovico knew several servants in great houses at Bologna. It was agreed that he should go and collect intelligence from them. He told them he had come from Florence with his young brother, who, being overcome with sleep, had let him start alone an hour before sunrise. They were to have met in the village where Ludovico was to halt during the sultry midday hours, but when his brother did not arrive, Ludovico had resolved to retrace his steps. He had found him wounded by a blow from a stone and several knife thrusts, and robbed into the bargain by people who had picked a quarrel with him. The brother was a good-looking young fellow. He could groom and manage horses, and would be glad to take service in some great house. Ludovico intended to add, if necessity should arise, that when Fabrizio had fallen down, the thieves had taken to flight, and had carried off a little bag containing their linen and their passports. When Fabrizio reached Bologna, he felt very weary, and not daring to go into an inn without a passport, he turned into the large church of San Petronio. It was deliciously cool within the building, and he soon felt quite recovered. " Ungrateful wretch that I am," said he to himself suddenly. " I walk into a church, and just sit myself down as if I were in a cafe." He threw himself on his knees, and thanked God fervently for the protection he had so evidently extended to him since he had had the misfortune of killing Giletti. The danger which still made him shudder was that of being recognised in the police office at Casal Maggiore. How was it, he thought, that the clerk, whose eyes were so full of suspicion, and who read my passport 3 times over, did not perceive that I am not 5'10" tall, that I am not 38 years old, and that I am not deeply pitted with the smallpox? What mercies do I owe thee, O my God, and I have waited until now to lay my nothingness at thy feet. My pride would fain have believed it was to vain human prudence that I owed the happiness of escaping the Spielberg, which was already yawning to engulf me. More than an hour did Fabrizio spend in the deepest emotion at the thought of the immense goodness of the Most High. He did not hear Ludovico approach him and stand in front of him. Fabrizio, who had hidden his face in his hands, raised his head, and his faithful servant saw the tears coming down his cheeks. " Come back in an hour," said Fabrizio to him with some asperity. Ludovico forgave his tone in consideration of his piety. Fabrizio recited the 7 penitential psalms, which he knew by heart, several times over, making long pauses over the verses applicable to his present position. Fabrizio asked pardon of God for many things, but it is a remarkable fact that it never occurred to him to reckon among his faults his plan of becoming an archbishop, simply and solely because Count Mosca was the prime minister, and considered this dignity and the great position it conferred suitable for the duchess's nephew. He had not, indeed, desired the thing at all passionately, but still he had considered it exactly as he would have considered his appointment to a ministry or a military command. The thought that his conscience might be involved in the duchess's plan had never struck him. This is a remarkable feature of the teaching he owed to the Jesuits at Milan. This form of religion deprives men of courage to think of unaccustomed matters, and more especially forbids self-examination as the greatest of all sins, a step towards Protestantism. To discover in what one is guilty, one must ask questions of one's priest, or read the list of sins as printed in the book entitled Preparation for the Sacrament of Penitence. Fabrizio knew the Latin list of sins, which he had learned at the Ecclesiastical Academy at Naples, by heart, and when, as he repeated this list, he came to the word murder, he had honestly accused himself before God of having killed a man, though in defence of his own life. He had run rapidly, and without the smallest attention, through the various clauses relating to the sin of simony, the purchase of ecclesiastical dignities with money. If he had been invited to give 100 louis to become Grand Vicar to the Archbishop of Parma, he would have shrunk from the idea with horror. But although he neither lacked intelligence, nor, more especially, logic, it never once came into his head that the employment of Count Mosca's credit in his favour constituted a simony. Herein lies the triumph of the Jesuits' teaching. It instills the habit of paying no attention to things which are as clear as day. A Frenchman, brought up amid Parisian self-interest and scepticism, might honestly have accused Fabrizio of hypocrisy at the very moment when our hero was laying open his heart before his God with the utmost sincerity and the deepest possible emotion. Fabrizio did not leave the church until he had prepared the confession which he had resolved to make the very next morning. He found Ludovico sitting on the steps of the huge stone peristyle which rises on the great square before the facade of San Petronio. Just as the air is purified by a great thunderstorm, so Fabrizio's heart felt calmer, happier, and, so to speak, cooler. " I am much better. I hardly feel my wounds at all," he said as he joined Ludovico. " But first of all I must ask your forgiveness. I answered you crossly when you came to speak to me in the church. I was examining my conscience. Well, how does our business go? " It's going right well. I've engaged a lodging, not at all worthy of your Excellency, indeed, kept by the wife of one of my friends, who is a very pretty woman, and in close intimacy, besides, with one of the principal police agents. Tomorrow I shall go and report that our passports have been stolen. This declaration will be well received, but I shall pay the postage of a letter which the police will send to Casalmaggiore, to inquire whether there is a man there of the name of San Michele, who has a brother named Fabrizio in the service of the Duchess Sanseverina of Parma. It's all done. Siamo a cavallo, an Italian proverb meaning, we are saved." Fabrizio had suddenly become very grave. He asked Ludovico to wait for him a moment, returned to the church almost at a run, and had hardly got inside when he cast himself once more upon his knees and humbly kissed the stone pavement. " This is a miracle," he cried, with tears in his eyes. " Thou sawest my soul ready to return to the path of duty, and thou hast saved me, O God. I may be killed some day in a scuffle. Remember, O Lord, when my dying moment comes, the condition of my heart at this moment." In a passion of the liveliest joy, Fabrizio once more recited the 7 penitential psalms. Before he left the church, he approached an old woman who sat in front of a great Madonna and beside an iron triangle set vertically on a support of the same metal. The edges of this triangle bristled with little spikes, destined to support the small tapers which the faithful burn before Cimabue's famous Madonna. Only 7 tapers were burning when Fabrizio approached. He noted the fact in his memory, so as to reflect upon it when he should have time. " How much do the tapers cost ?" said he to the woman. " 2 baiocchi each." and indeed they were no thicker than a penholder, and not a foot high. " How many tapers will your triangle hold? "" 63, since there are 7 already." " Ha !" said Fabrizio, " 63 and 7 make 70. I must remember that too." He paid for the tapers, set up and lighted the first 7 himself, and then knelt down to make his offering. As he rose from his knees, he said to the old woman, " It is for a mercy bestowed." " I am dying of hunger," said Fabrizio to Ludovico as he rejoined him. " Don't let us go into a tavern, let us go to the lodgings," said his servant. " The mistress of the house will go out and buy you what you want for breakfast. She'll cheat us out of a score of sous, and that will make her feel all the more kindly to the new arrival." " That means that I shall have to go on starving for another hour," said Fabrizio, laughing as merrily as a child, and he entered a tavern close to San Petronio. To his extreme astonishment, he beheld, sitting at a table close to his own, his aunt's principal manservant, Pepe, the very man who had once been sent to meet him at Geneva. Fabrizio signed to him to keep silence. Then, after a hasty repast, with a happy smile trembling on his lips, he rose to his feet. Pepe followed him, and for the 3rd time our hero passed into San Petronio. Ludovico discreetly held back and walked up and down the square. " Oh, monsignore, how are your wounds? The duchess is in dreadful anxiety. For 1 whole day she believed you were dead, and cast away on some island in the river. I must send a messenger to her instantly. I have been hunting for you for 6 days. I spent 3 of them at Ferrara, going to all the inns." " Have you a passport for me? "" I have 3. One with all your Excellency's names and titles, one with nothing but your name, and the 3rd with a false name, Giuseppe Bossi. Each of the passports will serve your Excellency's purpose, whether you choose to arrive from Florence or from Modena. All you have to do is walk out beyond the town. The count would be glad if you would lodge at the Albergo del Pellegrino, which is kept by a friend of his." Fabrizio walked, as though by chance, up the right aisle of the church to the spot where his tapers were burning. He fixed his eyes on the Cimabue Madonna, then, kneeling down, he said to Pepe, " I must thank God for a moment." Pepe followed his example. As they left the church, Pepe noticed that Fabrizio gave a 20-franc piece to the first beggar who asked charity of him. The beggar set up a shout of gratitude, which attracted the crowds of indigent people of every sort, who generally collect on the square of San Petronio, all round the charitable donor. Everybody wanted his or her share of the Napoleon. The women, despairing of getting through the press round the lucky mendicant, fell upon Fabrizio, shrieking to him to say it was true he had given his gold piece to be divided among all the poor beggars. Pepe brandished his gold-headed cane, and ordered them to leave " His Excellency " alone. " Oh, your Excellency !" screamed all the women at once, even louder than before. " Give the poor women another gold piece." Fabrizio quickened his pace. The women ran after him, calling aloud, and many male beggars ran up from side streets, so that quite a little disturbance ensued. The whole of the filthy and noisy crowd kept shouting, " Your Excellency !" Fabrizio found it by no means easy to get out of the press. The scene recalled his imagination to earth. " I am only getting what I deserve," thought he. " I have been rubbing shoulders with the common folk." 2 of the women followed him as far as the Saragossa gate, through which he passed out of the town. There Pepe stopped them by threatening them seriously with his cane, and throwing them some small coins. Fabrizio climbed the pretty hill of San Michele in Bosco, walked partly round the town, outside the walls, turned into a footpath which, 500 paces farther on, ran into the road from Florence, returned to Bologna, and gravely presented a passport containing a very accurate description of his person to the police commissary. This passport described him as Giuseppe Bossi, student of theology. Fabrizio noticed a little splash of red ink that seemed to have been dropped by accident on the lower right-hand corner of the paper. 2 hours later he had a spy upon his heels, on account of the title " Your Excellency " applied to him by his companion in the presence of the beggars at San Petronio, although his passport detailed none of these honours, which entitled a man to be addressed as Excellency by his servants. Fabrizio perceived the spy, and snapped his fingers at him. He gave not a thought now either to passports or police officers, and was amused as a child with everything about him. When Pepe, who had been ordered to stay with him, saw how well pleased he was with Ludovico, he thought his own best course was to carry the good news to the duchess himself. Fabrizio wrote 2 long letters to his dear ones. Then he bethought him of writing a third to the venerable Archbishop Landriani. This letter produced a most extraordinary effect. It contained the exact history of his fight with Giletti. The good archbishop, quite overcome by his emotion, did not fail to go and read the letter to the prince, whose curiosity to know how the young Monsignore would set about excusing so terrible a murder made him willing to listen. Thanks to the Marchesa Raversi's many friends, the prince, like the whole city of Parma, believed Fabrizio had obtained the assistance of some 20 or 30 peasants to kill an inferior actor who had ventured to dispute his possession of little Marietta. At despotic courts, truth lies at the mercy of the first clever schemer, just as in Paris it is ruled by fashion. " But devil take it," said the prince to the archbishop, " one has those things done by a third person. It is not customary to do them oneself. And then actors like Giletti are not killed, they are bought." Fabrizio had not the smallest suspicion of what was going on at Parma. As a matter of fact, the death of a player who only earned 32 francs a month in his lifetime was going near to overthrow the ultra ministry, with Count Mosca at its head. When the news of Giletti's death reached him, the prince, nettled by the airs of independence which the duchess gave herself, had ordered Rassi, his minister of justice, to deal with the whole trial as if the accused person had been a Liberal. Fabrizio, for his part, believed that a man of his rank was above all law. The fact that in countries where the bearers of great names are never punished, there is nothing that cannot be achieved, even against such persons, by intrigue, had not entered into his calculations. He would often talk to Ludovico of his perfect innocence, which was soon to be proclaimed. His great argument was that he was not guilty. At last, one day, Ludovico said to him, " I cannot conceive why your Excellency, who is so clever and knows so much, takes the trouble of saying such things to me, who am his devoted servant. Your Excellency is too cautious. Such things are only good for use in public, or before the judges." " This man believes I am a murderer, and he does not love me the less," mused Fabrizio, thunderstruck. 3 days after Pepe's departure, Fabrizio was astonished to receive a huge letter, bound with a silken cord, like those used in Louis XIV's time, and addressed to His Most Reverend Excellency, Monsignore Fabrizio del Dongo, Chief Grand Vicar of the Diocese of Parma, Canon, etc., etc. " But am I all that already ?" he said to himself with a laugh. Archbishop Landriani's epistle was a masterpiece of perspicacity and logic. It covered no less than 19 large sheets, and gave a very good account of everything that had happened at Parma with regard to Giletti's death. " The march of a French army on the town, under the command of Marshal Ney, would not have made more stir," wrote the good archbishop. " Every soul, my very dear son, except the duchess and myself, believes you killed the actor Giletti because you wanted to do it. If that misfortune had befallen you, it would have been one of those matters that can be hushed up by means of a couple of 100 louis and an absence of 6 months. But the Raversi is bent on using the incident to overthrow Count Mosca. It is not the terrible sin of murder for which the public blames you. It is simply for your awkwardness, or rather insolence, in not having condescended to employ a bulo, a kind of inferior bully. I give you the clear substance of the talk I hear all round me. For since this most deplorable event, I go every day to 3 of the most important houses in this city, so as to find opportunity for justifying you, and never have I felt I was making a holier use of what little eloquence Heaven has bestowed on me." The scales began to fall from Fabrizio's eyes. The numerous letters he received from the duchess, all throbbing with affection, never condescended to report anything of what was happening around her. The duchess assured him she would leave Parma forever, unless he soon returned there in triumph. " The count," she wrote, in a letter which reached him together with the archbishop's, " will do all that is humanly possible for you. As for me, this last prank of yours has changed my nature. I have grown as stingy as Tombone, the banker. I have discharged all my workmen. I have done more. I have dictated the inventory of my belongings to the count, and I find I have very much less than I thought. After the death of that excellent Pietranera, whose murder, by the way, you would have done far better to avenge than to risk your life against such a creature as Giletti, I was left with 1,200 francs a year, and debts amounting to 5,000. Among other things, I remember, I had 30 pairs of white satin slippers which had come from Paris, and only one single pair of walking shoes. I have almost made up my mind to take the 300,000 francs the duke left me, and which I had intended to lay out entirely on a magnificent monument to his memory. For the rest, it is the Marchesa Raversi who is your bitterest enemy, and therefore mine. If you are bored at Bologna, you have only to say one word, and I will go to you there. Here are 4 more bills of exchange." The duchess never told Fabrizio a word about the opinions concerning his business which prevailed at Parma. Her first object was to console him, and in any case the death of such an absurd person as Giletti did not strike her as matter of any serious reproach to a Del Dongo. " How many Gilettis have our ancestors sent into the next world," she would say to the count, " and nobody ever dreamed of finding fault with them for it." Fabrizio, filled with astonishment, and perceiving for the first time the real condition of things, set himself to study the archbishop's letter. Unfortunately, the archbishop himself believed him better informed than he really was. As Fabrizio understood the matter, the Marchesa Raversi's triumph rested on the impossibility of discovering any eye-witnesses of the fatal scuffle. His own servant, who had been the first to bring the news to Parma, had been inside the village tavern at Sanguigna when the incident occurred. Little Marietta and the old woman who acted as her mother had disappeared, and the marchesa had bought over the man who had driven the carriage, and who was now making a deposition of the most abominable kind. " Although the proceedings are wrapped in the deepest mystery," wrote the good archbishop in his Ciceronian style, " and directed by Rassi, of whom Christian charity forbids me to speak evil, but who has made his fortune by pursuing unfortunate beings accused of crime, even as the hound pursues the hare. Though Rassi, I say, whose baseness and venality you can not overrate, has been charged with the management of the trial by an angry prince, I have obtained a sight of the Vetturino's 3 depositions. By a signal piece of good fortune the wretch has flatly contradicted himself, and I will add, seeing I speak to my vicar general, who will rule this diocese when I am gone, that I sent for the priest of the parish in which this wandering sinner dwells. I will confide to you, my very dear son, though under the secret of the confessional, that the priest already knows, through the Vetturino's wife, the actual number of crowns her husband has received from the Marchesa Raversi. I will not dare to say that the marchesa has insisted on his slandering you, but that is very likely. The crowns were paid over by a miserable priest who performs very dubious functions in the marchesa's service, and whom I have been obliged, for the 2nd time, to prohibit from saying mass. I will not weary you with the recital of several other steps which you might fairly have expected from me, and which, indeed, it was only my duty to take. A canon, a colleague of yours at the cathedral, who is occasionally too apt to remember the influence conferred on him by the possession of the family fortune, of which, by God's will, he has become the sole inheritor, ventured to say, in the house of Count Zurla, Minister of the Interior, that he considered this trifle clearly proved against you. He was speaking of the unhappy Giletti's murder. I summoned him to my palace, and there, in presence of my 3 other vicars general, of my chaplain, and of 2 priests who happened to be in my waiting-room, I requested him to enlighten us, his brothers, as to the grounds on which he based the complete conviction he declared himself to have acquired of the guilt of one of his colleagues at the cathedral. The only reasons the poor wretch could articulate were very inconclusive. Every one present rose up against him, and although I did not think it necessary to add more than very few words, he burst into tears, and before us all made a full confession of his complete error, whereupon I promised him secrecy in my own name and that of all those who had been present at the conference, on condition, however, that he should use all his zeal to rectify the false impression produced by the remarks he had been making during the past fortnight. I will not repeat, my dear son, what you must have known for long, that out of the 34 peasants working on Count Mosca's excavation, and who, according to the Raversi, were paid to assist you in your crime, 32 were hard at work at the bottom of their ditch at the moment when you seized the hunting knife and used it to defend your life against the man who had so unexpectedly attacked you. 2 of them, who were not in the ditch, shouted to them, ' He is murdering Monsignore !' This one exclamation is a brilliant testimony to your innocence. Well, Rassi declares that these 2 men have disappeared, and further, 8 of the men who were in the trench have been found. When they were first examined, 6 of them declared that they had heard the shout, ' He is murdering Monsignore !' I know indirectly that when they were examined for the 5th time, yesterday evening, 5 of them asserted that they could not remember whether they had actually heard the exclamation, or whether they had been told of it afterward by one of their comrades. Orders have been given which will make me acquainted with the localities in which these workmen live, and their priest will make them understand that if they allow themselves to be tempted to wrest the truth for the sake of earning a few crowns, they will be damned everlastingly." The good archbishop proceeded with infinite detail, as may be judged by what we have already reported. Then he added these lines in Latin: "This business is nothing less than an attempt to turn out the ministry. If you are sentenced, it can only be to the galleys or to execution. In that case I should intervene and declare, with all the weight of my archiepiscopal authority, that I know you to be innocent, that you have simply defended your life against a rascal, and further, that I have forbidden you to return to Parma as long as your enemies triumph there. I even propose to brand the Minister of Justice as he deserves. The hatred felt for that man is as common as esteem for his character is rare. But on the eve of the day whereon the minister pronounces so unjust a sentence, the Duchess of Sanseverina will leave the city, and perhaps even the dominion of Parma. In that case, no one doubts that the count will immediately hand in his resignation. Then, most probably, General Fabio Conti will be made minister, and the Marchesa Raversi will triumph. The great difficulty about your business is that no capable man has been placed in charge of the steps indispensable for the demonstration of your innocence, and for the frustration of the attempts being made to suborn witnesses. The count thinks he is doing this himself, but he is too great a gentleman to condescend to certain details, and besides, his position as Minister of Police obliged him at the very outset to issue the severest orders against you. And finally, dare I say it, our sovereign master believes you guilty, or simulates the belief at all events, and imports a certain bitterness into the affair." The words corresponding to "our sovereign master" and "simulates the belief" were in Greek characters, and Fabrizio was infinitely grateful to the archbishop for having dared to write them at all. He cut the line out of the letter with his penknife, and instantly destroyed it. 20 times over Fabrizio broke off in the perusal of this letter. He was filled with the deepest and most lively gratitude, and instantly wrote a letter of 8 pages in reply. Often he had to lift his head so as to prevent the tears from dripping on the paper. The next morning, just as he was about to seal his missive, he bethought him that it was too worldly in tone. " I will write it in Latin," said he to himself. " It will seem more correct to the worthy archbishop." But while he was striving to turn fine long Latin phrases, careful imitations of Cicero, he remembered that one day, when the archbishop had been speaking to him of Napoleon, he had made it a point to call him Buonaparte. That instant, every trace of the emotion which, only the night before, had affected him even to tears, fled utterly. " O King of Italy," he cried, " the faith so many swore to you in your lifetime shall be kept by me, now that you are no more. He cares for me, no doubt, but that is because I am a Del Dongo, and he the son of a common man." So that his fine Italian letter might not be wasted, Fabrizio made some necessary changes in it, and dispatched it to Count Mosca. That very same day Fabrizio met little Marietta in the street. She reddened with delight, and signed to him to follow without speaking to her. She took her way swiftly toward a lonely portico. Once there, she drew forward the black lace which covered her head, in the fashion of that country, so that no one could recognize her, and then, turning round sharply, " How is it," said she to Fabrizio, " that you are walking about freely in the streets?" Fabrizio told her his story. " Great heavens, you have been to Ferrara, and I have been hunting for you everywhere. You must know that I quarrelled with the old woman because she wanted to take me to Venice. where I know quite well you would never go because you are on the Austrian blacklist. I sold my gold necklace to get to Bologna. Something told me I should have the happiness of meeting you here, and the old woman arrived 2 days after me. I would not advise you to visit us, because she would make more of those shabby attempts to get money out of you, of which I am so ashamed. We have lived here very comfortably since that fatal day you know of, and we have not spent a quarter of what you gave her. I should not like to go to see you at the Albergo del Pellegrino. That would be a publicity. Try to hire some little room in a lonely street, and at the Ave Maria (nightfall) I will be here under this same portico." Having said these words, she took to flight. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. The unexpected appearance of this charming young person drove every serious thought away. Fabrizio lived on at Bologna with a sense of the deepest delight and security. His artless propensity to find happiness in anything which filled his life betrayed itself in his letters to the duchess, and to such a point as to annoy her. Fabrizio hardly noticed it, only he noted in abbreviated signs on the dial plate of his watch, "When I write to the duchess, I must never say, 'When I was a prelate, when I was a churchman.' It vexes her." He had bought a pair of ponies, with which he was very much pleased, and harnessed them to a hired chaise whenever little Marietta had a fancy to go and see one of the delightful spots in the neighbourhood of Bologna. Almost every evening he drove her to the Reno Cascade. On the way back he would stop at the house of the good-natured Crescentini, who rather believed himself to be Marietti's father. "Faith," said Fabrizio to himself, "if this be the cafe life which struck me as being so absurd for any serious man to lead, I did wrong to turn up my nose at it." He forgot that he never went near a cafe except to read the Constitutionnel, and that as he was utterly unknown to anyone in Bologna, the pleasures of vanity had nothing to do with his present state of felicity. When he was not with little Marietta, he was to be seen at the observatory, where he was attending a course of astronomy. The professor had taken a great fancy to him, and Fabrizio would lend him his horses on a Sunday, so that he and his wife might go and ruffle it in the corso of the Montagnola. He had a horror of making anyone unhappy, however unworthy the person might be. Marietta would not hear of his seeing the mamaccia, but one day, when she was in church, he went up to the old woman's room. She flushed with anger when she saw him enter. "I must play the Del Dongo here," said Fabrizio to himself. "How much does Marietta earn a month when she has an engagement?" he called out, with very much the same air as that with which a self-respecting young Parisian takes his seat in the balcon at the Opera Bouffe. 50 crowns. "You lie, as usual. Tell me the truth, or by God you'll not get a centime." "Well, she was earning 22 crowns in our company at Parma when we were so unlucky as to meet you. I earned 12 crowns, and we each gave Giletti, our protector, a third of our earnings. On that, Giletti made Marietta a present almost every month, something like 2 crowns. "You lie again. You only earned 4 crowns. But if you are good to Marietta, I will engage you as if I were an impresario. You shall have 12 crowns for yourself every month, and 22 for her. But if I see her eyes red once, I shall go bankrupt." "You're mighty proud of yourself. Well, let me tell you, your fine generosity is ruining us," rejoined the old woman furiously. "We are losing l'avviamento, our custom. When we have the crushing misfortune of losing your Excellency's protection, no comedy company will know anything about us. They will all be full, we shall find no engagement, and thanks to you, we shall die of hunger." "Go to the devil," said Fabrizio, departing. "I will not go to the devil, you ungodly wretch, but I will go straight to the police, and they shall know from me that you are a monsignore who has cast away his cassock, and the Giuseppe Bossi is no more your name than it's mine." Fabrizio had already descended several steps, He turned and came back. " In the first place, the police probably know my real name better than you do. But if you venture to denounce me, if you dare to do anything so infamous," he said very seriously, " Ludovico will talk to you, and it will not be 6 knife thrusts that you will have in your old carcass, but 4 times 6, and you will spend 6 months in hospital and without tobacco." The hag turned pale, rushed at Fabrizio's hand, and tried to kiss it. " I accept what you are ready to do for me and Marietta thankfully. You looked so good-natured that I took you for a simpleton. And consider this well, other people might make the same mistake. I would advise you to look more like a great gentleman, as a rule." Then she added, with the most admirable impudence, " You will think over this piece of good advice, and as winter is not far off, you will make Marietta and me each a present of a good coat of that fine English stuff in the big shop on the Piazza San Petronio." The pretty Marietta's love offered Fabrizio all the charms of the most tender friendship, and this made him think of the happiness of the same description he might have found in the company of the duchess. " But is it not a very comical thing," said he to himself, " that I am not capable of that exclusive and passionate preoccupation which men call love? Amid all my chanced liaisons at Novara or at Naples, did I ever meet a woman whose presence I preferred, even in the earliest days, to a ride on a good-looking horse that I had never mounted before? Can it be," he added, " that what is called love is yet another lie? I love, of course, just as I am hungry at 6 o'clock in the evening. Can it be that this somewhat vulgar propensity is what these liars have lifted into the love of Othello and the love of Tancred? Or must I believe that my organization is different from that of other men? What if no passion should ever touch my heart? That would be a strange fate." At Naples, especially toward the close of his residence there, Fabrizio had met women who, proud of their rank, their beauty, and the worldly position of the adorers they had sacrificed to him, had tried to govern him. At the very first inkling of their plans, Fabrizio had broken with them in the promptest and most scandalous manner. " Now," said he, " if I ever allow myself to be carried away by the pleasure of being on good terms with that pretty woman known as the Duchess Sanseverina, I am exactly like the blundering Frenchman who killed the hen that laid the golden eggs. To the duchess I owe the only happiness with which a tender feeling has ever inspired me. My affection for her is my life, and besides, apart from her, what am I? A miserable exile condemned to a hand-to-mouth existence in a ruinous castle near Novara. I remember that when the great autumn rains came, I used to be obliged to fasten an umbrella over the head of my bed, for fear of accidents. I used to ride the agent's horses, and he just allowed it out of respect for my blue blood and my muscular strength. But he was beginning to think I had stayed there too long. My father allowed me 1,200 francs a year, and thought himself damned because he was supporting a Jacobin. My poor mother and my sisters went without gowns, so as to enable me to make some trifling presents to my mistresses. This kind of generosity used to wring my heart, and besides, my state of penury was beginning to be suspected, and the young nobleman in the neighbourhood would soon have been pitying me. Sooner or later some coxcomb would have betrayed his scorn for a poor and unsuccessful Jacobin, for in their eyes I was nothing else. I should have bestowed or received some hearty sword thrust, which would have brought me to the fortress of Fenestrella, or forced me to take refuge in Switzerland once more, still with my 1,200 francs a year. To the duchess I owe the happiness of having escaped all these ills, and further, she it is who feels for me those transports of affection which I ought to feel for her. Instead of the ridiculous and shabby existence which would have turned me into that sorry animal, a fool, I have spent 4 years in a great city, and with an excellent carriage, which has prevented me from feeling envy and other low provincial sentiments. This aunt, in her extreme kindness, is always scolding me because I do not draw enough money from her banker. Shall I spoil this admirable position forever? Shall I lose the only friend I have in the world? All I have to do is to tell her a lie, and say to a charming woman, who probably has not her equal in the world, and for whom I have the most passionate regard, ' I love you.' This from me, who do not know what real love means. She would spend whole days reproaching me with the absence of those transports which I have never known. Now Marietta, who can not see into my heart, and who takes a caress for an outburst of passion, thinks me madly in love with her, and believes herself the happiest of living women. As a matter of fact, the only slight acquaintance that I have ever had with that tender absorption, which is, I believe, denominated love, was for that young girl Aniken, at the inn at Zonders, near the Belgian frontier. It is with much regret that we must here relate one of Fabrizio's worst actions. In the middle of his tranquil life, a foolish sting to his vanity took possession of the heart which love could not vanquish, and carried him quite off his feet. Living in Bologna at the same time as himself was the celebrated Fausto F. So-and-so, undoubtedly one of the first singers of our time, and perhaps the most capricious woman ever seen. The gifted Venetian poet Burati had written a famous satirical sonnet concerning her, which, at that time, was in the mouth of everyone, from princes to the lowest urchins in the street. To will and not to will, to adore and detest in one and the same day, to find no happiness save in inconstancy, to scorn that which the world adores, so long as the world adores it. Fausta has all these faults and many more. Wherefore, never cast your eyes upon the serpent. If once thou seest her, O imprudent man, all her caprices are forgotten. If thou hast the happiness of hearing her, thou forgettest even thyself, and love at that moment makes of thee what Circe once made the comrades of Ulysses. Just at that moment, this miracle of beauty was so fascinated by the huge whiskers and overweening insolence of the young Count M., that even his abominable jealousy did not revolt her. Fabrizio saw the count in the streets of Bologna, and was nettled by the air of superiority with which he swaggered along the pavements, and graciously condescended to show off his charms before the public. The young man was very rich, believed he might venture anything, and as his prepotency had earned him several threats, he hardly ever appeared unaccompanied by 8 or 10 bulli, a sort of ruffian, who wore his liveries and came from his property near Brescia. Once or twice, when he had chanced to hear the Fausta sing, Fabrizio had crossed glances with the doughty count. He was astonished by the angelic sweetness of her voice. He had never dreamed of anything like it. It gave him sensations of supreme delight, a fine contrast to the placidity of his existence. " Can this at last be love ?" said he to himself. Full of curiosity to feel the passion, and amused too by the idea of braving the count, who looked far more threatening than any drum major, our hero committed the childish folly of appearing much too frequently in front of the Palazzo Tanari, in which the count had installed the Fausta. One day, toward nightfall, Fabrizio, who was trying to make Fausta look at him, was greeted by shrieks of laughter, evidently intentional, from the count's bulli, who were standing round the door of the palace. He hurried home, armed himself well, and returned. Fausta, hidden behind her sun-blinds, was expecting this return, and noted it down to his credit. The count, who was jealous of everybody on earth, became especially jealous of Signor Giuseppe Bossi, and indulged in all sorts of absurd threats, whereupon our hero sent him a letter every morning, containing nothing but these words: Signor Giuseppe Bossi destroys vermin, and lives at the Pellegrino in the Via Larga, No. 79. Count M., inured to the respect ensured him everywhere by his great fortune, his blue blood, and the bravery of his 30 serving men, refused to understand the language of this little note. Fabrizio wrote more notes to the Fausta. M. set spies upon his rival, who was not, perhaps, unpleasing to the lady. He first of all learned his real name, and that, for the moment at all events, he did not dare to show his face in Parma. A few days later, Count M., with his bulli, his splendid horses, and Fausta, all departed to Parma. Fabrizio, warming to the game, followed them next morning. In vain did the faithful Ludovico remonstrate pathetically with him. Fabrizio would not listen, and Ludovico, who was a brave man himself, admired him for it. Besides, this journey would bring him nearer to his own pretty mistress at Casal Maggiore. By Ludovico's care, 8 or 10 old soldiers, who had served in Napoleon's regiments, entered Signor Giuseppe Bossi's service, nominally as servants. " If," said Fabrizio to himself, " when I commit this folly of going after the Fausta, I only hold no communication with the Minister of Police, Count Mosca, nor with the duchess, I risk no one but myself. Later on, I will tell my aunt that I did it all in search of love, that beautiful thing that I have never been able to discover. The fact is that I do think about the Fausta, even when I don't see her. But is it the memory of her voice that I love, or is it her person?" As he had given up all thoughts of the Church as a career, Fabrizio had grown moustaches and whiskers almost as tremendous as those of Count M., and these somewhat disguised him. He established his headquarters, not at Parma, that would have been too imprudent, but in a village hard by, on the road to Sacca, where his aunt's country home was situated. Advised by Ludovico, he gave himself out in the village as the valet of a very eccentric English nobleman who spent 100,000 francs a year on sport, but who was shortly to arrive from the Lake of Como, where he was detained by the trout fishing. Fortunately, the pretty little palace which Count M. had hired for the fair Fausta stood at the southernmost end of the town of Parma, and just on the Sacca road, and Fausta's windows looked onto the fine avenues of tall trees which stretch away below the high tower of the citadel. Fabrizio was not known in that lonely quarter of the town. He did not fail to have Count M. followed, and one day, when he had just left the exquisite singer's house, Fabrizio was bold enough to appear in the street in broad daylight. He was well armed, indeed, and mounted on an excellent horse. Musicians, such as are constantly found in the Italian streets, and who occasionally are very good indeed, ranged themselves with their instruments under the Fausta's windows, and after some introductory chords, sang, very fairly, a cantata in her honour. Fausta appeared at the window, and her attention was easily caught by a very courteous young gentleman, who first of all saluted her, and then began to bombard her with the most significant glances. In spite of the exaggeratedly English dress Fabrizio had donned, she soon recognized the sender of the passionate letters which had brought about her departure from Bologna. " This is a strange being," said she to herself. " I fancy I am going to fall in love with him. I have 100 louis in my pocket. I can very well afford to break with the terrible count. He really has no intelligence, and there is nothing novel about him. The only thing that rather entertains me is the frightful appearance of his followers." The next morning, Fabrizio, having heard that the Fausta went to mass every day about 11 o'clock, in that very church of San Giovanni which contained the tomb of his great uncle, the Archbishop Ascanio del Dongo, ventured to follow her there. It must be said that Ludovico had provided him with a fine English wig of the brightest red hair. Apropos to the colour of these locks, that of the flame which devoured his heart, he wrote a sonnet which delighted the Fausta. An unknown hand laid it carefully on her piano. This manoeuvring went on for quite a week, but Fabrizio felt that in spite of all his various efforts he was making no real progress. Fausta refused to receive him. He had overdone his eccentricity, and she has since acknowledged that she was afraid of him. Fabrizio still retained a faint hope of arriving at the sensation which is known as love, but in the meanwhile he was very often sorely bored. " Sir, let us take ourselves off," said Ludovico to him over and over again. " You are not the least in love, your coolness and reasonableness are quite hopeless, and besides, you make no progress whatever. Let us decamp, for very shame." In the first flush of disgust, Fabrizio was on the very point of departing. Then he heard that the Fausta was to sing at the Duchess Sanseverina's house. " Perhaps that sublime voice will really set my heart on fire at last," thought he, and he actually dared to introduce himself, in disguise, into his aunt's palace, where everyone knew him. The emotion of the duchess may be imagined when, quite toward the end of the concert, she noticed a man in a chasseur's livery standing near the door of the great drawing-room. Something in his appearance stirred her memory. She sought Count Mosca, and it was not until then that he informed her of Fabrizio's extraordinary and really incomprehensible folly. He took the matter very well. This love for somebody who was not the duchess was very agreeable to him, and the count, who, politics apart, was a man of perfect honour, acted on the maxim that his own happiness depended entirely on that of the duchess. " I will save him from himself," said he to his friend. " Imagine our enemy's delight if he were arrested in this very palace. So I have posted 100 men of my own in the house, and it was on this account that I asked you to give me the keys of the great water tank. He gives himself out as being desperately in love with the Fausta, and hitherto he has not been able to carry her off from Count M., who gives the giddy creature all the luxuries of a queen. The liveliest sorrow was painted on the features of the duchess. Fabrizio was nothing more than a libertine then, incapable of any tender or serious feeling. " And not to see us! That is what I shall never be able to forgive him," she said at last. " And I, who am writing to him every day, to Bologna." " I give him great credit for his self-restraint," said the count. " He does not desire to compromise us by his freak, and it will be very amusing to hear his account of it later." The Fausta was too giddy-pated to be able to hold her tongue about anything which occupied her thoughts. The morning after the concert, during which she had sung all her airs at the tall young man dressed as a chasseur, she referred, in conversation with the count, to an unknown and attentive individual. " Where did you see him ?" inquired the count in a fury. " In the streets, in church," replied the Fausta in conclusion. She immediately tried to repair her imprudence, or at all events to remove any idea which could recall Fabrizio's person. She launched into an endless description of a tall, red-haired young man with blue eyes, some very rich and clumsy Englishman, doubtless, or else some prince. At this word the count, the definiteness of whose impressions was their only virtue, jumped to the conclusion, a delightful one for his vanity, that his rival was none other than the hereditary Prince of Parma. This poor melancholy youth, watched over by 5 or 6 governors, sub-governors, tutors, and so forth, who never allowed him to go out without holding a preliminary council, was in the habit of casting strange looks at every decent-looking woman whom he was allowed to approach. At the duchess's concert he had been seated, as his rank demanded, in front of all the other auditors, in a separate armchair, and 3 paces from the fair Fausta, and had gazed at her in a manner which had caused excessive vexation to the count. This delightful piece of wild vanity, the idea of having a prince for his rival, entertained Fausta vastly, and she amused herself by strengthening it with 100 details imparted in the most apparently artless fashion. " Is your family," said she to the count, " as old as that of the Farnese, to which this young man belongs?" " As old? What do you mean? There are no bastards in my family." Pier Luigi, the first sovereign of the Farnese family, so famous for his virtues, was, as is well known, the natural son of Pope Paul III. It so fell out that Count M never could get a clear view of his pretended rival, and this confirmed his flattering conviction that he had a prince for his antagonist. As a matter of fact, Fabrizio, when the necessities of the enterprise did not summon him to Parma, spent some time in the woods near Sacca, and on the banks of the Po. Count M had grown more haughty than ever, but far more prudent, too, since he had believed himself to be disputing Fausta's affections with a prince. He besought her very earnestly to behave with the utmost reserve in everything she did. After casting himself at her feet, like a jealous and passionate lover, he told her very plainly that his honour demanded that she should not be duped by the young prince. " Excuse me," she replied, " I should not be his dupe if I loved him. I have never yet seen a prince at my feet." " If you yield," he responded with a haughty look, " I may not, perhaps, be able to avenge myself on the prince, but vengeance I will have, you may be certain." And he went out, banging the doors behind him. Had Fabrizio made his appearance at that moment, he would have won his cause. " If you value your life," said Count M to her that evening, as he took his leave of her after the play, " see to it that I never find out that the young prince has entered your house. I can do nothing to him, but 'sdeath, madam, do not force me to remember that I can do anything I please to you." " Ah, my little Fabrizio," exclaimed the Fausta, " if I only knew where to lay my hand on you." Wounded vanity may drive a wealthy young man, who has been surrounded by flatterers since his birth, into many things. The very real passion with which the Fausta had inspired Count M burned up again furiously. The dangerous prospect of a struggle with the only son of the sovereign, in whose country he was sojourning, did not daunt him, and at the same time he was not clever enough to make any attempt to get a sight of the prince, or at least have him followed. As he could discover no other method of attack, M ventured on the idea of making him look ridiculous. " I shall be banished forever from the dominion of Parma," said he. " Well, what matter?" If he had made any attempt to reconnoitre the enemy's position, Count M would have discovered that the poor young prince never went out of doors except in the company of 3 or 4 old men, the tiresome guardians of official etiquette, and that the only pleasure of his own choice in which he was allowed to indulge was his taste for mineralogy. Both in the daytime and at night, the little palazzo occupied by Fausta, and to which the best company in Parma crowded, was surrounded by watchers. M was kept informed, hour by hour, of what she was doing, and especially of what was done by those about her. One point, at least, was praiseworthy in the precautions taken by the jealous man. The lady, whimsical as she was, had no suspicion at first of the increasing watchfulness about her. All Count M.'s agents reported that a very young man, wearing a wig of red hair, constantly appeared under the Fausta's windows, but every time in some fresh disguise. " Clearly that is the young prince," said M to himself. " Otherwise, why should he disguise himself? Egad, I am not the man to make way for him. But for the usurpations of the Venetian Republic, I should now be a reigning prince like him." On San Stefano's day, the spies' reports grew more gloomy. They seemed to indicate that the Fausta was beginning to respond to her unknown admirer's attention. " I might depart instantly, and take the woman with me," said M to himself. " But I fled from Bologna before Del Dongo. Here I should flee before a prince, and what would the young man say? He might think he had contrived to frighten me, and on my soul, my family is as good as his." M was beside himself with rage, and to crown his misery, his great object was to prevent his jealousy from making him look ridiculous in the eyes of Fausta, with whose jeering disposition he was well acquainted. Therefore, on San Stefano's day, after having spent an hour with her, and received a welcome which seemed to him the very acme of falsehood, he left her toward 11 o'clock, when she was dressing to go and hear mass at the Church of San Giovanni. Count M returned to his rooms, put on the shabby black dress of a young theological student, and hurried off to San Giovanni. He chose out a place behind one of the tombs which adorned the third chapel on the right. Under the arm of a cardinal, who was represented kneeling on this tomb, he could see everything that went on in the church. The statue blocked the light within the chapel, and concealed him very sufficiently. Soon he saw Fausta enter, looking more beautiful than ever. She was in full dress, and 20 admirers of the highest rank attended her. Smiles and delight shone on her lips and in her eyes. Clearly, thought the unhappy man, she is expecting to meet the man she loves, and whom, thanks to me, she has perhaps not been able to see for a long time. Suddenly, the liveliest expression of happiness shone in Fausta's eyes. " My rival is here," said M to himself, and the fury of his wounded vanity knew no bounds. " What am I doing here, acting as counterweight to a young prince who puts on disguises?" But hard as he tried, he could not discover the rival whom his hungry glance sought on every side. Every instant the Fausta, after looking all round the church, would fix her eyes, heavy with love and happiness, on the dark corner in which M stood concealed. In a passionate heart, love is apt to exaggerate the very slightest things, and deduce consequences of the most ridiculous nature. Thus poor M ended by persuading himself that the Fausta had caught sight of him, and that, having perceived his mortal jealousy, in spite of his desperate efforts to conceal it, she was seeking, by her tender glances, at once to reproach and to console him. The cardinal's tomb, behind which he had taken up his point of observation, was raised some 4 or 5 feet above the marble pavement of San Giovanni. When, toward 1 o'clock, the fashionable mass was brought to a close, most of the congregation departed, and the Fausta dismissed the city beaux on the pretext that she desired to perform her devotions. She remained kneeling on her chair, and her eyes, which had grown softer and more brilliant than ever, rested on M. Now that only a few persons remained in the church, she did not take the trouble of looking all round it before allowing them to dwell with delight on the cardinal's statue. " What delicacies," said Count M., who thought she was gazing at him. At last the Fausta rose and went quickly out of church, after having made some curious motions with her hands. M, drunk with love, and almost wholly cured of his foolish jealousy, was leaving his place to fly to his mistress's palace and overwhelm her with his gratitude, when, as he passed in front of the cardinal's tomb, he noticed a young man all in black. This fatal being had remained kneeling close against the epitaph on the tomb, in such a position that the lover's jealous eyes had passed over his head, and so failed to catch sight of him. The young man rose, moved quickly away, and was instantly surrounded by 7 or 8 rather awkward and odd-looking fellows, who seemed to belong to him. M rushed after him, but without any too evident effort, the clumsy men, who seemed to be protecting his rival, checked his progress in the little procession necessitated by the wooden screen round the entrance door. When at last he got out into the street behind them, he had only time to see the door of a sorry-looking carriage, which, by an odd contrast, was drawn by 2 excellent horses, swiftly closed, and in a moment it was out of sight. He went home, choking with fury. He was soon joined by his spies, who coolly informed him that on that day the mysterious lover, disguised as a priest, had knelt very devoutly close up against a tomb standing at the entrance of a dark chapel in the church of San Giovanni, that the Fausta had remained in the church until it was almost empty, and she had then swiftly exchanged certain signs with the unknown person, making something like crosses with her hands. M rushed to the faithless woman's house. For the first time she could not conceal her confusion. With all the lying simplicity of a passionate woman, she related that she had gone to San Giovanni as usual, but had not seen her persecutor there. On these words, M, beside himself, told her she was the vilest of creatures, related all he had seen himself, and, as the more bitterly he accused her, the more boldly she lied to him, he drew his dagger and would have fallen upon her. With the most perfect calmness, the Fausta said, "Well, everything you complain of is perfectly true, but I have tried to hide it from you so as to prevent your boldness from carrying you into mad plans of vengeance, which may be the ruin of us both. Let me tell you, once for all, I take this man who persecutes me with his attentions to be one who will find no obstacle to his will in this country at all events." Then, having skilfully reminded M that, after all, he had no rights over her, the Fausta ended by saying that she should probably not go again to the church of San Giovanni. M was desperately in love. It was possible that a touch of coquetry might have mingled with prudence in the young woman's heart. He felt himself disarmed. He thought of leaving Parma. The young prince, powerful as he was, would not be able to follow him, or if he followed him, he would be no more than his equal. Then his pride reminded him once more that such a departure would always look like flight, and Count M forbade himself to think of it again. " He has not an idea of my little Fabrizio's existence," thought the delighted singer, " and now we shall be able to laugh at him most thoroughly." Fabrizio had no suspicion of his own good fortune. The next morning, when he saw the fair lady's windows all carefully closed, and could not catch sight of her anywhere, the joke began to strike him as lasting rather too long. His conscience began to prick him. Into what a position am I putting poor Count Mosca, the Minister of Police? He will be taken for my accomplice, and my coming to this country will be the ruin of his fortunes. But if I give up a plan I have followed for so long, what will the duchess say when I tell her of my attempts at love-making? One night when, feeling sorely inclined to give up the game, he thus reasoned with himself as he prowled up and down under the great trees which divide the palace in which Fausta was living from the citadel, he became aware that he was being followed by a spy of exceedingly small stature. In vain did he walk through several streets in his endeavour to get away from him. He could not shake off the tiny form which seemed to dog his steps. Losing patience at last, he moved quickly into a lonely street, running along the river, in which his servants were lying in wait. At a signal from him they sprang upon the poor little spy, who threw himself at their feet. It turned out to be Bettina, the Fausta's waiting woman. After 3 days of boredom and retirement, she had disguised herself in man's attire, to escape Count M.'s dagger, which both she and her mistress greatly dreaded, and had undertaken to come out and tell Fabrizio that he was passionately loved and intensely longed for, but that any reappearance at the church of San Giovanni was quite impossible. It was high time, thought Fabrizio to himself. Well done, my obstinacy! The little waiting woman was exceedingly pretty, a fact which soon weaned Fabrizio from his communings with morality. She informed him that the public promenade and all the streets through which he had passed that evening were carefully, though secretly, guarded by spies in the count's pay. They had hired rooms on the ground floor and on the first floor, and hidden behind the window shutters, they watched everything that went on in the streets, even those which seemed the loneliest, and heard everything that was said. " If the spies had recognised my voice," said little Bettina, " I should have been stabbed without mercy as soon as I got home, and my poor mistress with me, perhaps." Fabrizio thought her terror increased her charms. " Count M," she added, " is furious, and my mistress knows he is capable of anything. She bade me tell you that she wishes she were with you, and 100 leagues from here." Then she told the story of all that had happened on San Stefano's day, and of the fury of the count, who had not missed one of the loving glances and signs which the Fausta, who had been quite beside herself with passion that day, had bestowed on Fabrizio. The count had unsheathed his dagger, and caught hold of Fausta by the hair, and but for her presence of mind would certainly have killed her. Fabrizio conducted the pretty waiting maid to a lodging he had hard by. He told her that he was the son of a great Turinese nobleman, who chanced to be at Parma at that moment, and that therefore he was obliged to act with the greatest caution. Bettina answered laughingly that he was a much greater man than he chose to appear. It was some time before our hero contrived to understand that the charming girl took him for no less a person than the hereditary prince himself. The Fausta was beginning to take alarm, and also to care for Fabrizio. She had resolved not to tell her waiting maid his real name, and had spoken of him to her as the prince. Fabrizio ended by confessing to the pretty girl that she had guessed aright. " But if my name is noticed abroad," he added, " in spite of my great passion for your mistress, of which I have given her so many proofs, I shall not be able to see her any more, and my father's ministers, those spiteful wretches whom I shall one day send about their business, will not fail to give her instant orders to clear out of the country which she has hitherto embellished by her presence." Toward morning, Fabrizio and the fair waiting maid laid several plans for meeting, so as to enable him to get to Fausta. He sent for Ludovico and another of his men, a very cunning fellow, who arrived at an understanding with Bettina, while he was writing the most exaggerated letter to Fausta. Tragic exaggeration quite fitted in with the situation, and Fabrizio used it without stint. It was not till daybreak that he parted with the pretty waiting maid, who was highly delighted with the treatment she had received at the hands of the young prince. 100 times over they had agreed that now that Fausta had entered into communications with her lover, he was not to appear under the windows of the little palace until she was able to admit him, when he would be duly warned. But Fabrizio, who was now in love with Bettina, and believed himself near success with Fausta, could not stay quietly in his village 2 leagues from Parma. Toward midnight on the morrow he came on horseback, with a sufficient train of servants, and sang under the Fausta's windows, an air then fashionable, to which he had put words of his own. " Is this not a common practice among lovers ?" said he to himself. Now that the Fausta had given him to understand that she desired a meeting, this long pursuit seemed very wearisome to Fabrizio. " No, this is not love," said he to himself as he sang, not particularly well, under the windows of the little palace. " Bettina seems to me 100 times more attractive than Fausta, and it is she whom I should best like to see at this moment." He was returning to his village, feeling rather bored, when, about 500 paces from Fausta's palace, he was sprung upon by some 15 or 20 men. 4 of them seized his horse's bridle, 2 others took hold of his arms. Ludovico and Fabrizio's bravi were attacked, but contrived to escape, and several pistols were fired. The whole affair was over in an instant. Then, as though by magic, and in the twinkling of an eye, 50 men, bearing lighted torches, appeared in the street, every man well armed. Fabrizio, in spite of the people who were holding him, had jumped off his horse, and struggled fiercely to get free. He even wounded one of the men, who was holding his arms in a vice-like grasp, but he was very much astonished to hear the fellow say, in the most respectful tone, " Your Highness will give me a good pension for this wound, and that will be far better for me than to fall into the crime of high treason by drawing my sword against my prince." " Now here comes the chastisement of my folly," thought Fabrizio. " I shall have damned myself for a sin which did not even strike me as attractive." Hardly had the attempted scuffle come to an end, when several lackeys, dressed in magnificent liveries, brought forward a sedan chair, gilt and painted in a most extraordinary manner. It was one of those grotesque conveyances used by masks during carnival time. 6 men, dagger in hand, requested His Highness to get in, saying the cold night air might hurt his voice. The most respectful forms of address were used, and the title Prince was constantly repeated and almost shouted aloud. The procession began to move on. Fabrizio counted more than 50 men carrying lighted torches down the street. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. All the world was looking out of the windows. There was a certain solemnity about the whole affair. " I was afraid Count M might treat me to dagger thrusts," said Fabrizio to himself, " but he contents himself with making game of me. I should not have accused him of so much taste. But does he really believe he has to do with the prince? If he knows I am only Fabrizio, I must beware of the stiletto." The 50 torch-bearers and the 20 armed men, having made a long halt under the Fausta's windows, paraded up and down in front of the finest palaces in the city. From time to time the major domos who walked by the side of the sedan chair inquired whether His Highness had any orders to give them. Fabrizio did not lose his head. He could see by the torchlight that Ludovico and his men were following the procession as closely as they could. Fabrizio argued to himself. Ludovico has only 8 or 10 men. He does not dare to attack. From within his sedan chair Fabrizio saw plainly enough that the people charged with the execution of this doubtful joke were armed to the teeth. He affected to laugh with the major domos in attendance on him. After more than 2 hours of this triumphal march he perceived that they were about to cross the street in which the Palazzo Sanseverina stood. Just as they passed by the street leading to the palace, he suddenly opened the door in the front of the chair, jumped over one of the staves, overthrew one of the footmen, who thrust his torch into his face with a dagger thrust, received one himself in the shoulder, a second footman singed his beard with his lighted torch, and finally Fabrizio reached Ludovico, to whom he shouted, "Kill! Kill every one who carries a torch!" Ludovico hacked with his sword, and saved him from 2 men who were trying to pursue him. Fabrizio rushed up to the entrance of the Palazzo Sanseverina. The porter, in his curiosity, had opened the little door 3 feet high, set in the large one, and was staring in astonishment at the great train of torches. Fabrizio bounded through the tiny door, slammed it behind him, ran to the garden, and escaped by another door opening onto a deserted street. An hour later he was beyond the city walls. When day broke he was over the frontier into the state of Modena, and in perfect safety. By the evening he was back in Bologna. " Here's a pretty expedition," said he to himself. " I have not even succeeded in getting speech with my flame." He lost no time about writing letters of excuse to the count and to the duchess, prudent missives which, though they described his emotions, furnished no clue that any enemy could lay hold of. " I was in love with love," he wrote to the duchess. " I have done everything in the world to make its acquaintance. But nature, it appears, has refused me a heart capable of love and melancholy. I cannot rise above vulgar enjoyment," and so on. The stir this adventure made in Parma can not be described. The mystery of it whetted the general curiosity. Numbers of people had seen the torches and the sedan chair, but who was the man who had been carried off and treated with such formal ceremony? No well-known personage was missing from the city on the following day. The humble folk living in the street in which the prisoner made his escape declared they had seen a corpse. But when broad daylight came, and the inhabitants ventured to emerge from their houses, the only trace of the struggle they could discover was the quantity of blood which stained the paving stones. More than 20,000 sightseers visited the street during the day. The dwellers in Italian towns are accustomed to see strange sights, but the how and why is always clearly known to them. What annoyed the Parmese about this incident was that even a whole month after, when the torchlight procession had ceased to be the only subject of general conversation, no one, thanks to Count Mosca's prudence, had been able to discover the name of the rival who would fain have carried the Fausta off from Count M. This jealous and vindictive lover had taken to flight as soon as the procession had set forth on its way. By the count's orders, the Fausta was shut up in the citadel. The duchess was vastly entertained by a little piece of injustice in which the count was forced to indulge, to check the curiosity of the prince, who might otherwise have tried to discover Fabrizio's name. A learned man had just arrived at Parma from the north, with the intention of writing a history of the Middle Ages. He was searching for manuscripts in various libraries, and the count had given him all possible facilities. But this learned man, who was still very young, was of an irascible temper. He fancied, for instance, that every soul in Parma desired to turn him into ridicule. It is true that the street boys did occasionally run after him, attracted by the waving locks of pale red hair which he proudly displayed. This learned gentleman believed that his innkeeper charged him abnormal prices for everything, and he would never pay for the most trifling article without looking up its price in Mrs. Stark's Travels, a book which has reached its 20th edition, because it gives the prudent Englishman the price of a turkey, an apple, a glass of milk, and so forth. On the very evening of the day on which Fabrizio had taken his involuntary part in the torchlight procession, the red-haired savant fell into a rage at his inn, and pulled a pair of pocket pistols out of his pocket to take vengeance on a cameriere who had asked him 2 sous for an inferior peach. He was immediately arrested, for it is a great crime in Parma to carry pocket pistols. As this irascible gentleman was tall and thin, it occurred to the count, next morning, to pass him off on the prince as the foolhardy being who had endeavoured to carry off the Fausta, and on whom a trick had been played by her lover. In Parma, the punishment for carrying pocket pistols is 3 years at the galleys, but the penalty is never exacted. After a fortnight in prison, during which he saw nobody but a lawyer, who filled him with the deepest terror of abominable laws directed by the cowardice of the people in power against the bearers of concealed weapons, he was visited by a second lawyer, who told him the story of the mock procession in which Count M had forced a rival, whose identity had not been discovered, to bear a part. The police do not want to confess to the prince that they cannot find out who this rival is. Say that you desired to find favour in the Fausta's eyes, that 50 rascals laid hands on you while you were singing beneath her windows, and that you were carried about in a sedan chair for an hour by people who only spoke to you in a most respectful manner. There is nothing humiliating about this avowal, and 1 word is all that is asked of you. The instant you say it, and get the police out of this difficulty, you will be put into a post-chaise, taken to the frontier, and allowed to depart in peace. For a whole month the learned man held out. 2 or 3 times over, the prince was on the point of having him brought before the Minister of the Interior, and himself presiding at the examination. But he had forgotten all about it before the historian, wearied out, made up his mind to confess everything, and was conducted to the frontier. The prince remained convinced that Count M's rival possessed a mass of red hair. 3 days after the procession, while Fabrizio, with his faithful Ludovico, in his hiding-place at Bologna, was plotting means of discovering Count M, he learned that the count was in hiding too in a mountain village on the road to Florence, and that only 3 of his bulli were with him. Next day, as he was returning from a ride, the count was seized by 8 masked men, who informed him they were police agents from Parma. He was conducted, after his eyes had been bandaged, to an inn some 2 leagues farther up the mountain, where he was received with every attention, and found a liberal supper ready. The best Italian and Spanish wines were served. " Pray, am I a state prisoner ?" inquired the count. " Not the least in the world," was the polite response of Ludovico, who wore a mask. " You have insulted a private individual by venturing to have him carried about in a sedan chair. To-morrow morning he means to fight a duel with you. If you kill him, you will be provided with money and good horses, and there will be relays ready for you all the way to Genoa." " What may this ruffian's name be ?" quoth the count in a rage. " His name is Bombace. You will have the choice of weapons and good seconds, thoroughly loyal men. But one or the other of you must die." " It's a murder, then," cried Count M in alarm. " God forbid ! It is simply a duel to the death with a young man whom you carried about the streets of Parma in the middle of the night, and who would be dishonoured if you lived on. The earth is not large enough for both of you. Therefore, do your best to kill him. You will have swords, pistols, rapiers, all the weapons it has been possible to collect within a few hours, for time is precious. The Bolognese police are very diligent, as you know, and there must be no interference with this duel for the sake of the honour of this young man, whom you have turned into ridicule." " But if the young man is a prince He is a private individual like yourself, and indeed a much less rich man than you. But he is resolved to fight to the death, and he will force you to fight, I warn you." " I am not afraid of anything on earth," exclaimed Count M. " That is what your adversary most earnestly desires," replied Ludovico. " Make yourself ready to defend your life to morrow, very early in the morning, to be attacked by a man who has good reason to be furious with you, and who will not spare you. I tell you again, you will have the choice of weapons, and now make your will." About 6 o'clock the next morning Count M 's breakfast was served. Then one of the doors of the room in which he had been kept was opened, and he was requested to enter the courtyard of a country inn. This court was surrounded with tolerably high hedges and walls, and all the entrances had been carefully closed. On a table in one corner, which the count was requested to approach, stood several bottles of wine and brandy, 2 pistols, 2 rapiers, 2 swords, paper, and ink. About a score of peasants were at the windows of the tavern, which looked on to the yard. The count besought their pity. " These people want to murder me," he cried. " Save my life." " You are deceived, or else you desire to deceive," shouted Fabrizio, who was standing in the opposite corner of the courtyard, beside a table covered with weapons. He had taken off his coat, and his face was hidden under one of those wire masks used in fencing rooms. " I advise you," added Fabrizio, " to put on the wire mask you will find beside you, and then advance, either with a rapier or with pistols. As you were told yesterday morning, you have the choice of weapons." The count made endless difficulties, and seemed very unwilling to fight. Fabrizio, on his side, was afraid the police would arrive, although they were up in the mountains, and 5 full leagues from Bologna. He ended by hurling such frightful insults at his rival that he had the satisfaction of goading Count M into fury. He snatched up a rapier and advanced upon Fabrizio. The beginning of the fight was somewhat slack. After a few minutes it was interrupted by a great noise. Our hero had been quite conscious that he was undertaking an enterprise which might be made a subject of reproach, or at all events of slanderous imputations upon him, all through his life. He had sent Ludovico into the fields to beat up witnesses. Ludovico gave money to some strangers who were working in a neighbouring wood, and they hurried up shouting, under the impression that they were expected to kill an enemy of the man who had paid them. When they reached the inn, Ludovico begged them to watch with all their eyes, and see whether either of the young men did anything treacherous, or took any unfair advantage of the other. The fight, which had been checked for a moment by the peasants' shouts, again hung fire. Once more Fabrizio rained insults on the count's self-conceit. " Signor Conte," he cried, " when you are insolent you must be brave as well. I know that it is a hard matter for you. You would far rather pay other people to be brave." The count, stung to fresh fury, yelled out that he had been a constant frequenter of the fencing school at Naples, kept by the famous Battistino, and that he would soon chastise his opponent's impudence. Now that Count M 's fury had revived, he fought with tolerable resolution, but this did not prevent Fabrizio from giving him a fine sword thrust in the chest, which kept him several months in bed. As Ludovico bent over the count to put a temporary bandage on his wound, he whispered in his ear, " If you dare to let the police know of this duel, I will have you stabbed in your bed." Fabrizio fled to Florence. As he had remained in hiding at Bologna, it was not till he reached Florence that he received all the duchess's reproachful letters. She could not forgive him for coming to her concert, and not attempting to obtain speech of her. Fabrizio was delighted with Count Mosca's letters. They breathed frank friendship and the noblest feelings. He guessed that the count had written to Bologna to dispel the suspicions of him which the duel might have caused. The police behaved with perfect justice. It reported that 2 strangers, only one of whom, the wounded man, was recognised, Count M, had fought with rapiers in the presence of more than 30 peasants, joined, toward the end of the fight, by the village priest, who had unsuccessfully attempted to separate the combatants. As the name of Giuseppe Bossi had never been mentioned, Fabrizio ventured, before 2 months were out, to return to Bologna, more convinced than ever that he was fated never to make acquaintance with the noble and intellectual side of love. This he did himself the pleasure of explaining to the duchess in very lengthy terms. He was very tired of his lonely life, and passionately longed to go back to the delightful evenings he had spent with his aunt and the count. He had not tasted the delights of good company since he had parted from them. I have brought so much worry upon myself on account of the love I had hoped to enjoy, and of the Fausta," wrote he to the duchess, " that now, if her fancy still turned my way, I would not ride 20 leagues to claim the fulfilment of her bond. Therefore, have no fear, as you say you have, that I may go to Paris, where I see she is appearing with the most brilliant success. I would ride any possible number of leagues to spend an evening with you and with the count, who is always so good to his friends." Chapter 14. of The Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. While Fabrizio was prosecuting his search for love in a village near Parma, Rassi, all unconscious of his vicinity, continued dealing with the young man's case as if it had been that of a Liberal. He pretended that it was impossible to find any witnesses for the defence, or rather, he browbeat those he did find. Finally, after protracted and skilful labour, lasting nearly a year, the Marchesa Raversi, one Friday evening some 2 months after Fabrizio's last visit to Bologna, publicly announced in her drawing-room that on the very next day young Del Dongo's sentence, which had been pronounced just an hour before, would be presented for the prince's signature and would receive his approval. Within a very few minutes the duchess was apprised of her enemy's announcement. " The count's agents must serve him very ill," said she to herself. " Even this morning he thought the sentence could not be pronounced for another week. It would not break his heart, perhaps, to see my young grand vicar banished from Parma. But," she added, and she began to sing, " we shall see him come back, and he will be our archbishop some day." The duchess rang the bell. " Call all the servants together into the anteroom," said she to her footman, " even the cooks. Go to the commandant of the fortress, and get a permit from him for 4 post-horses, and see that those same horses are harnessed to my carriage before half an hour is out." All the waiting women in the house were busy packing trunks. The duchess hurriedly slipped on a travelling dress, all this without sending any warning to the count. The idea of making sport of him a little filled her with delight. " My friends," she said to the servants who were now assembled, " I have just heard that my poor nephew is about to be sentenced by default for having had the impudence to defend his life against a madman. It was Giletti who would have killed him. You have all of you had opportunities of seeing how gentle and inoffensive Fabrizio is by nature. Infuriated, as I have a right to be, by this vile insult, I start instantly for Florence. I leave each of you 10 years' wages. If you fall into difficulties, write to me, and as long as I have a sequin there will be something for you." The duchess thought exactly what she said, and at her last words her servants burst into tears. Her own eyes were wet, and she added in a voice that trembled with emotion, " Pray to God for me, and for Monsignore del Dongo, chief grand vicar of the diocese, who will be sentenced to morrow morning to the galleys, or, which would be less ridiculous, to the penalty of death." The servants' tears fell faster, and their sobs changed by degrees into shouts that were almost seditious. The duchess entered into her coach, and had herself driven to the prince's palace. In spite of the unwonted hour, she requested General Fontana, the aide-de-camp in waiting, to beg the prince to grant her an audience. The aide-de-camp observed, with great astonishment, that she was not in full court dress. As for the prince, he was not the least surprised, and even less displeased by the request for an audience. " Now we shall see tears shed by lovely eyes," said he to himself, rubbing his hands. " She comes to sue for mercy. This proud beauty is going to humble herself at last." And, indeed, she was quite unbearable with her little airs of independence. Whenever the smallest thing displeased her, those speaking eyes seemed always to tell me, " It would be far pleasanter to live at Naples or at Milan than in your little town of Parma." It is true I do not reign over Naples nor over Milan, but at any rate this fine lady is coming to beg me for something which depends on me alone, and which she pines to obtain. I have always thought that the nephew's arrival would help me to get something out of her. While the prince was smiling at his own thoughts, and indulging in these pleasing forecasts, he kept walking up and down his study, at the door of which General Fontana still stood, upright and stiff, like a soldier shouldering arms. When he saw the prince's shining eyes, and recollected the duchess's travelling garments, he felt convinced the monarchy was about to drop to pieces, and his astonishment exceeded all limits when he heard the prince address him thus: " You will ask the duchess to be good enough to wait for a quarter of an hour or so." The aide-de-camp turned to the right about, like a soldier on parade, and the prince smiled again. " Fontana is not accustomed," said he to himself, " to see the haughty duchess kept waiting. His face of astonishment, when he tells her to wait for a quarter of an hour, will pave the way for the affecting tears that will shortly be shed in this study." That quarter of an hour was an exquisite one to the prince. He walked up and down with steady and even step. He reigned in very deed. It is important that nothing should be said which is not perfectly correct. Whatever may be my feelings toward the duchess, I must not forget that she is one of the greatest ladies of my court. How did Louis XIV address the princesses, his daughters, when he had reason to be displeased with them? And his glance lingered on the great king's portrait. The comical thing was that the prince never thought of asking himself whether he should show mercy to Fabrizio, and what kind of mercy he should extend. At last, after the lapse of 20 minutes, the faithful Fontana appeared once more at the door, this time without saying a word. " The Duchess Sanseverina is permitted to enter," exclaimed the prince with a theatrical air. " Now the tears will begin," said he, and as though to prepare himself for the sight, he pulled out his own handkerchief. Never had the duchess looked so active or so pretty. She did not seem more than 25. When the poor aide-de-camp saw her float across the carpet, which her light foot hardly appeared to touch, he very nearly lost his head altogether. " I have all sorts of apologies to make to your most serene highness," said the duchess in her clear, blithe voice. " I've taken the liberty of presenting myself in a dress which is not exactly correct, but your highness has so accustomed me to your kindnesses that I have dared to hope you would grant me this favour." The duchess spoke rather slowly, so as to give herself time to enjoy the expression of the prince's countenance, which was exquisite, by reason of his overwhelming astonishment, and the remains of pomposity still indicated by the pose of his head and the position of his arms. The prince was thunderstruck. Every now and then he exclaimed, almost inarticulately, in his little shrill, unsteady voice, " What? What? " When the duchess had come to the end of her speech, she paused respectfully, as though to give him an opportunity of replying. Then she continued: " I venture to hope your most serene highness will pardon the incongruity of my costume." But even as she spoke the words, her mocking eyes shot out such brilliant shafts that the prince could not endure their glance. He stared at the ceiling, which, in his case, was always a sign of the most extreme embarrassment. " What? What? " said he again. Then he was lucky enough to think of a remark. " Duchess, pray be seated," and he himself offered her a chair, and with considerable grace. The duchess was not unmoved by this politeness, and her indignant glance softened. " What? What? " repeated the prince once more, fidgeting in his chair as though he could not settle himself firmly into it. " I am going to take advantage of the coolness of the night hours to travel by post," continued the duchess, " and as my absence may be of considerable duration, I would not leave your most serene highness's dominions without thanking you for all the kindness you have condescended to show me during the last 5 years." At these words the prince understood at last, and turned pale. No man in the world suffered more than he at the idea of having been mistaken in his forecast, but he took on an air of majesty quite worthy of the picture of Louis XIV which hung in front of him. " Ah, very good," thought the duchess, " this is a man." " And what may be the reason of this sudden departure ?" said the prince in a fairly steady voice. " The plan is an old one," replied the duchess, " and a petty insult which is being put on Monsignore del Dongo, who is to be sentenced either to death or to the galleys to morrow, has hastened my departure." " And to what town do you proceed ?"" To Naples, I think." Then, rising, she added, " All that now remains for me to do is to take leave of your most serene highness, and to thank you most humbly for your former kindnesses." Her tone was now so resolute that the prince clearly perceived that in 2 seconds everything would be over. Once the rupture of her departure had taken place, he knew any arrangement would be hopeless. She was not a woman to undo what she had once done. He hurried after her. " But you know very well, duchess," he said, taking her hand, " that I have always liked you, and that if you had chosen, that affection would have borne another name. A murder has been committed, that can not be denied. I employed my best judges to carry on the trial." At these words the duchess drew herself up to her full height. Like a flash, every semblance of respect, and even of urbanity, disappeared. The offended woman stood unveiled before him, and an offended woman speaking to a being whom she knew to be false. With an expression of the liveliest anger, and even scorn, she addressed the prince, laying stress on every word. " I am leaving your Most Serene Highness's dominions forever, so that I may never again hear the names of Rassi and of the other vile assassins who have passed sentence of death on my nephew, and on so many others. If your Most Serene Highness does not desire to mingle a feeling of bitterness with the memory of the last moments I have to spend in the presence of a prince who is both courteous and witty, when he is not deceived, I very humbly beseech your Highness not to remind me of those shameless judges who sell themselves for a decoration or for 1,000 crowns." The ring of nobility, and above all of truth, in her words, made the prince shiver. For a moment he feared his dignity might be compromised by a yet more direct assertion. But on the whole his sensation soon became one of pleasure. He admired the duchess; her whole person at that moment breathed a beauty that was sublime. " Good God, how beautiful she is !" said the prince to himself. " Something must be forgiven to such a woman. There is probably not another like her in Italy. Well, with a little careful policy, I may not find it impossible to make her my mistress some day. Such a creature would be very different from that doll-faced Balbi, who steals at least 300,000 francs a year from my poor subjects into the bargain. But did I hear aright? " thought he suddenly. " She said, ' sentenced my nephew and so many others.' " Then rage got the upper hand, and it was with a haughtiness worthy of his supreme position that the prince said, after a silence, " And what must be done to prevent the duchess from departing? "" Something of which you are not capable," replied the duchess, and the most bitter irony and the most open scorn rang in her voice. The prince was beside himself, but the habit of reigning with absolute authority had brought him strength to resist his first impulses. " I must possess this woman," thought he. " I owe it to myself. And then I must kill her with my scorn. If she leaves this study, I shall never see her again." But wild as he was at that moment with rage and hatred, how was he to pitch on a phrase which would at once fulfil what was due to himself, and induce the duchess not to forsake his court that instant? A gesture, thought he, can neither be repeated nor turned into ridicule, and he put himself between the duchess and the door of the room. Soon after he heard somebody tapping at the door. " Who is the damned fellow," he exclaimed, swearing with all the strength of his lungs, " who is the damned fellow who wants to intrude his idiotic person here?" Poor General Fontana put in a pale and completely puzzled countenance. " With a face like the face of a dying man," he murmured inarticulately, " His Excellency Count Mosca craves the honour of an audience." " Let him come in," shouted the prince, and as Mosca bowed before him, " Well," said he, " here is the Duchess Sanseverina, who says she is instantly leaving Parma to go and settle in Naples, and who has been making impertinent remarks to me into the bargain." " What !" said Mosca. " What ! You knew nothing about the plan of departure? "" Not a single word. When I left the duchess at 6 o'clock she was cheerful and gay." The words produced an incredible effect upon the prince. First of all he looked at Mosca, whose increasing pallor proved that he had spoken the truth, and had nothing to do with the duchess's sudden freak. " In that case," said he to himself, " she is lost to me forever. My pleasure and my vengeance both fly away together. At Naples she and her nephew Fabrizio will write epigrams on the mighty rages of the little Prince of Parma." Then he looked at the duchess. The most violent scorn and anger were struggling in her breast. Her eyes were riveted on Count Mosca, and the delicate lines of her beautiful mouth expressed the bitterest disdain. Her whole expression seemed to say, " Cringing courtier." " Thus," thought the prince after having scrutinized her, " I have lost the means of recalling her to my country. Once more, if she leaves the study at this moment, she is lost to me. God only knows what she will say about my judges at Naples, and with the wit and divine powers of persuasion Heaven has given her, she will make everybody believe her. Thanks to her, I shall bear the reputation of an undignified tyrant, who gets up in the night to look under his bed." Then, by a skilful manoeuvre, as if he were walking about to calm his agitation, the prince once more placed himself in front of the study door. The count was at his right, some 3 paces off, pale, discomposed, and trembling to such an extent that he was obliged to support himself by leaning on the back of the armchair which the duchess had occupied during the beginning of the audience, and which the prince had pushed away with an angry gesture. The count was in love. "If the duchess goes," he was saying to himself, "I shall follow her. But will she allow me to follow her? That is the question." On the prince's left the duchess stood erect, her arms folded tightly across her bosom, superbly angry, watching him. The brilliant colour which had lately flushed her beautiful face had faded into the deepest pallor. The prince's face, unlike those of the other 2 actors in the scene, was red, and he looked worried. His left hand convulsively jerked the cross fastened to the ribbon of his order, which he wore under his coat. His right hand caressed his chin. "What is to be done?" said he to the count, hardly knowing what he said, and carried away by his habit of consulting Mosca about everything. "Truly I know not, your most serene highness," said the count, like a man who was breathing out his last sigh. He could hardly speak the words. The tone of his voice was the first consolation to his wounded pride which the prince had enjoyed during the audience, and this small piece of good fortune inspired him with a remark that was very grateful to his vanity. "Well," said he, "I am the most sensible of us 3. I am willing to completely overlook my own position in the world. I shall speak as a friend." And he added, with a noble smile of condescension, a fine imitation of the good old times of Louis XIV, "as a friend speaking to his friends. Duchess," he added, "what must I do to induce you to forget this untimely decision?" "Truly I know not," said the duchess with a great sigh. "Truly I know not, so hateful is Parma to me." There was not the smallest epigrammatic intention in her words. Her sincerity was quite evident. The count turned sharply toward her. His courtier's soul was horrified. Then he cast a beseeching glance toward the prince. The prince paused for a moment. Then, turning with great dignity and calmness to the count, "I see," said he, "that your charming friend is quite beside herself. That is quite natural. She adores her nephew." Then to the duchess, speaking in the most gallant manner, and at the same time with the sort of air with which a man quotes the key word of a comedy, he added, "What must I do to find favour in those fair eyes?" The duchess had had time to reflect. In a slow and steady voice, as if she had been dictating her ultimatum, she replied, "Your Highness would write me a gracious letter, such as you so well know how to write, in which you would say that, not being convinced of the guilt of Fabrizio del Dongo, chief grand vicar to the archbishop, you will not sign the sentence when it is presented to you, and that these unjust proceedings shall have no further effect." "What? Unjust?" said the prince, reddening up to the whites of his eyes, and falling into a rage again. "That is not all," replied the duchess with all the dignity of a Roman matron. "This very evening, and," she added, looking at the clock, "it is already 11:15, this very evening your most serene highness would send word to the Marchesa Raversi that you advise her to go to the country to recover from the fatigue which a certain trial, of which she was talking in her drawing-room early this evening, must doubtless have caused her." The prince was raging up and down his study like a fury. "Did anyone ever see such a woman?" he cried. "She actually fails in respect to my person." The duchess replied with the most perfect grace, "Never in my life did it enter my head to fail in respect to your most serene highness. Your highness was so extremely condescending as to say that you would speak as a friend to his friends. And, indeed, I have no desire to remain in Parma," she added, shooting a glance of the most ineffable scorn at the count. That glance decided the prince, who had been hitherto very uncertain in his mind, although his words might have been taken to indicate an undertaking. But words meant little to him. A few more remarks were exchanged, but at last Count Mosca received orders to write the gracious note for which the duchess had asked. He omitted the sentence, "These unjust proceedings shall have no further effect." "It will be quite enough," said the count to himself, "if the prince promises not to sign the sentence when it is presented to him." As the prince signed the paper, he thanked him with a glance. The count made a great blunder. The prince was tired out, and he would have signed everything. He flattered himself he had got through the scene very well, and the whole matter was overshadowed in his mind by the thought, if the duchess goes away, the court will grow tiresome to me in less than a week. The count noticed that his master had corrected the date, and inserted that of the next day. He glanced at the clock. It was almost midnight. The correction only struck the minister as a proof of the prince's pedantic desire to show his exactness and careful government. As to the exile of the Marchesa Raversi, he made no difficulty at all. The prince took a particular delight in banishing people. " General Fontana !" he called out, half opening the door. The general appeared, wearing a face of such astonishment and curiosity that a swift glance of amusement passed between the count and the duchess, and in that glance peace was made between them. " General Fontana," said the prince, " you will get into my carriage, which is waiting under the colonnade. You will go to the Marchesa Raversi's house. You will send up your name. If she is in bed, you will add that you come from me. And when you reach her room, you will say these exact words and no others. Signora Marchesa Raversi, His Most Serene Highness invites you to depart to-morrow, before 8 o'clock in the morning, to your castle at Velleia. His Highness will inform you when you may return to Parma." The prince's eyes sought those of the duchess, who, without thanking him, as he had expected, made him an exceedingly respectful curtsy, and went swiftly out of the room. " What a woman !" said the prince, turning toward Count Mosca. The count, who was delighted at the Marchesa Raversi's exile, which immensely facilitated all his ministerial actions, talked for a full half hour, like the consummate courtier he was. His great object was to heal the sovereign's vanity, and he did not take leave until he had thoroughly convinced him that there was no finer page in the anecdotic history of Louis XIV than that which he had just furnished for his own future historians. When the duchess got home, she closed her doors, and gave orders that nobody was to be admitted, not even the count. She wanted to be alone, and to make up her mind as to what she ought to think of the scene that had just taken place. She had acted at random, just as her fancy led her at the moment. But whatever step she might have been carried away into undertaking, she would have adhered to it steadily. She never would have blamed herself, and much less repented, when her coolness had returned. It was to these characteristics that she owed the fact that she was still, at 36 years of age, the prettiest woman at the court. At that moment she was dreaming over all the charms Parma might possess, as she might have done on her way back there after a long absence. So sure had she been, from 9 to 11 o'clock, that she was about to leave the city forever. That poor dear count did cut a comical figure when he heard of my departure in the prince's presence. He really is a charming fellow, and one does not come across such a heart as his every day. He would have resigned all his portfolios to follow me. But then, for 5 whole years, he has never once had to complain of any want of attention on my part. How many regularly married women could say the same to their lord and master? I must admit there is no self-importance nor pedantry about him. He never makes me feel I should like to deceive him. He always seems ashamed of his power when he is with me. How droll he looked before his lord and master! If he were here I would kiss him, but nothing on earth would induce me to undertake the task of amusing a minister who has lost his portfolio. That is an illness which nothing but death can cure, and which kills other folks. What a misfortune it must be to be a minister when you are young! I must write to him. He must know this thing officially before he quarrels with his prince. But I was forgetting my poor servants. The duchess rang the bell. Her women were still busy filling trunks, the carriage was standing underneath the portico, and the men were packing it. All the servants who had no work to do were standing around the carriage with tearful eyes. Cecchina, the only person allowed to enter the duchess's room on solemn occasions, informed her mistress of all these details. " Send them upstairs," said the duchess. A moment later she herself went into the anteroom. " I have received a promise," said she, addressing them, " that the sentence against my nephew will not be signed by the sovereign," the Italian mode of expression. " I have put off my departure. We shall see whether my enemies have enough credit to get this decision altered." There was silence for a moment. Then the servants began to shout, " Long live our lady the duchess!" and clapped their hands furiously. The duchess, who had retired into the next room, reappeared, like a popular actress, dropped a little graceful curtsy to her people, and said, " My friends, I thank you." At that moment, on the slightest hint from her, they would all have marched in a body to attack the palace. She beckoned to one of her postilions, a former smuggler, and most trusty servant, who followed her out. " You must dress yourself as a well-to-do peasant. You must get out of Parma as best you can, then hire a sediola, and get to Bologna as quickly as possible. You will enter Bologna as if you were taking an ordinary walk, by the Florence gate, and you will deliver a packet, which Cecchina will give you, to Fabrizio, who is living at the Pellegrino. Fabrizio is in hiding there, and calls himself Signor Giuseppe Bossi. Do not betray him by any imprudence. Do not appear to know him. My enemies may set spies upon your heels. Fabrizio will send you back here in a few hours or a few days. It is on your way back, especially, that you must be careful not to betray him." " Ah, the Marchesa Raversi's servants, you mean," exclaimed the postilion. " We're ready for them, and if it were the signora's will, they should soon be exterminated." " Some day, perhaps, but for your life beware of doing anything without my orders." It was the copy of the prince's note that the duchess wanted to send to Fabrizio. She could not deny herself the pleasure of amusing him, and she added a few words concerning the scene of which the note had been the outcome. These few words swelled into a letter of 10 pages. She sent for the postilion again. " You cannot start," she said, " until 4 o'clock, when the gates open." " I thought I would get out by the main sewer. The water would be up to my chin, but I could get through." " No," said the duchess, " I will not let one of my most faithful servants run the risk of a fever. Do you know anyone in the archbishop's household?" " The second coachman is a friend of mine." " Here is a letter for the holy prelate. Slip quietly into his palace, and have yourself taken to his valet. I would not have his grace disturbed. If he is already shut up in his own room, spend the night at the palace, and as he always gets up at daybreak, send in to-morrow at 4 o'clock. Say you have been sent by me, ask the holy archbishop's blessing, give him this packet, and take the letters he may possibly give you to Bologna." The duchess was sending the archbishop the original of the prince's letter, requesting him, as the note concerned his chief grand vicar, to place it among the archiepiscopal archives, where she hoped her nephew's colleagues, the other grand vicars and canons, would take note of its existence. All this under seal of the most profound secrecy. The duchess wrote to Monsignore Landriani in a style of familiarity which was certain to delight that worthy man. Her signature took up 3 lines. The letter, couched in the most friendly terms, ended with the words, "Angelina Cornelia Isola Valserra del Dongo, Duchess Sanseverina." " I don't believe I have written my name in full," said the duchess, laughing, " since I signed my marriage contract with the poor duke. But it's trifles such as these that impress people, and common folk take caricature for beauty." She could not resist winding up her evening by yielding to the temptation of writing a tormenting letter to the poor count. She announced to him, officially, and for his guidance, so she expressed it, in his intercourse with crowned heads, that she did not feel herself equal to the task of entertaining a disgraced minister. " You are afraid of the prince," she wrote. " When you can no longer see him, shall you expect me to frighten you?" She dispatched the letter instantly. The prince, on his side, sent at 7 o'clock the next morning for Count Zurla, the Minister of the Interior, and said, " Give fresh and most stringent orders to every podesta to arrest Fabrizio del Dongo. I hear there is some chance that he may venture to reappear in my dominions. The fugitive is at Bologna, where he seems to brave the action of our law courts. You will therefore place police officers who are personally acquainted with his appearance. First, in the villages on the road from Bologna to Parma. Second, in the neighbourhood of the Duchess Sanseverina's house at Sacca and her villa at Castelnuovo. Third, all round Count Mosca's country house. I venture, Count, to rely on your great wisdom to conceal all knowledge of your sovereign's orders from discovery by Count Mosca. Understand clearly that I will have Fabrizio del Dongo arrested." As soon as this minister had departed, Rassi, the chief justice, entered the prince's study by a secret door, and came forward, bent well nigh double, and bowing at every step. The rascal's face was a study for a painter, worthy of all the vileness of the part he played, and while the swift and disturbed glance of his eye betrayed his consciousness of his own value, The grinning expression of arrogant self-confidence upon his lips showed that he knew how to struggle against scorn. As this individual is destined to exert great influence over Fabrizio's fate, I may say a word of him here. He was tall, with fine and very intelligent eyes, but his face was seamed by smallpox. As for intelligence, he had plenty of it, and of the sharpest. His thorough knowledge of legal matters was uncontested, but his strongest point was his resourcefulness. Whatever might be the aspect of a matter, he always, with the greatest ease and in the shortest space of time, discovered the most logical and well-founded means of obtaining a sentence or an acquittal. He was, above all things, a past master in attorney's tricks. This man, whose services mighty monarchs would have envied the Prince of Parma, had only one great passion — to talk familiarly with exalted personages, and entertain them with buffooneries. Little did he care whether the great man laughed at what he said, or at his own person, or even made disgusting jokes about his wife. So long as he saw him laugh, and was himself treated with familiarity, he was content. Sometimes, when the prince had exhausted all possible means of belittling his Chief Justice's dignity, he would kick him heartily. If the kicks hurt him, the Chief Justice would cry. But the instinct of buffoonery was so strong in him that he continued to prefer the drawing-room of a minister who scoffed at him to his own, where he held despotic sway over the whole legal profession. Rassi had made himself quite a peculiar position, owing to the fact that not the most insolent noble in the country could humiliate him. His vengeance for the insults showered on him all the day long consisted in retailing them to the prince, to whom he had acquired the privilege of saying everything. It is true that the prince's answer frequently consisted in a hearty box on the ear, which hurt him horribly, but to that he never took exception. The presence of the Chief Justice distracted the prince's thoughts in his hours of bad temper, and he would then amuse himself by ill-treating him. My readers will perceive that Rassi was almost the perfect man for a court. He had no honour and no humour. " Secrecy above all things !" exclaimed the prince, without any recognition of his salutation. The most courteous of men, as a rule, he treated Rassi like the merest varlet. " What is the date of your sentence? "" Yesterday morning, your most serene highness." " How many of the judges signed it? "" All 5. " And the penalty? "" 20 years in the fortress, as your most serene highness told me." " A death sentence would have horrified people," said the prince, as though talking to himself. " A pity. What a shock it would have been to that woman! But he is a Del Dongo, and the name is honoured in Parma because of the 3 archbishops who came almost one after the other." " 20 years in the fortress, you say? "" Yes, your most serene highness," replied Rassi, who was still standing doubled up in an attitude of obeisance, " to be preceded by a public apology before a portrait of your most serene highness, and besides, a fast of bread and water every Friday, and on the eves of all the chief feast days, because of the prisoner's notorious impiety. This with a view to the future, and to break the neck of his career." " Right," said the prince. His Most Serene Highness, having deigned to grant a favourable hearing to the very humble petitions of the Marchesa del Dongo, mother of the culprit, and the Duchess Sanseverina, his aunt, who have represented that at the period of the crime their son and nephew was very young, and carried away by his mad passion for the wife of the unfortunate Giletti, has condescended, notwithstanding his horror of the murder, to commute the penalty to which Fabrizio del Dongo has been condemned, to that of 12 years' detention in the fortress. " Give the paper to me to sign." The prince added his signature, and the date of the preceding day. Then, handing the sheet back to Rassi, he said, " Write just below my signature: ' The Duchess Sanseverina having once more cast herself at his Highness's feet, the prince has granted the culprit permission to walk for an hour every Thursday on the platform of the square tower, vulgarly called the Farnese Tower.' "" Sign that," said the prince, " and keep your lips sealed, whatever you may hear in town. You will tell Councillor de Capitani, who voted for 2 years' imprisonment, and even held forth in support of his ridiculous opinion, that I advise him to read over the laws and regulations. Now, silence again, and good night to you." Chief Justice Rassi made 3 deep bows, very slowly indeed, and the prince never even looked at them. All this happened at 7 o'clock in the morning. A few hours later, The news of the Marchesa Raversi's exile had spread all over the town and the cafes. Everybody was talking at once about the great event. For some time, thanks to the marchesa's banishment, that implacable enemy of small cities and small courts, known as boredom, fled from the town of Parma. General Fabio Conti, who had believed himself sure of the ministry, pretended he had the gout, and never showed his nose outside his fortress for several days. The middle class, and consequently the populace, concluded from current events that the prince had resolved to confer the archbishopric of Parma on Monsignore del Dongo. The more cunning cafe politicians went so far as to declare that Archbishop Landriani had been invited to feign serious illness and send in his resignation. He was to be compensated with a large pension charged on the tobacco duties. They were quite certain of this. The rumour reached the archbishop, who was very much disturbed, and for some days his zeal in our hero's cause was largely paralyzed in consequence. Some 2 months later this fine piece of news appeared in the Paris press, with the trifling alteration that it was Count Mosca, the Duchess Sanseverina's nephew, who was supposed to be likely to be appointed archbishop. Meanwhile, the Marchesa Raversi was raging at her country house at Velleia. There was nothing womanly about her. She was not one of those weak creatures who fancy they slake their vengeance when they pour out violent diatribes against their enemies. The very day after her disgrace, Cavaliere Riscara and 3 other friends of hers waited on the prince, and sued permission to go and see her in her country place. His Highness received these gentlemen with the utmost graciousness, and their arrival at Velleia was a great consolation to the marchesa. Before the second week was out, she had gathered quite 30 persons about her, all those who would have attained office in the Liberal government. Every evening the marchesa sat in council with the best informed of her adherents. One day, when she had received numerous letters from Parma and Bologna, she retired at a very early hour. Her favourite waiting woman introduced to her presence, first of all, her acknowledged lover, Count Baldi, a young man of great beauty and utter futility, and later on Cavaliere Riscara, who had been Baldi's predecessor. This last was a short man, dusky, both physically and morally speaking, who had begun life by teaching geometry in the Nobles' College at Parma, and was now a councillor of state and knight of several orders. " I have the good habit," said the marchesa to the 2 men, " of never destroying any paper, and it serves me well now. Here are 9 letters which the Sanseverina has written to me on various occasions. You will both of you start for Genoa. There, among the convicts at the galleys, you will seek out an ex-notary whose name is Burati, like the great Venetian poet, or it may be Durati. You, Count Baldi, will be pleased to sit down at my table and write at my dictation. An idea has just struck me, and I send you a word. I am going to my hut near Castelnuovo. If you like to come and spend 12 hours there with me, it will make me very happy. I do not think there is any great danger in this after what has happened. The clouds are growing lighter. Nevertheless, stop before you go into Castelnuovo. You will meet one of my servants on the road. They are all passionately devoted to you. Of course you will keep the name of Giuseppe Bossi for this little expedition. I am told you have a beard worthy of the most splendid Capuchin, and at Parma you have been only seen with the decent countenance of a grand vicar. Do you understand, Riscara? Perfectly. But the journey to Genoa is a quite unnecessary luxury. I know a man in Parma who has not been to the galleys yet, indeed, but who cannot fail to get there. He will forge the Sanseverina's handwriting in the most successful manner." At these words Count Baldi opened his fine eyes desperately wide. He was only beginning to understand. " If you know this worthy gentleman at Parma, whose interests you hope to advance," said the marchesa to Riscara, " he probably knows you too. His mistress, his confessor, his best friend may be bought by the Sanseverina. I prefer to delay my little joke for a few days, and run no risk whatever. Start within 2 hours, like 2 good little lambs. Don't see a soul at Genoa, and come back as quickly as you can." Cavaliere Riscara sped away, laughing, and talking through his nose like Pulcinello. " I must pack up," he cried, cantering off with the most ludicrous gestures. He wanted to leave Baldi alone with the fair lady. 5 days later, Riscara brought the marchesa back her lover, very stiff and sore. To save 6 leagues, he had made him cross a mountain on muleback. He swore nobody should ever catch him making a long journey again. Baldi brought the marchesa 3 copies of the letter she had dictated, and 6 others, in the same hand, of Riscara's composition, and which might come in usefully later. One of these letters contained some very pleasing jokes about the prince's terrors at night, and the deplorable thinness of his mistress, the Marchesa Balbi, who, so it declared, left a mark like that of a pair of tongs on the cushion of every armchair in which she sat. Anybody would have sworn these missives were all in the Duchess Sanseverina's handwriting. " Now," said the marchesa, " I know, without any possibility of doubt, that the duchess' best beloved, her Fabrizio, is at Bologna, or in the neighbourhood." " I am too ill," interrupted Count Baldi. " I beseech you to excuse me from making another journey, or at all events let me rest for a few days, and recover my health." " I will plead your cause," said Riscara. He rose, and said something to the marchesa in an undertone. " Very good, I consent to that," she answered with a smile. " Make your mind easy, you will not have to go away," said the marchesa to Baldi, with a somewhat scornful look. " Thanks," he cried, and his tone was heartfelt. Riscara did, in fact, start off alone, in a post chaise. He had hardly been 2 days at Bologna before he caught sight of Fabrizio and Marietta in a carriage. " The devil !" he cried. " Our future archbishop does not appear to deny himself any pleasure. This must be revealed to the duchess, who will be delighted." All Riscara had to do to discover Fabrizio's residence was to follow him there. The very next morning the post brought the young man the letter of Genoese manufacture. He thought it a little short, but no idea of suspicion occurred to him. The idea of seeing the duchess and the count again sent him frantic with delight, and in spite of all Ludovico's remonstrances, he hired a post horse and started off at a hand gallop. All unknown to himself, he was followed by Riscara, who, when he reached the posting station before Castelnovo, about 6 leagues from Parma, had the pleasure of seeing a crowd collected on the square in front of the local prison. Its doors had just closed upon our hero, who had been recognized, as he was changing horses, by 2 myrmidons of the law, chosen and sent out by Count Zurla. Riscara's small eyes twinkled with delight. With the most exemplary patience he verified every incident connected with the affair that had just taken place in the little village, and then sent off a messenger to the Marchesa Raversi. After which, by dint of walking about the streets as though to visit the church, a very interesting building, and to hunt up a picture by Parmegiano, which he had heard existed in the neighbourhood, he contrived to come across the podesta, who hastened to pay his respects to a councillor of state. Riscara appeared surprised that the podesta had not dispatched the conspirator, on whom he had so luckily laid his hand, straight to the citadel. " There is some risk," Riscara added unconcernedly, " that his many friends, who were out looking for him yesterday to help him get across the dominions of his Most Serene Highness, might meet the gendarmes. There were quite 12 or 15 of the rebels, all mounted." " Intelligenti pauca," explained the podesta, with a knowing look. Chapter 15. Of the Chartreuse of Parma by STENDHAL. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. 2 hours later, poor unlucky Fabrizio, securely handcuffed, and fastened by a long chain to his own sediola, into which he had been thrust, started for the citadel at Parma, under the guard of 8 gendarmes. These men had been ordered to collect all the gendarmes stationed in the villages through which the procession might pass as they went along, and the podesta himself attended the important prisoner. Toward 7 o'clock in the evening, the sediola, escorted by all the little boys in Parma, and guarded by 30 gendarmes, was driven across the beautiful promenade, past the little palace in which the Fausta had lived a few months previously, and stopped before the outer gate of the citadel, just as General Fabio Conti and his daughter were about to issue from it. The governor's carriage stopped before reaching the drawbridge, to allow the sediola to which Fabrizio was bound to pass across it. The general at once shouted orders to close the citadel gate, and hastened down to the doorkeeper's office to make inquiries. He was more than a little surprised when he recognized the prisoner, whose limbs had grown quite stiff from being bound to the sediola during the long journey. 4 gendarmes had picked him up, and were carrying him to the jailer's office. " It appears, then," said the self-sufficient governor to himself, " that the celebrated Fabrizio del Dongo, the man to whom the best society in Parma has seemingly sworn to devote its whole thoughts for the past year, is in my power." The general had met him a score of times, at court, in the duchess's house, and elsewhere, but he took good care to make no sign of recognition; he would have been afraid of compromising himself. " Draw up a most circumstantial report of the prisoner's delivery into my hands by the worthy podesta of Castelnuovo," he called out to the prison clerk. Barbone, the clerk in question, a most alarming looking person, with his huge beard and generally martial air, began to look even more self-important than usual. He might have been taken for a German jailer. Believing that it was the Duchess Sanseverina's influence which had prevented his master, the governor, from becoming Minister of War, he was even more insolent than usual to this particular prisoner, addressing him in the second person plural, which, in Italy, is the tense used in speaking to servants. " I am a prelate of the Holy Roman Church," said Fabrizio steadily, " and grand vicar of this diocese. My birth alone entitles me to respect." " I know nothing about that," replied the clerk impatiently. " Prove your assertions by producing the patents which give you a right to those highly respectable titles." Fabrizio had no patents to show, and held his peace. General Fabio Conti, standing beside the clerk, watched him write without raising his own eyes to the prisoner's face, so that he might not be obliged to say he really was Fabrizio del Dongo. Suddenly Clelia Conti, who was waiting in the carriage, heard a terrible noise in the guard-room. Barbone, after writing an insolent and very lengthy description of the prisoner's person, had ordered him to open his clothes, so that he might verify and note down the number and condition of the scratches he had received in his affair with Giletti. " I cannot," said Fabrizio with a bitter smile. " I am not in a position to obey this gentleman's orders. My handcuffs prevent it." " What !" cried the general. " The prisoner is handcuffed inside the fortress? That's against the rules. There must be a distinct order. Take off the handcuffs." Fabrizio looked at him. " Here's a pretty Jesuit," thought he to himself. " For the last hour he has been looking at me in these handcuffs, which make me horribly uncomfortable, and now he pretends to be astonished." The gendarmes at once removed the handcuffs. They had just found out that Fabrizio was the Duchess Sanseverina's nephew, and lost no time in treating him with a honeyed politeness which contrasted strongly with the clerk's rudeness. This seemed to annoy the clerk, and he said to Fabrizio, who had not moved, " Now then, make haste. Show us those scratches poor Giletti gave you at the time of his murder." With a bound, Fabrizio sprang upon the clerk, and gave him such a cuff that Barbone fell off his chair across the general's legs. The gendarmes seized Fabrizio's arms, but he did not move. The general himself, and the gendarmes who were close to him, hastily picked up the clerk, whose face was streaming with blood. Two others, who were standing a little farther off, ran to shut the office door, thinking the prisoner was trying to escape. The non-commissioned officer in command was convinced young Del Dongo could not make any very successful attempt at flight, seeing he was now actually within the citadel. But at any rate, with the instincts of his profession, and to prevent any scuffle, he moved over to the window. Opposite this open window, and about 2 paces from it, the general's carriage was drawn up. Clelia had shrunk far back within it, so as to avoid witnessing the sad scene that was being enacted in the office. When she heard all the noise, she looked out. " What is happening ?" said she to the officer. " Signorina, it is young Fabrizio del Dongo, who has just cuffed that impudent rascal Barbone." " What ! Is it Signor del Dongo who is being taken to prison ?"" Why, there's no doubt about that," said the officer. " It's on account of the poor fellow's high birth that there is so much ceremony. I thought the signorina knew all about it." Clelia continued to look out of the carriage window. Whenever the gendarmes round the table scattered a little, she could see the prisoner. " Who would have dreamed," thought she, " when I met him on the road near the Lake of Como, that the very next time I saw him he would be in this sad position. He gave me his hand then, to help me into his mother's coach. Even then he was with the duchess. Can their love story have begun at that time? My readers must be informed that the Liberal party, led by the Marchesa Raversi and General Conti, affected an absolute belief in the tender relations supposed to exist between Fabrizio and the duchess, and the gullibility of Count Mosca, whom it loathed, was a subject of never-ending pleasantry on its part. " Well," thought Clelia, " here he is a prisoner and the captive of his enemies. For, after all, Count Mosca, even if one takes him to be an angel, must be delighted at seeing him caught." A peal of loud laughter burst forth in the guardroom. " Jacopo," said she to the officer in a trembling voice, " what can be happening ?" The general asked the prisoner angrily why he struck Barbone, and Monsignor Fabrizio answered very coldly, " He called me a murderer. Let him show the patents which authorize him to give me that title," and then everybody laughed. Barbone's place was taken by a jailer who knew how to write. Clelia saw the clerk come out of the guardroom, mopping up the blood that streamed from his hideous face with his handkerchief. He was swearing like a trooper. " That damned Fabrizio," he shouted at the top of his voice, " shall die by no hand but mine. I'll cheat the executioner of his job," and so forth. He had stopped short between the guardroom window and the carriage to look at Fabrizio, and his oaths grew louder and deeper. " Be off with you," said the officer. " You have no business to swear in that way before the signorina." Barbone raised his head to glance into the carriage. His eyes and Clelia's met, and she could not restrain an exclamation of horror. She had never had so close a view of so vile a countenance. " He will kill Fabrizio," said she to herself. " I must warn Don Cesare." This was her uncle, one of the most respected priests in the town. His brother, General Conti, had obtained him the appointment of steward and chief chaplain of the prison. The general got back into his carriage. " Would you rather go home," said he to his daughter, " or sit and wait for me, perhaps for a long time, in the courtyard of the palace? I must go and report all this to the sovereign." Fabrizio, escorted by the gendarmes, was just leaving the guardroom to go to the room allotted to him. Clelia was looking out of the carriage; the prisoner was quite near her. Just at that moment she answered her father's question in these words: " I will go with you." Fabrizio, hearing them spoken so close to him, raised his eyes and met the young girl's glance. The thing that struck him most was the expression of melancholy on her face. " How beautiful she has grown since we met at Como," he thought. " What deep thoughtfulness in her expression! Those who compare her with the duchess are quite right. What an angelic face!" Barbone, the gory clerk, who had his own reason for keeping near the carriage, stopped the three gendarmes in charge of Fabrizio with a gesture, and then, slipping round the back of the carriage so as to get to the window on the general's side, he said: " As the prisoner has used violence within the citadel, would it not be well to put the handcuffs on him for 3 days, by virtue of Article 157 of the regulations?" " Go to the devil !" shouted the general, who saw difficulties ahead of him in connection with this arrest. He could not afford to drive either the duchess or Count Mosca to extreme measures, and besides, how was the count likely to take this business? After all, the murder of a man like Giletti was a mere trifle, and would have been nothing at all but for the intrigue that had been built upon it. During this short dialogue, Fabrizio stood, a superb figure, among the gendarmes. Nothing could exceed the pride and nobility of his mien. His delicate, well-cut features, and the scornful smile which hovered on his lips, contrasted delightfully with the common appearance of the gendarmes who stood round him. But all that, so to speak, was only the external part of his expression. Clelia's celestial beauty transported him with delight, and his eyes spoke all his surprise. She, lost in thought, had not withdrawn her head from the window. He greeted her with the most deferential of half smiles, and then, after an instant: " It strikes me, signorina, that some time ago, and near a lake, I had the honour of meeting you, attended by gendarmes." Clelia coloured, and was so confused that she could not find a word in reply. " How noble he looked among those rough men," she had been saying to herself, just when he spoke to her. The deep pity, and we might almost say emotion, that overwhelmed her, deprived her of the presence of mind which should have helped her to discover an answer. She became aware of her own silence, and blushed still more deeply. Just at this moment the bolts of the great gate of the citadel were shot back with much noise. Had not his Excellency's carriage been kept waiting for a minute at least? So great was the echo under the vaulted roof that even if Clelia had thought of any reply, Fabrizio would not have been able to hear her words. Whirled away by the horses, which had broken into a gallop as soon as they had crossed the drawbridge, Clelia said to herself, " He must have thought me very absurd." And then, suddenly, she added, " Not absurd only, he must have thought me a mean-souled creature. He must have fancied I did not return his salutation because he is a prisoner and I am the governor's daughter." This idea threw the high-minded young girl into despair. " What makes my behaviour altogether degrading," she added, " is that when we first met, long ago, and also attended by gendarmes, as he said, it was I who was a prisoner, and he rendered me a service, and helped me out of a great difficulty. Yes, I must acknowledge it, my behaviour lacks nothing, it is full of vulgarity and ingratitude. Alas for this poor young fellow! Now that misfortune has overtaken him, every one will be ungrateful to him. I remember he said to me then, ' Will you remember my name at Parma?' How he must despise me now! I might so easily have said a civil word. Yes, I must acknowledge it, my conduct to him has been abominable. But for his mother's kindly offer to take me in her carriage, I should have had to walk after the gendarmes through the dust, or, which would have been far worse, to ride on horseback behind one of the men. Then it was my father who was arrested, and I who was defenceless. Yes, indeed, there is nothing lacking to my behaviour, and how bitterly such a being as he must have felt it. What a contrast between his noble face and my actions! What dignity! What composure! How like a hero he looked, surrounded by his vile enemies! I can understand the duchess's passion for him now. If this is the effect he produces in the midst of a distressing event, which must lead to terrible results, what must he be when his heart is full of happiness?" The governor's carriage waited for more than an hour in the courtyard of the palace, and yet, when the general came down from the prince's study, Clelia did not think he had stayed too long. " What is his Highness's will ?" inquired Clelia. " His lips said imprisonment, but his eyes said death." " Death ! Great God !" exclaimed Clelia. " Come, come, hold your tongue," said the general angrily. " What a fool I am to answer a child's questions." Meanwhile Fabrizio had climbed the 380 steps which led to the Farnese Tower, a new prison built at an immense height on the platform of the great tower. He never gave one thought, one distinct thought at all events, to the great change which had just taken place in his life. " What eyes," he kept saying to himself, " how much they express! What depths of pity! She seemed to be saying, ' Life is such a vale of misery, don't grieve too much over what happens to you. Are we not sent here on earth to be unhappy?' How those lovely eyes of hers gazed at me, even when the horses moved forward so noisily under the arch! Fabrizio was quite forgetting to be miserable. That night Clelia accompanied her father to several great houses. In the earlier part of the evening nobody knew anything about the arrest of the great culprit. This was the name the courtiers bestowed on the rash and unlucky young man only 2 hours later. That evening it was noticed that Clelia's face showed more animation than usual. Now, animation, the air of taking an interest in what was going on about her, was the one thing generally wanting to this beautiful creature. When comparisons were drawn between her beauty and that of the duchess, it was this unmoved appearance, this look of being above everything, which turned the scale in her rival's favour. In England or France, the homes of vanity, this opinion would probably have been completely reversed. Clelia Conti was a young girl, too slight as yet to permit of her being compared to Guido's exquisite figures. We will not conceal the fact that, according to the rules of antique beauty, her features were somewhat too strongly marked. Her lips, for instance, exquisitely graceful as their outline was, were somewhat too full. The delightful peculiarity of her face, that shone with the artless charm and celestial impress of the noblest nature, was that in spite of its rare and most extraordinary beauty, it bore no resemblance whatever to the heads of the old Greek statues. The beauty of the duchess, on the other hand, was almost too much on the lines of the recognised ideal, and her essentially Lombard type recalled the voluptuous smile and tender melancholy of Leonardo da Vinci's pictures of the fair Herodias. While the duchess was sprightly, bubbling over with wit and merriment, interesting herself personally, if I may so say, in every subject which the current of conversation brought before her mental eye, Clelia, to an equal extent, was calm and slow to betray emotion, either because she scorned her surroundings, or because she regretted some absent dream. For a long time it had been believed she would end by embracing the religious life. She was now 20. She disliked going to balls, and when she did accompany her father to such gathering, she did it in obedience to his command, and in order to serve the interests of his ambition. " Will it really never be possible for me," the vulgar-minded general would often think, " to turn this daughter of mine, the most beautiful and most virtuous creature in our sovereign's dominions, to some account for my own advancement? My life is too isolated. I have nobody but her in the whole world, and a family which would give me social support is a necessity to me, in order that in a certain number of houses my worth, and above all my fitness for ministerial functions, may be accepted as the indispensable basis of every political argument. Well, my daughter, beautiful, good, and pious as she is, loses her temper whenever any young man in a good position about court attempts to induce her to accept his advances. As soon as the suitor is dismissed, she takes a less gloomy view of his character, and she is almost gay until another marrying man puts in an appearance. The handsomest man at court, Count Baldi, paid his addresses, and failed to please her. The wealthiest man in his Highness's dominions, the Marchese Crescenzi, has succeeded him. She vows he would make her wretched. At other times the general would muse thus: " There is no doubt about it, my daughter's eyes are much finer than the duchess's, especially because their expression now and then is infinitely deeper. But when is that splendid expression of hers to be seen? Never in a drawing-room, where it might make her fortune, but when we are out of doors, and she is moved to pity, for instance, by the sufferings of some wretched rustic. Pray keep some memory of that splendid glance for the drawing-rooms in which we shall appear to-night, I sometimes say to her. Not a bit of it. If she does condescend to go out with me, her pure and noble countenance bears a somewhat haughty, and anything but encouraging, expression of passive obedience." The general had spared no pains, as my readers will perceive, to provide himself with a suitable son-in-law, but he spoke the truth. Courtiers, having nothing to look at within their own souls, are very observant of external matters. The Parmese courtiers had remarked that it was especially when Clelia could not persuade herself to cast off her beloved reveries, and feign interest in outside things, that the duchess was fond of hovering near her, and tried to make her talk. Clelia had fair hair, which contrasted very softly with her delicate colouring, somewhat too pale, as a general rule. A careful observer would have judged, from the very shape of her forehead, that her look of dignity and her general demeanour, so far above any vulgar seeking after graceful effect, were the outcome of her profound indifference to all vulgar things. They arose from an absence of any interest in anything, not from any incapacity for such interest. Since her father had held the governorship of the citadel, Clelia had lived happy, or at all events free from sorrow, in her rooms in that lofty building. The huge number of steps leading to the governor's palace, which stood on the terrace of the great tower, kept away tiresome visitors, and for this reason Clelia enjoyed a quite conventual freedom. This almost constituted the ideal of happiness which she had once thought of seeking in the religious life. A sort of horror seized her at the very idea of placing her beloved solitude and her inmost thoughts at the mercy of a young man whose title of husband would give him the right to disturb her whole inner life. If her solitude had not brought her happiness, it had at all events enabled her to avoid sensations which would have been too painful. The day Fabrizio had been taken to the fortress, the duchess met Clelia at a party given by the Minister of the Interior, Count Zurla. There was a ring of admirers round them. That evening Clelia looked even more beautiful than the duchess. There was a look in the young girl's eyes so strange, so deep, as to be well nigh indiscreet. There was pity in that look. There was indignation, too, and anger. The gay talk and brilliant fancies of the duchess seemed at moments to throw Clelia into a state of distress which almost amounted to horror. What sobs and moans that poor woman will pour out when she hears that her lover, that noble-hearted and noble-looking young man, has been cast into prison, and the sovereign's eyes that condemned him to death. O absolute power, when wilt thou cease to crush our Italy? O vile base beings! And I am a jailer's daughter, and I did not fail to act up to that noble part when I would not condescend to answer Fabrizio, and once he was my benefactor. What can he think of me now, as he sits alone in his room beside his little lamp?" Sickened by the thought, Clelia gazed with horror in her eyes round the minister's splendidly lighted rooms. " Never," whispered the circle of courtiers who gathered round the two reigning beauties, and strove to join in their conversation, " never have they talked together so eagerly, and at the same time with such an air of intimacy. Can it be that the duchess, who is always trying to soothe the hatreds roused by the Prime Minister, has pitched on some great marriage for Clelia?" This conjecture was strengthened by a circumstance which had never, hitherto, been noticed at court. There was more light, so to speak, more passion in the young girl's eyes than in those of the lovely duchess. She, on her side, was astonished, and to her credit we may say it, delighted, by the new charms she was discovering in the youthful recluse. For over an hour she had been gazing at her with a pleasure such as is not often felt at the sight of a rival. " But what can be happening ?" wondered the duchess. " Never has Clelia looked so lovely, and, I may say, so touching. Can it be that her heart has spoken? But if it be so, her love is an unhappy one. There is a gloomy pain at the bottom of this new found animation. But an unhappy love keeps silence. Is she trying to tempt back some faithless swain by her social successes?" And the duchess scrutinized all the young men standing round. She noted no very striking expression in any one of them. They all wore the same appearance of more or less self-satisfied conceit. " There is some miracle here," thought the duchess, nettled at not being able to guess what it all meant. " Where is Count Mosca, that cleverest of beings? No, I am not mistaken. Clelia certainly does look at me as if I had roused quite a new sense of interest in her. Is it the result of this bestowal of some order on that crawling courtier, her father? I fancied her young and high-souled nature incapable of descending to matters of pecuniary gain. Can General Fabio Conti have any important request to make to the count?" Toward 10 o'clock one of the duchess's friends came up to her and murmured something in a low voice. She turned very white. Clelia took her hand and ventured to squeeze it. " I thank you, and now I understand you. You have a noble heart," said the duchess with a great effort. She was hardly able to say the few words. She smiled profusely at the lady of the house, who left her seat to conduct her to the door of the outer drawing room. Such an honour was due to princesses of the blood only, and the duchess felt its cruel irony in connection with her present position. So she smiled and smiled to the Countess Zurla, but though she tried desperately hard, she could not articulate a single word. Clelia's eyes filled with tears as she watched the duchess pass out of the rooms, crowded with all the most brilliant society of the city. " What will become of that poor woman," she thought, " when she finds herself alone in her carriage? It would be indiscreet of me to offer to go with her. I dare not. How it would console the poor prisoner, sitting in some miserable room, if he could know how deeply he is loved! Into what horrible solitude they have cast him! And we are here, in these brightly lighted rooms. It is monstrous. Could I find means of sending him a line? Good heavens, that would be to betray my father. His position between the two parties is so delicate. What will become of him if he exposes himself to the hatred of the duchess, who rules the Prime Minister, the master of 3 parts of the business of the state? And then, the prince keeps a close eye on everything that happens in the fortress, and he will have no joking on that subject. Terror makes people cruel. In any case, Fabrizio — Clelia had ceased saying Monsignore del Dongo — is far more to be pitied. He has much more at stake than the mere danger of losing a lucrative appointment. And the duchess — what a frightful passion love is! And yet all these liars in society talk of it as a source of happiness. One hears old women pitied because they can no longer feel love, nor inspire it. Never shall I forget what I have just seen, that sudden change. How the duchess's eyes, so lovely, so shining, grew sad and dim after the Marchese N whispered those fatal words in her ear. Fabrizio must be very worthy to be so much loved. Amid these very serious reflections, which quite filled Clelia's mind, the complimentary remarks around her were more offensive to her than ever. To escape them, she moved toward an open window, half shaded by a silken curtain. She had a hope that no one would dare to follow her into this retreat. The window opened on a little grove of orange trees, planted in the ground. As a matter of fact, it was unnecessary to roof them over every winter. Clelia breathed the perfume of the flowers with the greatest delight, and with this enjoyment a certain amount of peace came back into her heart. " I thought him a very noble-looking fellow," she mused. " But imagine his inspiring so remarkable a woman with such a passion. She has had the glory of refusing the prince's own advances, and if she had condescended to desire it, she might have been the queen of these dominions. My father says that the sovereign's passion was so great that he would have married her if ever he had been free. And this love of hers for Fabrizio has lasted so long, for it is quite 5 years since we met them near the Lake of Como. Yes, quite 5 years," she reiterated after a moment's thought. " It struck me even then, when so many things were unperceived by my childish eyes, how both these ladies seemed to admire Fabrizio." Clelia noticed with delight that none of the young men who were so eager to talk to her had ventured to come near her balcony. One of them, the Marchese Crescenzi, had made a few steps in her direction, and then had stopped beside a card table. " If only," she said, " I could see some pretty orange trees like these out of my window in the palace in the fortress, the only one which has any shade at all, my thoughts might be less sad. But there is nothing to be seen but those great hewn stones of the Farnese Tower. Ah," she said, starting, " perhaps that is where they have put him. How I long for a talk with Don Cesare! He will be less strict than the general. My father will certainly tell me nothing as we drive back to the fortress, but I shall get everything out of Don Cesare. I have some money. I might buy a few orange trees and set them under the window of my aviary, so that they would prevent me from seeing the great walls of the Farnese Tower. How much more I shall hate them now that I know one of the persons shut up within them. Yes, this is the 3rd time I have seen him, once at court, at the princess's birthday ball, to-day standing with 3 gendarmes round him, while that horrible Barbone was asking that the handcuffs might be put upon him, and then that time at the Lake of Como. That is quite 5 years ago. What a young rascal he looked then! How he looked at the gendarmes, and how strangely his mother and his aunt looked at him! There was some secret that day, certainly, something they were hiding among themselves. I had an idea at the time that he, too, was afraid of the gendarmes." Clelia shuddered. But how ignorant I was! No doubt, even then, the duchess was interested in him. How he made us laugh after a few minutes, when, in spite of their evident anxiety, the 2 ladies had grown somewhat accustomed to a stranger's presence. And this evening I could not answer anything he said to me. Oh, ignorance and timidity, how often you resemble the vilest things on earth! And that is my case even now, when I am past 20. I was quite right to think of taking the veil. I am really fit for nothing but the cloistered life. Worthy daughter of a jailer, he must have said to himself. He despises me, and as soon as he is able to write to the duchess, he will tell her of my unkindness. And the duchess will think me a very deceitful girl, for this evening she may have believed I was full of sympathy for her misfortune." Clelia perceived that somebody was drawing near, with the apparent intention of standing beside her on the iron balcony in front of the window. This vexed her, though she reproached herself for the feeling. The dreams thus disturbed were not devoid of a certain quality of sweetness. " Here comes some intruder. I'll give him a cold reception," she thought. She turned her head with a scornful glance, and perceived the archbishop's timorous figure edging toward her balcony by almost invisible degrees. " This holy man has no knowledge of the world," thought Clelia to herself. " Why does he come and disturb a poor girl like me? My peace is the only thing I have." She was greeting him with a respect not untinged with haughtiness, when the prelate spoke. " Signorina, have you heard the dreadful news? " The expression of the young girl's eyes had completely changed already, but, obedient to her father's instructions, reiterated 100 times over, she replied with an air of ignorance, which her eyes utterly belied, " I have heard nothing, monsignore." " My chief grand vicar, poor Fabrizio del Dongo, who is no more guilty of the death of that ruffian Giletti than I am, has been carried off from Bologna, where he was living under the name of Giuseppe Bossi, and shut up in your citadel. He arrived there chained to the carriage which brought him. A kind of jailer of the name of Barbone, who was pardoned years ago after having murdered one of his own brothers, tried to use personal violence to Fabrizio, but my young friend is not a man to endure an insult. He threw the vile fellow on the ground, and was immediately carried down to a dungeon, 20 feet below the earth, with handcuffs on his wrists." " Not handcuffs, no." " Ah, you know something," exclaimed the archbishop, and the old man's features lost their expression of deep despondency. " But before all things, since somebody might come near this balcony and interrupt us, would you do me the charity of giving Don Cesare this pastoral ring of mine with your own hands?" The young girl had taken the ring, and did not know where to bestow it, so as to avoid the risk of losing it. " Put it on your thumb," said the archbishop, and he slipped it on himself. " May I rely on your giving him this ring? "" Yes, monsignore." " Will you promise me secrecy as to what I am going to add, even if you should not think it proper to grant my request? "" Yes, indeed, monsignore," replied the young girl, alarmed by the grave and gloomy aspect assumed by the old man. " Our honoured archbishop," she added, " can give me no orders that are not worthy of himself and of me." " Tell Don Cesare that I recommend my adopted son to his care. I know that the police officers who carried him off did not even give him time to take his breviary. I beg Don Cesare to give him his own, and if your uncle will send to morrow to the palace, I undertake to replace the book given by him to Fabrizio. I also beg Don Cesare to pass on the ring, now on your pretty hand, to Monsignore del Dongo." The archbishop was here interrupted by General Fabio Conti, who came to fetch his daughter and take her to her carriage. A short conversation ensued, during which the prelate showed himself to be not devoid of cunning. Without referring in the smallest degree to the newly made prisoner, he contrived that the current of talk should lead up to his own enunciation of certain political and moral sentiments, as, for instance: " There are certain critical moments in court life which decide the existence of important personages for considerable periods. It would be eminently imprudent to transform a condition of political coolness, which is a frequent and very simple result of party opposition, into a personal hatred." Then the archbishop, somewhat carried away by the great grief which this unexpected arrest had occasioned him, went so far as to say that while a man must certainly preserve the position he enjoyed, it would be wanton imprudence to bring down desperate hatreds on his own head, by allowing himself to be drawn into certain things which never could be forgotten. When the general was in the coach with his daughter, " These may be called threats," he cried, " threats to a man like me." Not another word was exchanged between father and daughter during their 20 minutes' drive. When Clelia had received the pastoral ring from the archbishop, she had fully determined that when she was in the carriage with her father she would speak to him of the trifling service the prelate had asked of her. But when she heard the word " threats," and the furious tone in which it was uttered, she became convinced that her father would intercept the message. She hid the ring with her left hand, and clasped it passionately. All the way from the minister's house to the citadel she kept asking herself whether it would be a sin not to speak to her father. She was very pious, very timid, and her heart, usually so quiet, was throbbing with unaccustomed violence. But the challenge of the sentinel on the rampart above the gate rang out over the approaching carriage before Clelia could pitch on words appropriate to persuade her father not to refuse, so great was her fear that he might do so. Neither could she think of any as she climbed the 380 steps which led up to the governor's palace. She lost no time in speaking to her uncle. He scolded her, and refused to have anything to do with the business. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Chartreuse of Parma by STENDHAL. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. " Well," cried the general, as soon as he caught sight of his brother Don Cesare, " here is the duchess ready to spend 100,000 crowns to make a fool of me and save the prisoner. But for the present we must leave Fabrizio in his prison, high up in the citadel of Parma. He is well guarded there, and when we come back we shall find him safe enough, though perhaps a trifle changed. We must now turn all our attention to the court, where his fate is to be decided by the most complicated intrigues, and above all by the passions of a most unhappy woman." As Fabrizio, watched by the governor, climbed the 380 steps which led to his dungeon in the Farnese Tower, he felt, greatly as he had dreaded that moment, that he had no time to think of his misfortune. When the duchess reached home after leaving Count Zurla's party, she waved her women from her, and then, throwing herself fully dressed upon her bed, she moaned aloud. " Fabrizio is in the hands of his enemies, and because of me, perhaps they will poison him." How can I describe the moment of despair which followed this summing up of the situation in the heart of a woman so unreasonable, so enslaved by the sensation of the moment, and, though she did not acknowledge it to herself, so desperately in love with the young prisoner? There were inarticulate exclamations, transports of rage, convulsive movements, but not one tear. She had sent away her women that they might not see her weep. She had thought she must burst into sobs the moment she was left alone. But tears, the first relief of a great sorrow, were denied her utterly. Her haughty soul was too full of rage, indignation, and the sense of her own inferiority to the prince. " Is this not humiliation enough ?" she cried. " I am insulted, and what is far worse, Fabrizio's life is risked. And shall I not avenge myself? Beware, my prince, you may destroy me, so be it. That is in your power. But after you have done it, I will have your life. Alas, my poor Fabrizio, and what good will that do you? What a change from the day on which I was about to leave Parma! And yet I thought myself unhappy then. What blindness! I was on the point of breaking up all the habits of a pleasant life. Alas, all unknowingly, I stood on the brink of an event which was to settle my fate forever. If the count's vile habits of slavish toadyism had not made him suppress the words ' unjust proceedings ' in that fatal note which I had wrung from the prince's vanity, we should have been safe. More by good luck than by good guidance, I must acknowledge, I had nettled his vanity about his beloved city of Parma. Then it was I who threatened to depart. Then I was free. My God, now I am nothing but a slave. Here I lie, nailed to this vile sewer, and Fabrizio lies chained in the citadel, that citadel which has been death's antechamber to so many men. And I can no longer hold that wild beast by his fear of seeing me forsake his lair. He is too clever not to feel that I shall never go far from the hateful tower to which my heart is fettered. The man's wounded vanity may inspire him with the most extraordinary notions. Their whimsical cruelty would only tickle his astounding vanity. If he puts forward his nauseous attempts at love-making again, if he says, ' Accept the homage of your slave, or else Fabrizio dies,' well, then, it will be the old story of Judith. Yes, but though that would be suicide for me, it would be murdering Fabrizio. That booby who would come after him, our Prince Royal, and Rassi, his infamous torturer, would hang Fabrizio as my accomplice." The duchess cried out in her distress. This alternative, from which she could see no escape, put her agonized heart to torture. Her bewildered mind could see no other probability in the future. For some 10 minutes she tossed about like a madwoman. This horrible restlessness was followed at last, for a few moments, by the slumber of exhaustion. She was worn out. But in a few minutes she woke again, with a start, and found herself sitting on her bed. She had fancied the prince was cutting off Fabrizio's head before her very eyes. The duchess cast distracted glances all about her. When she had convinced herself at last that neither the prince nor Fabrizio were in her presence, she fell back upon her bed and very nearly fainted. So great was her physical weakness that she had not strength to alter her position. " Oh, God, if I could only die !" she said. " But what cowardice! Could I forsake Fabrizio in his misfortunes? My brain must be failing. Come, let me look at the truth. Let me coolly consider the horrible position into which I have sprung, as though to please myself. What mad folly to come and live at the court of an absolute prince, a tyrant who knows every one of his victims. To him every glance they give seems a threat against his own power. Alas, neither the count nor I thought of that when I left Milan. All I considered were the attractions. A pleasant court, something inferior, indeed, still somewhat resembling the happy days under Prince Eugene. One has no idea at a distance of what the authority of a despot, who knows all his subjects by sight, really means. The external forms of despotism are the same as those of other governments. There are judges, for instance, but they are men like Rassi. The monster! He would not think it the least odd to hang his own father at the prince's order. He would call it his duty. I might buy over Rassi, but, unhappy that I am, I have no means of doing it. What have I to offer him? 100,000 francs, perhaps. And the story goes that when Heaven's wrath against this unhappy country last saved him from a dagger thrust, the prince sent him 10,000 gold sequins in a casket. And besides, what sum of money could possibly tempt him? That grovelling soul, which has never read anything but scorn in other men's eyes, has the pleasure now of being looked at with fear, and even with respect. He may become minister of police, and why not? Then 3/4 of the inhabitants of the country will pay him abject court, and tremble before him as slavishly as he himself trembles before the sovereign. As I cannot fly this odious place, I must be useful to Fabrizio. If I live on alone, solitary, despairing, what then am I to do for Fabrizio? No, forward, miserable woman, do your duty. Go out into the world. Pretend you have forgotten Fabrizio. Pretend to forget you, dear angel?" At the words, the duchess burst into tears. She could weep at last. After an hour, claimed by the natural weakness of humanity, she became aware, with some sense of consolation, that her ideas were beginning to grow clearer. " If I had a magic carpet," said she, " if I could carry off Fabrizio from the citadel, and take refuge with him in some happy country where they could not pursue us, in Paris, for instance, we should have the 1,200 francs his father's agent sends me with such comical regularity, to live on at first, and I am sure I could get together another 300,000 out of the remains of my fortune." The imagination of the duchess dwelt with inexpressible delight upon all the details of the life she would lead 300 leagues from Parma. There, thought she to herself, he might enter the army under an assumed name. In one of those brave French regiments, young Valserra would soon make himself a reputation, and he would be happy at last. These dreams of delight brought back her tears again, but this time they were softer. There was still such a thing as happiness, then, somewhere. This frame of mind continued for a long time. The poor woman shrank with horror from the contemplation of the terrible reality. At last, just as the dawn began to show a white light above the tree tops in her garden, she made a great effort. " Within a few hours," said she to herself, " I shall be on the battlefield. I shall have to act, and if anything irritating should happen to me, if the prince took it into his head to say anything about Fabrizio, I am not sure that I shall be able to keep my self-control. Therefore, here and without delay, I must take my resolution. If I am declared a state criminal, Rassi will seize everything there is in the palace. On the 1st of the month, the count and I, according to our custom, burned all the papers of which the police might take advantage, and he is minister of police, there lies the beauty of the joke. I have 3 rather valuable diamonds. To-morrow, Fulgencio, my old boatman from Grianta, shall go to Geneva and place them in safekeeping. If ever Fabrizio escapes, oh God, be favourable to me." And she crossed herself. The Marchese del Dongo will perceive, in his unspeakable meanness, that it is a sin to provide support for a man who has been prosecuted by a legitimate prince. Then Fabrizio will get my diamonds, and so he will have bread at all events. I must dismiss the count. After what has happened, I could never bear to be alone with him again. Poor fellow, he is not wicked, far from it, he is only weak. His commonplace soul cannot rise to the height of ours. My poor Fabrizio, would you could be with me for an instant, so that we might take counsel together about our danger. The count's scrupulous prudence would interfere with all my plans, and besides, I must not drag him down into my own ruin. For why should not that tyrant's vanity make him cast me into prison? I shall have conspired. What is more easy to prove? If he would only send me to his citadel, and I could contrive to buy even one instant's conversation with Fabrizio, how bravely we would go to death together. But a truce to such folly. His Rassi would advise him to get rid of me by poison. My appearance in the streets, dragged along in a cart, might touch the hearts of his dear subjects. But what, more fancies? Alas, such foolery must be forgiven to a poor woman whose real fate is so sad. The truth in all this is that the prince will not send me to death, but nothing would be easier for him than to cast me into prison and keep me there. He can have all sorts of compromising papers hidden in a corner of my palace, as was done in the case of poor so-and-so. Then 3 judges, who need not be too great rogues, for there will be authentic evidence, and a dozen false witnesses will do the rest. Thus I may be sentenced to death for conspiracy, and the prince, in his boundless mercy, and considering that I had formerly had the honour of being received by him, will commute the penalty to 10 years in the fortress. But I, not to belie the violent character which has drawn so many foolish remarks from the Marchesa Raversi and my other enemies, shall coolly poison myself. So, at least, the public will kindly believe. But I will undertake that Rassi will make his appearance in my dungeon, and politely offer me a phial of strychnine or laudanum in the prince's name. Yes, I must have a very open rupture with the count, for I will not drag him down with my own fall. That would be infamy. The poor man has loved me so sincerely. It was my own folly which led me to believe any true courtier's soul had room in it for love. The prince will very probably find some pretext for throwing me into prison. He will be afraid of my perverting public opinion with regard to Fabrizio. The count has a deep sense of honour. That instant he will do what the court hangers-on, in their overwhelming astonishment, will style an act of madness. He will leave the court. I braved the prince's authority the night he wrote that note. I must be prepared for anything from his wounded self-love. Can a man who was born a prince ever forget the sensation I gave him that evening? And besides, if the count is at variance with me, he will be in a better position to serve Fabrizio. But supposing the count, whom my decision will throw into despair, were to avenge himself? But that is an idea that would not occur to him. He is not an intrinsically mean man, like the prince. The count may countersign an infamous decree and groan as he does it, but he is honourable. And then what should he avenge? The fact that after having loved him for 5 years, and never having given his love a single cause for complaint, I say to him, "Dear Count, I was happy enough to love you. Well, the flame has burned out. I do not love you any more. But I know the very bottom of your heart, I have the deepest regard for you, and you will always be the dearest of my friends." What reply can an honourable gentleman make to such a declaration? I will take a new lover, or, at all events, the world will think so. I will say to that lover, "After all, the prince is quite right to punish Fabrizio's blunder. But on his fete day, our gracious sovereign will, no doubt, set him at liberty. Thus I shall gain 6 months. This new lover, whom prudence recommends, should not be that venal judge, that vile torturer, Rassi. He would be ennobled, and as a matter of fact, I should give him the entree into the best society. Forgive me, Fabrizio, dearest, that effort is beyond my powers. What, that monster, still stained with the blood of Count So-and-so and of So-and-so? I should swoon with horror if he came near me. Or rather, I should seize a knife and plunge it into his vile heart. Ask me not things which are impossible. Yes, above all things, I must forget Fabrizio. I must not betray a shadow of anger against the prince. I must be as cheerful as ever. And my cheerfulness will seem yet more attractive to these sordid souls. First, because I shall appear to submit to their sovereign with a good grace, and secondly, because, far from making game of them, I shall take pains to show off their pretty little points. For instance, I will compliment Count Zurla on the beauty of the white feather in the hat he has just sent a courier to fetch from Lyons, and which is his great delight. I might choose a lover in the Raversi's party. If the count retires, that will be the ministerial party, and there the power will lie. The man who rules the citadel will be a friend of the Raversi, for Fabio Conti will be one of the ministers. How will the prince, a well-bred man, a clever man, accustomed to the count's delightful methods, endure doing business with that ox, that arch fool, whose whole life has been taken up with the all-important problem of whether his Highness's soldiers ought to wear 7 buttons on the breasts of their tunics, or 9? It is such idiotic brutes as these, all very jealous of me. And there lies your danger, my dear Fabrizio. It is such idiotic brutes as these who will decide my fate and yours. Therefore, the count will not resign. He always fancies resignation as the greatest sacrifice that can be made by a prime minister, and every time his looking-glass tells him he is growing old, he offers to make that sacrifice for me. Therefore, my rupture with him must be complete. Yes, and there must be no reconciliation, unless that should appear my only means of preventing his retirement. I will dismiss him, indeed, with all the kindness possible. But after his courtier-like suppression of the words "unjust proceedings" in the prince's note, I feel that if I am not to hate him, I must spend some months without seeing him at all." On that decisive evening I had no need of his intelligence. All he had to do was write under my dictation. He had only to write that one sentence, which I had won by my own resolution. His cringing courtier's instinct was too much for him. He told me next morning that he could not ask his prince to sign anything so ridiculous, that he would have had to issue letters of pardon. But, good heavens, when one has to deal with such people, those monsters of vanity and spite known as the Farnese, one takes what one can get. At the thought, the anger of the duchess blazed up afresh. "The prince deceived me," she said, "and how basely! There is no excuse for that man. He has intellect, he has cleverness, he has logic. The only mean things in him are his passions. We have remarked it a score of times, the count and I. He is never vulgar-minded, except when he thinks there has been an intention to insult him. Well, Fabrizio's crime has nothing to do with politics. It is a mere trifle of an assassination, such as occur by the 100 every year within his happy dominions, and the count has sworn to me that he has made the most careful inquiries, and that Fabrizio is innocent. Giletti was not devoid of courage. When he saw himself close to the frontier, he was suddenly tempted to get rid of a rival who found favour in the eyes of his mistress." The duchess pondered long over the question of Fabrizio's possible culpability. Not that she considered it a very heavy sin on the part of a nobleman of her nephew's rank to rid himself of an impertinent actor, but in her despair she was beginning to have a vague feeling that she would have to struggle desperately to prove Fabrizio's innocence. "No," said she at last, "here is a decisive proof. He is like poor Pietranera. He always carries arms in his pockets, and that day all he had was a broken-down single-barreled gun, which he had borrowed from one of the workmen. I hate the prince because he has deceived me, and deceived me after the most cowardly fashion. After he had signed his pardon, he had the poor boy carried off from Bologna. But this account shall be settled between us." Toward 5 o'clock in the morning, the duchess, worn out by her long fit of despair, rang for her women. When they entered her room, they screamed aloud. Seeing her stretched on her bed, fully dressed with all her diamonds, her face white as her sheets, and her eyes closed, they almost fancied she was lying in state after her death. They would have thought her in a dead faint if they had not recollected that she had just rung. Every now and then a slow tear coursed down her cheeks. Her women understood, on a sign from her, that she desired to be put to bed. Twice that morning, after Count Zurla's party, the count had called upon the duchess. Finding no admittance, he wrote that he desired her advice for himself. Ought he to continue minister after the affront which had been put upon him? The young man is innocent, but even if he had been guilty, ought he to have been arrested without any warning to me, his declared protector? The count had no virtue. We may even add that what liberals understand by virtue, to seek the happiness of the greatest number, seemed to him folly. He believed his first duty to be to seek the happiness of Count Mosca della Rovere, but when he spoke of resigning, he was thoroughly honourable and perfectly sincere. Never in all his life had he spoken an untruth to the duchess. She, however, paid not the slightest attention to his letter. Her course, and a very painful one, was settled. She was to pretend to forget Fabrizio. After that effort, everything else was quite indifferent to her. Toward noon next morning, the count, who had called quite 10 times at the Palazzo Sanseverina, was at last admitted. He was thunderstruck when he saw the duchess. "She looks 40," said he to himself, "and yesterday she was so brilliant, so young. Everyone tells me that during her long conversation with Clelia Conti, she looked quite as young as she, and far more bewitching." The duchess's voice and manner of speaking were just as strange as her appearance. Her tone, passionless, devoid of all human interest, of any touch of anger, drove the colour from the count's face. It reminded him of one of his friends who, a few months previously, when on the point of death, and after having received the sacrament, had desired to speak with him. After a few minutes the duchess was able to speak to him. She looked at him, but her eyes were still dim. "Let us part, my dear count," she said, in a voice that was weak but quite articulate, and which she did her best to render kind. "Let us part. It must be done. Heaven is my witness that for the last 5 years my conduct toward you has been above reproach. You have given me a brilliant life in place of the boredom which would have been my dreary lot at Grianta. But for you, old age and I would have met together some years earlier. On my part, my one care has been to endeavour to make you happy. It is because I care for you that I propose this separation, à l'amiable, as they say in France." The count did not understand her. She was obliged to repeat herself several times over. Then he grew deadly pale, and, casting himself on his knees beside her bed, he poured out all that the deepest astonishment, followed by the liveliest despair, could inspire in the heart of a clever man who was desperately in love. Over and over again he offered to send in his resignation, and follow his friend to some safe retreat 1,000 leagues from Parma. " You dare to speak to me of departure," she cried at last, " and Fabrizio is here." But seeing that the name of Fabrizio pained the count, she added, after a moment's rest, and with a slight pressure of his hand, " No, dear friend, I will not tell you that I have loved you with those passionate transports which nobody, it appears to me, can feel after 30, and I am long past that age. You will have been told that I love Fabrizio, for I know that story has been rife at this wicked court." For the first time during this conversation her eyes flashed as she spoke the word wicked. " I swear to you before God and on Fabrizio's life that not the smallest thing has ever happened between him and me which a third person might not have seen. Neither will I tell you that I love him exactly as a sister would love him. I love him, so to speak, by instinct. I love his courage, so simple and so perfect that he may be said to be unaware of it himself. I remember that this admiration began when he returned from Waterloo. He was still a child in spite of his 17 years. His great anxiety was to know whether he really had been present at the battle, and if that were so, whether he could say he had fought, seeing he had not shared in the attack on any battery or any column of the enemy's forces. It was during our serious discussion of this important subject that I began to notice his perfect charm. His great soul was revealed to me. What skilful lies a well-brought-up young man would have put forward in his place. Well, if he is not happy, I cannot be happy. There, that sentence exactly describes the condition of my heart. If it is not the truth, it is, at all events, as much of the truth as I can see." Encouraged by her tone of frankness and friendliness, the count tried to kiss her hand. She drew it away with a sort of horror. " Those days are over," she said. " I am a woman of 37. I am on the threshold of old age. I feel all its despondency already. Perhaps, indeed, I am very near my grave. That moment is a terrible one, so I have heard, and yet I think I long for it. I have the worst symptom of old age. This horrible misfortune has killed my heart. There is no love left in me. When I look at you, dear count, I only seem to see the shadow of someone who was once dear to me. I will say more. It is only my gratitude which makes me speak thus to you." " What is to become of me," reiterated the count, " of me, who feel I love you more passionately than when I first saw you at the Scala? Shall I tell you something, dear friend? Your talk of love wearies me, and strikes me as indecent. Come," she said, and she tried to smile, but failed. " Take courage. Act like a clever man, a judicious man, full of resource to meet events. Be with me that which you really are in the eyes of the outside world, the cleverest man and the greatest politician whom Italy has produced for centuries." The count rose to his feet and walked up and down for some moments in silence. " Impossible, dear friend," said he at last. " I am torn in pieces by the most violent passion, and you ask me to appeal to my own reason. There is no reason for me at present." " Let us not speak of passion, I beg of you," she replied in a hard tone, and for the first time in their 2 hours' conversation there was some expression in her voice. In spite of his own despair, the count endeavoured to console her. "He has deceived me," she exclaimed, without making any answer to the reasons for hope which the count was putting before her. "He has deceived me in the basest manner," and for an instant her deadly pallor disappeared. But the count remarked that even at that moment she had not strength to raise her arms. " Good God," thought he, " can it be possible that she is only ill? In that case, this must be the beginning of some very serious illness." And overcome with anxiety, he proposed sending for the famous Razori, the chief physician of that country, and the best in Italy. " Would you, then, give a stranger the pleasure of knowing all the depths of my despair? Is that the counsel of a traitor or of a friend?" And she looked at him with wild eyes. " It is all over," said he to himself in despair. " She has no more love for me, and what is worse, she does not even reckon me among the men of ordinary honour. I must tell you," added the count, speaking rapidly, " that I was determined, in the first instance, to know all the details of the arrest which has thrown us into despair. And, curiously enough, I know nothing positive as yet. I have had the gendarmes at the next post questioned. They saw the prisoner come in by the road from Castelnuovo, and were ordered to follow his sediola. I immediately sent off Bruno, with whose zeal and devotion you are acquainted. He has orders to go back from one post to another, and to find out where and how Fabrizio was arrested." At the sound of Fabrizio's name, the duchess was seized with a slight convulsion. " Excuse me, my friend," she said to the count, as soon as she could speak. " Those details interest me. Tell them all to me. Help me to understand the smallest incidents." " Well, signora," continued the count, striving to speak lightly, in the hope of distracting her thoughts a little, " I am rather tempted to send a confidential message to Bruno, and tell him to push on as far as Bologna. It is there, perhaps, that they may have laid hands upon our young friend. What is the date of his last letter? "" Tuesday, that is, 5 days ago." " Had it been opened in transmission? "" There was not a sign of that. I must tell you that it was written on the most horrible paper. The address is in a woman's handwriting, and bears the name of an old washerwoman who is related to my waiting woman. The washerwoman believes the letters have to do with a love affair, and Cecchina repays her the charges for delivery, and gives her nothing more." The count, who had now quite taken up the tone of a business man, endeavoured, in talking the matter over with the duchess, to discover on what day Fabrizio might have been carried off for Bologna. It was only then that he, generally so full of tact, discovered that this was the tone he had better take. These details interested the unhappy woman, and seemed to distract her thoughts a little. If the count had not been so desperately in love, this simple idea would have occurred to him as soon as he entered her room. The duchess dismissed him, so that he might send orders to the faithful Bruno without delay. When they touched for a moment on the question of finding out whether the sentence had actually been pronounced, when the prince had signed the note addressed to the duchess, she, with a sort of eagerness, seized the opportunity of saying to the count, " I will not reproach you with having omitted the words ' unjust proceedings ' from the note which you wrote and he signed. That was your courtier's instinct, which was too strong for you. Unconsciously, you were preferring the interests of your master to the interests of your friend. Your acts, my dear count, have been subservient to my orders, and that for a very long time. But it is not within your power to change your nature. As a minister you have great talents, but you have the instincts of your trade as well. The suppression of the word ' unjust ' has worked my ruin. But far be it from me to reproach you with it in any way. The fault lay with your instincts and not with your will. Remember," she added in an altered voice and in the most imperious fashion, " that I am not too much overwhelmed by Fabrizio's imprisonment, that it has never occurred to me to leave this country, and that my feeling for the prince is one of the most profound respect. That is what you have to say. And this is what I have to say to you. As I propose, in future, to direct my course alone, I wish to part from you à l'amiable, that is to say, as good old friends. You must consider that I am 60 years old, that youth is dead within me, that I can never feel anything very strongly again, that love is no longer possible to me. But I should be still more miserable than I am if I should happen to compromise your future. It may become part of my plans to give myself the appearance of having taken a young lover, and I should not like to see you pained on that account. I can swear to you, on Fabrizio's happiness," and she paused a minute on the words, " that I have never been unfaithful to you once in all these 5 years. That is a very long time," she said. She tried to smile, there was a movement on her pallid cheeks, but there was no curve upon her lips. I will even swear to you that I have never planned such a thing, nor even thought of it. Now I have made that clear, so pray leave me." The count left the Palazzo Sanseverina in a state of despair. He saw the duchess was thoroughly resolved to separate from him, and he had never been so desperately in love with her. This is one of the matters to which I am constantly obliged to return, because, outside Italy, their improbability is so great. As soon as he reached his own house, he sent off 6 different people along the road from Castelnuovo and Bologna, all of them carrying letters. " But this is not all," said the unhappy count to himself. " The prince may take it into his head to have the unhappy boy executed just to avenge himself for the tone the duchess took with him on the day of that fatal note. I felt then that the duchess had overstepped the boundary beyond which one should never go. And it was to patch things up that I fell into the incredible folly of suppressing the words ' unjust proceedings,' the only ones which bound the sovereign. But pooh! Is there anything that binds a man in his position? It was certainly the greatest mistake of my whole life, and has risked everything which made it worth living to me. I must use all my activity and skill to repair the blunder now. But if I utterly fail to gain anything, even by sacrificing a certain amount of my dignity, I will leave this man in the lurch, and we'll see whom he will find to replace me, and realize his mighty political dreams, and his idea of making himself constitutional king of Lombardy. Fabio Conti is a mere tool, and Rassi's talent amounts to finding legal reasons for hanging a man whom the ruler dislikes. Once the count had thoroughly made up his mind to resign his post if the severity with which Fabrizio was treated exceeded that of an ordinary imprisonment, he said to himself, " If an imprudent defiance of that man's vain whim costs me my life, I will preserve my honour at all events. By the way, now that I snap my fingers at my ministerial portfolio, I can venture to do 100 things which would have seemed impossible to me, even this morning. For instance, I will attempt anything within the bounds of human possibility to help Fabrizio to escape." " Good God !" exclaimed the count, breaking off suddenly, and his eyes dilated immensely, as if he had caught sight of some unexpected joy. " The duchess said nothing about escape to me. Can she have failed in sincerity for once in her life? And is her quarrel with me merely founded on her desire that I should deceive the prince? My faith, the thing is done." The count's eyes had regained their old expression of satirical shrewdness. That charming creature Rassi is paid by his master for all those sentences of his which dishonour us in the eyes of Europe. But he is not the man to refuse payment from me for betraying his master's secrets. The brute has a mistress and a confessor, but the mistress is too vile a creature for me to converse with. All the fruit hucksters in the neighbourhood would know the details of our interview by the next morning. The count, revived by this gleam of hope, was already on his way to the cathedral. Astounded at the hastiness of his own action, he laughed in spite of his sorrow. " See what it is," he said, " to be no longer minister." The cathedral, like many Italian churches, was used as a passage from one street to another. In the distance the count noticed one of the archbishop's grand vicars crossing the aisle. " As I have met you," said he, " I am sure you will be good enough to save my gouty feet from the deadly fatigue of climbing up the archbishop's staircase. I should be profoundly grateful to him if he would be so kind as to come down to the sacristy." The archbishop was delighted at the message. He had 1,000 things to say to the minister about Fabrizio, but the minister guessed these things were nothing but empty phrases, and would not listen to any of them. " What sort of a man is Dugnani, the curate of San Paolo?" " A small mind and a huge ambition," replied the archbishop. " Very few scruples, and excessive poverty, because of his vices." " Zounds ! Monsignore," exclaimed the minister, " your descriptions are worthy of Tacitus," and he took leave of him with a smile. As soon as he was back in his palace, he sent for Father Dugnani. " You direct the conscience of my excellent friend Chief Justice Rassi. Is there not anything he would like to say to me?" And without more words or further ceremony, he dismissed the priest. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17. The count considered himself as already out of office. " Let me see," thought he to himself, " how many horses shall we be able to keep after my disgrace? For that is what my retirement will be called." The count reckoned up his fortune. When he had entered the ministry he had possessed 80,000 francs. He now discovered, to his great astonishment, that his whole possessions did not amount to 500,000 francs. " That makes 20,000 francs a year at the most," he mused. " I really am a terrible blunderer. There is not a vulgar fellow at Parma who does not believe that I have saved 150,000 francs a year. And on that particular point the prince is more vulgar minded than anybody else. When they see me in poverty they will only say I am very clever about concealing my wealth. By Jove," he exclaimed, " if I am in office for 3 months longer, that fortune shall be doubled." This idea suggested an excuse for writing to the duchess, and he seized it eagerly. But to gain forgiveness for writing at all, in their present terms, he filled his letter up with figures and calculations. " We shall only have 20,000 francs a year," he said, " to keep us all three at Naples — Fabrizio, you, and I. Fabrizio and I will keep one saddle horse between us." The minister had only just sent his letter off when Chief Justice Rassi was announced. He received him with a haughtiness that bordered closely on impertinence. " How is this, sir ?" he cried. " You have a conspirator in whom I am interested carried off from Bologna, and you would fain cut off his head, and all this without a word to me. May I inquire if you know my successor's name? Is he to be General Conti or yourself?" Rassi was struck dumb. He had too little social experience to be able to judge whether the count was speaking seriously or not. He turned very red, and mumbled some unintelligible words. The count watched him, and enjoyed his confusion. All at once Rassi gave himself a shake, and exclaimed with perfect glibness, just like Figaro when he is caught red-handed by Almaviva, " Upon my word, count, I'll not mince matters with you. What will you give me if I answer all your questions just as I would answer those of my confessor?" " The Cross of St. Paul," the Parmese order. " Or, if you can furnish me with a pretext for granting it to you, I will give you money." " I would rather have the Cross of St. Paul, because that gives me noble rank." " What, my dear sir, you still have some regard for our poor advantages?" " If I had been nobly born," replied Rassi, with all the impudence of his trade, " the relations of the people whom I have hanged would hate me, but they would not despise me." " Well," returned the count, " I will save you from their scorn. Do you enlighten my ignorance. What do you intend to do with Fabrizio?" " Indeed, the prince is sorely puzzled. He is very much afraid that, tempted by Armida's lovely eyes — excuse this glowing language, I use the sovereign's own words — he is afraid that, fascinated by those exquisite eyes, of which he himself has felt the charm, you may leave him in the lurch, and you are the only man capable of managing this Lombard business. I will even tell you," added Rassi, lowering his voice, " that you have a fine opportunity here, quite worth the Cross of St. Paul that you are giving me. The prince would confer on you, as a reward from the nation, a fine property worth 600,000 francs, which he would cut off his own domains, or else a grant of 300,000 crowns, on condition of your undertaking not to interfere about Fabrizio del Dongo, or at all events only to mention the matter to him in public." " I expected something better than that," said the count. " If I don't interfere about Fabrizio, I must quarrel with the duchess." " Well, that again is just what the prince says. Between ourselves, the fact is that he is furiously angry with the duchess, and he is afraid that to console yourself for your quarrel with that charming lady, you may ask him, now that your wife is dead, to grant you the hand of his cousin, Princess Isota. She is not more than 50 years old." " He has guessed aright," replied the count. " Our master is the cleverest man in his own dominions." Never had the whimsical notion of marrying this elderly princess entered the count's head. Nothing could have been more uncongenial to a man with his mortal hatred of court ceremonial. He began rapping his snuff box on the top of a little marble table close to his armchair. Rassi took his perplexed gesture to be the possible harbinger of a stroke of good fortune. His eyes shone. " I beg of you, count," he cried, " if your Excellency proposes to accept either the property worth 600,000 francs, or the money grant, not to choose anybody but myself to negotiate the matter for you. I would undertake," he added, dropping his voice, " to get the money grant increased, or even to add a considerable tract of forest to the landed property. If your Excellency would only condescend to impart a little gentleness and caution into your manner of speaking of the brat shut up yonder, the landed property bestowed on you by the nation's gratitude might be turned into a duchy. I tell your Excellency again, the prince at the present moment loathes the duchess. But he is in a very great difficulty, to such a point, indeed, that I have sometimes imagined there must be some secret matter which he does not dare to acknowledge to me. At any rate, there is a perfect gold mine for us both in the business, for I can sell you his most private secrets, and very easily, too, seeing I am looked on as your sworn enemy. After all, furious though he is with the duchess, he believes, as we all do, that you are the only person in the world who can successfully carry through the secret arrangements about the Milanese territory. Will your Excellency give me leave to repeat the sovereign's expression, word for word?" said Rassi, growing more eager. "Often there are features in the mere positions of words which no paraphrase can render, and you may see more in them than I do." "I give you full leave," said the count, who was still rapping the marble table absently with his gold snuff-box. "I give you full leave, and I shall be grateful." "If you will give me an hereditary patent of nobility, independently of the cross, I shall be more than satisfied." When I mention the idea of nobility to the prince, he answers, "Turn a rascal like you into a noble? I should have to shut up shop the very next day. Not a soul in Parma would ever seek for rank again." To come back to the Milanese business, the prince said to me only 3 days ago, "That knave is the only man who can carry on the thread of our intrigues. If I turn him away, or if he follows the duchess, I may as well give up all hope of one day seeing myself the liberal and adored ruler of all Italy." At these words the count breathed more freely. "Fabrizio will not die," said he to himself. Never before, in the whole of his life, had Rassi been admitted to familiar conversation with the Prime Minister. He was beside himself with delight. He felt himself on the eve of bidding farewell to that cognomen of Rassi, which had become synonymous with everything that was mean and vile throughout the whole country. The common people called all mad dogs Rassi. Only quite lately soldiers had fought duels because the name had been applied to them by some of their comrades. Never a week passed that the unlucky name did not appear in some piece of low doggerel. His son, an innocent schoolboy of 16 years of age, dared not show himself in the cafes because of his name. The scalding memory of all these delightful features of his position drove him to commit an imprudence. "I have a property," said he to the count, edging his seat close to the Prime Minister's armchair. "It is called Riva. I should like to be Baron Riva." "Why not?" said the Prime Minister. Rassi quite lost his head. "Well, then, count, I will dare to be indiscreet. I will venture to guess the object of your desire. You aspire to the hand of the Princess Isota, and that is a noble ambition. Once you are related to the prince, you are safe from all disgrace. You have a tight hold upon our friend. I will not conceal from you that the idea of this marriage to Princess Isota is odious to him. But if your business were in the hands of a skilful man, well paid, we need not despair of success." "I, my dear baron, should certainly despair. I repudiate beforehand everything you may say in my name. But on the day when that illustrious alliance at last crowns my earnest hopes, and raises me to that mighty position in the state, I will either give you 300,000 francs of my own, or else I will advise the prince to show you some mark of favour which you yourself may prefer to that sum of money." This conversation may seem a lengthy one to the reader, yet we have suppressed more than half of it. It lasted for another 2 hours. Rassi left the count's house, half delirious with delight. The count remained, with great hopes of saving Fabrizio, and more determined than ever to resign. He felt convinced it would be a good thing to renew his credit by the presence of such men as Rassi and Conti in power. He dwelt with the keenest delight on a method of revenging himself on the prince which had just occurred to him. "He may drive the duchess out," he exclaimed, "but by my soul he shall give up his hope of being constitutional king of Lombardy. The whole idea was a ridiculous fancy. The prince, though a clever man, had dreamed over it till he had fallen desperately in love with it." The count flew on wings of delight to retail this conversation with the Chief Justice to the duchess. He found her door closed. The porter hardly dared to tell him that he had received the order from his mistress's own lips. Sadly, the count retraced his steps to the ministry. The misfortune which had befallen him had quite wiped out the joy caused by his conversation with the prince's confidant. Too disheartened to do anything else, he was wandering drearily up and down his picture gallery, when, a quarter of an hour later, the following note was delivered to him. Since it is true, dear and kind friend, that we are now no more than friends, you must only come to see me 3 times a week. After a fortnight we will reduce these visits, to which my heart still clings, to 2 in the month. If you desire to please me, you will give publicity to this rupture of ours. If you would bring back almost all the love I once felt for you, you would choose another woman to be your friend. As for me, I intend to be very gay. I propose to go out a great deal. Perhaps I shall even find some clever man who may help me to forget my sorrows. As my friend, indeed, you will always hold the first place in my heart, but I do not wish it to be said that my action has been dictated by your wisdom. And above all things, I wish it to be well known that I have lost all influence over your decisions. In a word, dear count, believe that you will always be my dearest friend, and never anything else. I beg you will not nurse any thought of change. This is the very end. You may reckon on my unchanging regard." The last words were too much for the count's courage. He wrote an eloquent letter to the prince, resigning all his posts, and sent it to the duchess, with the request that she would send it over to the palace. In a few moments his resignation came back to him, torn into 4 pieces, and on one of the blank spaces on the paper the duchess had condescended to write, "No, 1,000 times no!" It would be difficult to describe the poor minister's despair. "She is right, I admit it," he reiterated over and over again. "My omission of the words 'unjust proceedings' is a terrible misfortune. It will end, perhaps, in Fabrizio's death, and that will involve my own." It was with a sick weight at his heart that the count, who would not appear at the palace without being sent for, wrote out with his own hand the motu proprio which appointed Rassi a knight of the Order of St. Paul, and conferred on him a title of hereditary nobility. To this document the count added a report, covering half a page, which laid the state reasons rendering this step desirable before the prince. It was a sort of melancholy pleasure to him to make fair copies of these 2 papers and send them to the duchess. His brain was full of conjectures. He strove to guess at the future line of conduct of the woman he loved. "She knows nothing about it herself," he thought. "Only one thing is certain, that nothing in the world would induce her to relinquish the decision she has once expressed." His misery was increased by the fact that he could not contrive to see that the duchess was in the wrong. "She conferred a favour on me when she loved me. She loves me no longer because of a fault, involuntary indeed, but which may have horrible consequences. I have no right to complain." The next morning the count heard the duchess had begun to go into society again. She had appeared the night before in all the houses that had been open to guests. What would have become of him if he had met her in the same drawing room? How was he to speak to her? The following day was terribly gloomy. The general report was that Fabrizio was to be put to death. The whole town was stirred. It was added that the prince, out of regard to his high birth, had condescended to give orders that his head should be cut off. "It is I who will have killed him," thought the count. "I can never expect to see the duchess again." In spite of this somewhat simple reasoning, he could not refrain from calling at her house 3 times over. It must be said that he went on foot so as to avoid comment. In his despair, he even dared to write to her. He had sent twice for Rassi, but the Chief Justice had not appeared. "The rascal is playing me false," said the count to himself. The next morning 3 great pieces of news stirred the upper ranks and even the middle classes of Parma. Fabrizio's execution was more than ever certain, and a very curious thing in connection with this information was that the duchess did not seem overmuch distressed about her young lover. At all events, she took admirable advantage of the pallor resulting from a somewhat serious indisposition, from which she had suffered just at the moment of Fabrizio's arrest. In these details the middle classes were sure they recognized the dried-up heart of a great court lady. Yet, out of decency, or as a sacrifice to the memory of young Fabrizio, she had broken with Count Mosca. " What immorality !" exclaimed the Jansenists of Parma. But already the duchess, and this was incredible, seemed inclined to listen to the addresses of the handsomest young men about the court. Among other symptoms, it was remarked that she had held a very merry conversation with the Count Baldi, the Raversi's lover, and had rallied him greatly on his constant expeditions to Velleia. The lower middle class and the populace were furious about Fabrizio's death, which the worthy folk ascribed to Count Mosca's jealousy. Court society also devoted a great deal of attention to the count, but only to mock at him. The third of the great pieces of intelligence to which we have referred was no other, indeed, than the count's resignation. Everybody laughed at this absurd lover of 56, who was sacrificing a magnificent position to the grief of seeing himself forsaken by a heartless woman, who, for a considerable time, had preferred a younger man to himself. The archbishop was the only man whose intelligence, or shall we say his heart, enabled him to guess that the count's honour forbade him to continue prime minister in a country the ruler of which was about to behead a young man who had been his protege, without even consulting him. The news of the count's resignation cured General Fabio Conti's gout, as we shall duly relate, when we speak of the manner in which Fabrizio was spending his time in the citadel, while all the town was expecting to hear the hour fixed for his execution. The following day the count saw Bruno, the trusty agent whom he had sent to Bologna. The count was greatly moved when the man entered his study. The sight of him brought back the memory of his own happiness the day he had dispatched him to Bologna at the request of the duchess. Bruno had just arrived from Bologna, where he had found out nothing at all. He had not been able to discover Ludovico, whom the podesta of Castelnuovo had detained in the prison of his village. " I shall send you back to Bologna," said the count to Bruno. " The duchess will value the sad pleasure of knowing every detail of Fabrizio's misfortune. Apply to the officer commanding the gendarmes of Castelnuovo. But no," cried the count, breaking off suddenly. " You shall start instantly for Lombardy, and there you shall distribute money, and plenty of it, to all our correspondents. My object is to have reports of the most encouraging nature sent in by all those people." Bruno, having thoroughly realized the object of his mission, set to work to write out his letters of credit. The count, just as he was giving him his last instructions, received a thoroughly deceitful letter, but admirably expressed. It might have been taken for a missive from one friend asking another to do him a service. The friend who wrote this letter was none other than the prince. He had heard some talk of resignation, and besought his friend Count Mosca to continue at his post. He begged him to do this in the name of friendship and the dangers threatening the country, and as his master he commanded him. He added that the King of So had just placed 2 ribbons of his order at his disposal. He was keeping one for himself, and sent the other to his dear friend Count Mosca. " Ah, this creature is my curse !" exclaimed the count in his fury, and to Bruno's amazement. " He thinks he can take me in with the very same hypocritical phrases we have so often strung together to catch some fool." He declined the proffered order, and in his reply wrote that the state of his health left him very little hope of being able to perform the arduous duties of his ministry much longer. The count was frantic. A moment afterward, Chief Justice Rassi was announced. He treated him like a negro slave. " How now? Because I have made you a noble, you grow insolent. Why did you not come yesterday to thank me, as was your merest duty, Sir Rascal?" Rassi was far above such abuse. The prince's behaviour to him every day was the same as that. But he wanted to be a baron, and he justified himself skilfully. Nothing was easier. " The prince kept me nailed to a writing table the whole of yesterday. I never could get out of the palace. His Highness sent me to copy a whole heap of diplomatic documents in my crabbed lawyer's handwriting. So silly were they, and so prolix, that I really believe his sole object was to keep me prisoner. When I was dismissed at last, half starved, at 5 o'clock, he ordered me to go straight home, and not to go out again the whole evening. And as a matter of fact, I saw one of his private spies, whom I know well, walking up and down my street till midnight. This morning, the moment I could, I sent for a carriage, in which I drove to the door of the cathedral. I got out of the carriage very slowly, and then I walked quickly across the church, and here I am. At this moment your Excellency is the one man in the world I most passionately desire to please. And I, you rogue, am not in the least taken in by any of your more or less well concocted stories. Yesterday you refused to talk to me about Fabrizio. I respected your scruples and your oaths of secrecy, though to such as you oaths are no more, at the outside, than useful pretexts. To-day I will have the truth. What are these absurd stories according to which this youth has been condemned to death for the murder of the man Giletti? No one can inform your Excellency concerning these reports better than I, seeing it is I myself who have put them about, according to the sovereign's orders. And now I come to think of it, it was perhaps to prevent me from telling you of this incident that the prince kept me a prisoner yesterday. The prince, who does not think me a madman, could not but be sure I would bring you my cross, and beg you to fasten it to my buttonhole." " Come down to facts," exclaimed the minister, " and make me no speeches. No doubt the prince would be very glad to have young Del Dongo sentenced to death, but as you doubtless know, all he has to go upon is a sentence to 20 years in chains, which he himself commuted, the very day after it was pronounced, to 12 years in the fortress, with fasting on bread and water every Friday, and certain other religious observances. It is just because I knew the sentence was only one of imprisonment that the reports of his approaching execution current all over the town alarmed me. I remembered Count Palanza's death, which you juggled so cleverly. " That's when I ought to have had the cross," exclaimed Rassi, not the least disconcerted. " I ought to have put on the screw while I held it in my hand, and the man was anxious for the count's death. I behaved like a simpleton then, and that experience emboldens me to advise you not to do likewise now." This comparison appeared most offensive to the count, who had much ado to restrain himself from kicking Rassi. "First of all," the latter proceeded, with all the logic of a jurisconsult, and all the perfect assurance of a man whom no insult can offend, " first of all, there can be no execution of the said Del Dongo. The prince would not venture on it. Times are very much changed. And then I, who am now a nobleman, and hope through you to become a baron, I would not put my hand to it. Now, it is only from me, as your Excellency knows, that the chief executioner can get his orders, and I swear to you that the Cavaliere Rassi will never give an order to hurt Signor del Dongo." " And you will do well," said the count, looking him over sternly. " Let there be no confusion," replied Rassi with a smile. " My concern is only with an official demise, and if Monsignore del Dongo should die of a colic, you must not ascribe that to me. The prince is mad. Why, I know not, against the Sanseverina." Only 3 days previously Rassi would have said the duchess, but like everybody else in the city he was aware of her rupture with the Prime Minister. The count was struck by the suppression of the title in such a mouth, and my readers may conceive the pleasure he felt. He flashed a look of the bitterest hatred at Rassi. " My dearest angel," said he in his heart, " the only way I can prove my love is by blindly obeying your command." " I will confess to you," said he to the lawyer, " that I take no very passionate interest in the duchess's various whims. Nevertheless, as it was she who introduced that good-for-nothing young Fabrizio to me, he would have done far better to have stayed at Naples, and never to have come here to throw all our affairs into confusion. I am anxious he should not be put to death in my time, and I am ready to give you my word that you shall be a baron within a week of the time when he gets out of prison." " In that case, count, I shall not be a baron till 12 years are out, for the prince is furious, and his hatred for the duchess is so intense that he endeavours to hide it." " His Highness is more than good. What need has he to conceal his hatred, since his Prime Minister no longer extends his protection to the duchess? Only, I will not give any one the chance of accusing me of meanness, or, above all, of jealousy. It was I who brought the duchess to this country, and if Fabrizio dies in prison you will certainly not be a baron, but you may possibly be stabbed. But enough of this trifling. I have reckoned up my fortune. I find I have barely 20,000 francs a year, and I now propose humbly to send in my resignation to the sovereign. I have some hope of being employed by the King of Naples. That great city will offer me recreations which I need just now, and which are not to be found in a hole like Parma. The only thing that would induce me to remain would be if I were given the hand of the Princess Isotta, etc." And the conversation ran endlessly on this subject. When Rassi rose to go, the count said to him with a very careless air, " You know, it has been said that Fabrizio deceived me, in the sense that he had been one of the duchess's lovers. I do not admit the truth of this report. As a contradiction of it, I wish you to hand this purse to Fabrizio." " But, count," said Rassi in alarm, looking into the purse, " there is a huge sum here, and the regulations "" To you, my good fellow, it may seem huge," replied the count with an air of royal scorn. " When a man of your class sends 10 sequins to a friend in prison, he thinks he has ruined himself. Now, I choose that Fabrizio shall have these 6,000 francs, and especially I choose that nobody at the palace shall know anything about it." When the startled Rassi would have replied, the count slammed the door impatiently behind him. " Such men as he," said he to himself, " never recognize power unless they see insolence." This over, the mighty minister indulged in a performance so absurd that we hardly know how to relate it. Hurrying over to his writing table, he took out a miniature of the duchess and covered it with passionate kisses. " Forgive me, dearest angel," he exclaimed, " for not having thrown the rascal who ventured to speak of you with a tinge of familiarity out of the window with my own hands. But if I show this excessive patience, it is only out of obedience to your will, and he will lose nothing by my delay." After a long conversation with the portrait, the count, who felt his heart dead within his breast, was struck with an absurd idea, and proceeded with childish eagerness to put it into action. He sent for a dress coat and decorations, and betook himself to wait upon the elderly Princess Isotta. Never in his life had he done such a thing, except on New Year's Day. He found her surrounded by a number of pet dogs, dressed up in her fine clothes, and even adorned with her diamonds, as if she had been going to court. When the count expressed some fear that he was disturbing her Highness's plans, as she was probably thinking of going out, her Highness responded that a Princess of Parma owed it to herself to be always in full dress. For the first time since his misfortune had occurred, the count felt a touch of amusement. " I did well to come here," thought he to myself, " and I will avow my passion this very day." The princess had been delighted at the visit of a man who was so famous for his wit, and Prime Minister to boot. The poor old lady was not accustomed to attentions of that kind. The count opened with a skilful speech about the immense distance which must always part a mere nobleman from the members of a reigning family. " Some distinction should be made," said the princess. " The daughter of a king of France, for instance, never has any hope of succeeding to the throne. But this is not the case with the Parma family. That is the reason why we of the Farnese race must always keep up a certain external dignity. Even I, poor princess as I am, can not say it is absolutely impossible that you may one day be my prime minister." The whimsical unexpectedness of this remark made the poor count feel quite cheerful again for an instant. As the minister emerged from Princess Isotta's apartment — she had blushed furiously when he had confessed his passion for her — he met one of the quartermasters from the palace. The prince had sent for him in a great hurry. " I am ill," replied the minister, delighted to have the chance of being rude to the prince. " Ha, ha !" he cried in a rage. " You drive me distracted, and then you expect me to serve you. But you shall learn, my prince, that in this century the mere fact of having received your authority from Providence does not suffice you. You must have great powers of mind and a noble character if you want to be a successful despot." Having dismissed the quartermaster, who was highly scandalized by the sick man's appearance of perfect health, the count was pleased to call on the 2 men about the court who had most influence with Fabio Conti. What made the minister shudder, and shook all his confidence, was that the governor of the citadel was supposed to have got rid of a certain captain, who had been his personal enemy, by means of the acquetta di Perugia. For a week, the count was aware, the duchess had been spending immense sums of money to get into communication with the citadel, but he did not think her likely to attain success. Everybody was too much on the alert as yet. We will not weary our readers with all the distracted woman's attempts at bribery. She was in despair, and her efforts were seconded by agents of every kind, and the most absolute devotion. But there is just one kind of business that is thoroughly well done in a small despotic court, and that is the watch kept over political prisoners. The only result produced by the money the duchess laid out was that 8 or 10 men of every rank were dismissed from the citadel service. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18. Thus, in spite of their absolute devotion to the prisoner's interests, neither the duchess nor the prime minister had been able to do more than a very little for him. The prince was furious with Fabrizio, and both the court and the public had a grudge against him, and were delighted to see him in trouble. His luck had been too remarkable. The duchess, though she had scattered money broadcast, had not been able to advance one step in her siege of the citadel. Never a day passed but that the Marchesa Raversi or Cavaliere Riscara found some fresh word to drop into General Conti's ear. Thus they strengthened his weakness. As we have already said, Fabrizio, on the day of his imprisonment, was conducted in the first place to the governor's palace. This is a pretty little building, erected during the last century, after a design by Vanvitelli, who placed it at an elevation of 180 feet on the platform of the huge round tower. From the windows of this little palace, set like a camel's hump on the back of the great tower, Fabrizio looked far out over the country and to the Alps in the distance. At the foot of the citadel he could mark the course of the Parma, a sort of torrent which bends to the right about 4 leagues from the city, and casts itself into the Po. Beyond the left bank of that river, which formed a succession of immense white stains upon the verdant green of the surrounding country, his delighted eye could distinctly recognize the peaks of the mighty wall of the Alps, running right across the north of Italy. These peaks, which even in the month of August, as it then was, are always covered with snow, cast a sort of memory of coolness across the blazing country. Every detail of their outline can be followed, and yet they are more than 30 leagues from the citadel of Parma. The wide view from the governor's charming palace is broken, at one of its southern corners, by the Farnese Tower, in which a room was being hastily prepared for Fabrizio. The second tower was built, as my readers will perhaps remember, on the platform of the great tower, in honour of a certain hereditary prince who, far from following the example of Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, had turned a by no means deaf ear to the blandishments of a youthful stepmother. The princess died within a few hours. The son of the prince only regained his liberty some 17 years later, when he ascended the throne after his father's death. This Farnese Tower, to which Fabrizio was conducted after waiting some 3/4 of an hour, is externally a very ugly building, rising some 50 feet above the platform of the great tower, and adorned with a number of lightning conductors. The prince, who had reason to be displeased with his wife, and who had caused the prison, which was visible from every quarter, to be constructed, conceived the strange notion of persuading his subjects that it had already been in existence for many years, and for this reason he dubbed it the Farnese Tower. Any reference to the progress of the building was forbidden, yet from every corner of the city of Parma and of the plains around it, the masons might be seen laying every stone that went to the composition of the pentagonal edifice. To prove its ancient origin, a magnificent bas-relief, representing Alessandro Farnese, the famous general, forcing Henry IV to retire from Paris, was placed above the doorway, 2 feet wide and 4 high, which formed the entrance to the building. The Farnese Tower, standing in this prominent position, consists of a ground-floor apartment, at least 40 paces long, broad in proportion, and full of very squat pillars, for the room, disproportionately large as it is not more than 15 feet high. This is used as the guard-room, and in the middle of it the staircase runs up round one of the pillars. Quite a small, open-work iron staircase, very light, and hardly 2 feet wide. Up this staircase, which shook under the weight of the jailers who guarded him, Fabrizio was led into some huge rooms more than 20 feet high, which formed a magnificent first floor. They had once been furnished with the utmost splendour for the young prince who had spent the 17 best years of his life in them. At one end of these rooms the new prisoner was shown a chapel of the greatest magnificence. The walls and vaulted ceiling were entirely cased with black marble. The pillars, which were also black and of the most noble proportions, were set in rows along the black walls, though not touching them. These walls were adorned with a number of skulls of colossal proportions, beautifully chiselled in white marble, and each supported by 2 crossed bones. " That was certainly invented by the hatred of a man who did not dare to kill," said Fabrizio to himself. " What a devilish notion to show it to me !" Another very light, open-work iron staircase, also wound round a pillar, led to the second story of this prison, and it was in these second-story rooms, about 15 feet high, that General Fabio Conti's genius had been displaying itself for the past year. Under his directions, to begin with, the windows of the rooms, which had originally been occupied by the prince's servants, and are over 30 feet above the stone flags forming the roof of the great round tower, were all securely covered with gratings. These rooms, each of which has 2 windows, are reached by a dark passage running through the centre of the building, and across this very narrow passage Fabrizio noticed 3 successive gates, made of huge iron bars, and carried right up into the vaulted ceiling. The plans, sections, and elevations of all these fine inventions had secured the general a weekly audience with his master for the 2 previous years. A conspirator immured in one of these dungeons could not well appeal to public opinion on the score of inhuman treatment, and yet he was precluded from holding communication with anyone on earth, or from making the smallest movement without being overheard. In each of these rooms the general had placed thick oaken planking, which formed something like benches 3 feet high. And here came in his greatest invention, that which established his claim to be appointed Minister of Police. On these planks he had built a kind of wooden shed 10 feet high, and very resounding, which only touched the wall on the window side of the room. On the 3 other sides a narrow passage, some 4 feet wide, ran between the original walls of the prison, built of enormous hewn stones, and the wooden sides of the shed. These sides, made of 4 thicknesses of walnut wood, oak, and deal, were strongly bound together by iron bolts and innumerable nails. It was into one of these rooms, which had been prepared a year previously, was considered General Fabio Conti's masterpiece, and had received the resounding title of Passive Obedience, that Fabrizio was conducted. The view out of the barred windows was sublime. Only one small corner of the horizon, that toward the northwest, was concealed by the balustraded roof of the governor's pretty palace, which was only 2 stories high. The ground floor was occupied by the officers of his staff, and Fabrizio's eye was at once caught by one of the upper floor windows, round which hung a great number of pretty cages, containing birds of every kind. While the jailers were moving about around him, Fabrizio entertained himself by listening to the birds singing, and watching their farewells to the last rays of the setting sun. This aviary window was not more than 25 feet from one of his own, and some 5 or 6 feet below it, so that he looked down upon the birds. There was a moon that night, and just as Fabrizio entered his prison, she rose in majesty over the horizon on the right, from behind the Alps toward Treviso. It was only 8:30, and at the other end of the horizon, where the sun had just set, a brilliant red light, tinged with orange, lay on the clear-cut outlines of Monte Viso and the other Alpine peaks, piled one above the other from Nice toward the Mont Cenis and Turin. Without another thought for his misfortunes, Fabrizio gave himself over to the emotion and delight roused by this splendid sight. This, then, is the wonderful world in which Clelia Conti lives. To her serious and pensive soul this view must be specially delightful. One feels here just as one does in the lonely mountains 100 leagues from Parma. It was not till he had spent more than 2 hours at his window, admiring the view which appealed so strongly to his heart, and casting many a glance meanwhile at the governor's pretty palace, that Fabrizio suddenly exclaimed, " But is this a prison? Is this what I have dreaded so intensely? Instead of discovering discomforts and causes for bitterness at every step, our hero was falling in love with the delights of his dungeon. Suddenly a frightful noise roughly recalled his attention to the realities of life. His wooden room, which rather resembled a cage, and was especially remarkable for its resonant qualities, was violently shaken. The barking of a dog and a number of little shrill squeaks made up a most extraordinary pandemonium. " What is this? Shall I be able to escape so soon ?" thought Fabrizio. A moment afterward he was laughing, as perhaps no prisoner ever laughed before. By the general's orders, the jailers had brought up with them an English dog, very savage, which had been told off to keep guard over the more important officers, and which was to spend the night in the space so ingeniously contrived all round Fabrizio's cage. The dog and the jailer were both to sleep in the aperture 3 feet deep, between the flagstones of the original flooring of the room and the wooden boards, upon which the prisoner could not take a step without being heard. Now, when Fabrizio entered the room called Passive Obedience, it had been in possession of about 100 huge rats, who had taken to flight in all directions. The dog, a sort of cross between a spaniel and an English fox terrier, was not good looking, but was exceedingly sharp. It had been fastened to the flagged pavement below the floor of the wooden room, but when it smelled the rats close beside it, it struggled so desperately that it contrived to slip its collar. Then began the mighty battle, the noise of which had disturbed Fabrizio, and roused him out of his anything but unpleasant dream. The rats, which had been able to escape the first onset, took refuge in the wooden room, and the dog followed them up the 6 steps which led from the stone pavement to Fabrizio's shed. Then a far more terrible racket began. The wooden shell was shaken to its very foundations. Fabrizio laughed like a lunatic till the tears ran down his cheeks. Grillo, the jailer, who was laughing just as heartily, had shut the door. The dog was not the least incommoded in his hunt by the furniture, for the room was absolutely bare. The only thing to interfere with his bounds upon his prey was an iron stove standing in one corner. When the dog had destroyed all his enemies, Fabrizio called to him, patted him, and succeeded in making friends with him. " If ever this fellow should see me jumping over some wall," said he to himself, " he will not bark at me." But this cunning policy was a mere pretence on his part. In his state of mind at that moment, it was a delight to him to play with the dog. By a strange whimsicality, on which he did not reflect, there was a sense of secret joy at the bottom of his heart. When he had run about with the dog till he was out of breath, " What is your name?" said Fabrizio to the jailer. " Grillo, at your Excellency's service, in everything that the regulations will permit." " Well, my good Grillo, a fellow of the name of Giletti tried to murder me in the middle of the road. I defended my life and killed him. I should kill him again if it had to be done. But none the less, I will live a cheery life as long as I am your guest. Ask leave from your chiefs, and then go and fetch me some linen from the Palazzo Sanseverina, and bring me plenty of nebieu d'Asti. This is a fairly good effervescent wine made in Piedmont, in the country of Alfieri, and which is highly esteemed, especially by that class to which jailers generally belong. 8 or 10 of these gentry were engaged in moving various ancient and highly gilt pieces of furniture, taken from the prince's apartment on the first floor, into Fabrizio's wooden room, and they all carefully treasured up their prisoner's remarks in favour of Asti wine. In spite of all their efforts, the arrangements for Fabrizio's first night were rather pitiful, but the only thing that seemed to distress him was the absence of a bottle of good nebieu. " He seems a good fellow," said the jailers as they departed, " and we must only hope one thing, that our chiefs will let his friends pass money in to him." When he was left alone, and had settled down a little after all the noise, " Is it possible that this can be a prison?" said Fabrizio to himself, as he looked out over the mighty horizon stretching from Treviso to the Monte Viso, the huge chain of the Alps, the snow-covered peaks, and the stars above them. " And this my first night in a prison, too. I can imagine that Clelia Conti must delight in this aerial solitude. Here we are 1,000 leagues above the meannesses and wickednesses which make up our life down there. If those birds there, under my window, belong to her, I shall see her. Will she blush when she sees me?" When slumber overtook him in the small hours of the morning, the prisoner was still debating this great question. On the very morning after that first night in prison, during which Fabrizio had not once felt impatient, he was reduced to holding conversations with Fox, the English dog. Grillo, the jailer, still looked at him with the most kindly eyes, but a newly issued order had sealed his lips, and he brought his prisoner neither linen nor nebieu. " Shall I see Clelia ?" thought Fabrizio as he awoke. " But do those birds really belong to her ?" The birds in question were beginning to chirp and sing, and at that height theirs was the only noise that fell upon the air. The deep silence which reigned at that altitude was a most novel and pleasurable sensation to Fabrizio. He listened with delight to the little fitful, lively warbling with which his neighbours the birds greeted the sun. If they are hers, they will come for an instant into that room under my window. And while he watched the huge ranges of the Alps, against the nearer tier of which the citadel of Parma seemed to project like an outwork, his eyes came back perpetually to the splendid satinwood and mahogany cages, with their gilded wires, which stood in the middle of the bright room which had been transformed into an aviary. It was not till later that Fabrizio found out that this room was the only one on the second floor of the palace which had any shade between 11 o'clock and 4. It was screened by the Farnese Tower. " What will my grief be," said Fabrizio to himself, " if, instead of that modest and thoughtful face which I expect, and which, perhaps, will blush a little at the sight of me, I behold the coarse countenance of some vulgar waiting-maid who has been sent to supply the birds' necessities? But if I do see Clelia, will she condescend to notice me? Faith, I must risk some indiscretion so as to attract her attention. Some privileges must surely be allowed to a man in my position. And besides, we two are alone here, and far away from all the world. I am a prisoner, and what General Conti and wretches of his kind probably regard as their inferior. But she has so much cleverness, or rather so much heart, as the count believes, that perhaps, even as he says, she despises her father's trade. That would account for her melancholy — a noble reason, truly, for her sadness. But, after all, I am not a complete stranger to her. What modest grace there was in her greeting to me yesterday evening! I remember very well that when I met her near Como, I said to her, ' Some day I shall go to see your beautiful pictures at Parma. Will you then remember this name? Fabrizio del Dongo.' Has she forgotten it? She was so young." " But now I think of it," said Fabrizio in astonishment, and breaking off the thread of his thoughts, " I am forgetting to be angry. Can it be that I possess a mighty courage, like that of which the ancients gave a few instances to the world? Am I a hero, with no suspicion of the fact? What, I, who dreaded prison so bitterly, here I am in a dungeon, and I cannot remember to be sad. How true it is that the dread of the evil is 100 times worse than the evil itself! How is this? Must I argue myself into grief at finding myself in this prison, which, so Blanes said, may as likely last 10 years as 10 months? Can it be the strangeness of my new surroundings which diminishes the distress I ought to feel? Perhaps this unreasoning cheerfulness, which is quite independent of my own will come to a sudden end. Perhaps in another instant I shall fall back into the black gloom which ought to overwhelm me. In any case, it is a very astonishing thing that I should be in prison, and that I should have to argue with myself before I can feel sad. Upon my word, I come back to my old inference. Perhaps I am a great man after all." Fabrizio's musings were broken by the arrival of the carpenter of the fortress, who came to take measurements for a screen for his windows. This was the first occasion on which this room had been occupied as a prison, and its completion in this essential particular had been overlooked. " Then," said Fabrizio, " I shall be deprived of that splendid view." And he tried to feel sad over the loss. " But what," he cried suddenly, speaking to the carpenter, " I shall not be able to see those pretty birds." " Ah, the signorina's birds that she's so fond of," said the man, a kind-looking fellow. " They will be hidden, blocked out, swallowed up, like all the rest." Talking was as strictly forbidden to the carpenter as to the jailer, but this man pitied the prisoner's youth. He told him that the huge screens, which were to rest on the sills of the 2 windows, and run outwards from the walls in proportion to their height, were to prevent the prisoners from seeing anything but the sky. It is done, he added, with the view of impressing their minds, so as to increase a salutary feeling of sadness, and fill the prisoners' souls with a desire to amend their ways. Another invention of the general's," added the carpenter, " is to take out the window glass and replace it with sheets of oiled paper." Fabrizio was much taken with the epigrammatic tone of this conversation, seldom met with in Italy. " I should like very much to have a bird to cheer me. I am so fond of them. Buy me one from the Signorina Clelia Conti's maid." " What !" exclaimed the carpenter. " You must know her if you tell her name so plainly. Who is there that has not heard of that famous beauty? But I have had the honour of meeting her several times at court." " The poor young lady has a very dull life here," continued the carpenter. " She spends her whole time over there with her birds. This morning she has had some fine orange trees bought, and has ordered them to be placed at the door of the tower, just under your window. If it were not for the cornice, you would be able to see them." Certain words in this reply had been very precious to Fabrizio. He devised some friendly pretext for bestowing a gift of money upon the carpenter. " I am doing wrong twice over," said the man. " I am talking to your Excellency and taking your money. When I come back the day after to morrow about these screens, I will have a bird in my pocket, and if I am not alone I will pretend to let it escape. And if I can manage it, I will bring you a prayer book. It must be very painful to you not to be able to say your prayers." " So," said Fabrizio, as soon as he was alone, " those are her birds. But after another 2 days I shall not be able to see them." The thought brought a tinge of sadness to his face. But near midday, at last, to his inexpressible delight, after long waiting and much watching, Clelia came to attend to her birds. Fabrizio, motionless and almost breathless, stood upright, close against the huge bars of his window. He remarked that she did not raise her eyes to him, but there was a something shy about her movements, as though she felt she was being looked at. Even if she had desired it, the poor girl could not have forgotten the subtle smile which had flickered on the prisoner's lips just as he was being led out of the guard-room on the preceding night. Though according to all appearances she was keeping the most careful watch upon her actions, she reddened visibly as she drew near the window of the aviary. Fabrizio's first impulse, as he stood close against his iron window bars, was to indulge in the childish freak of rapping a little on the iron so as to make a slight noise. But the very idea of such a lack of delicacy disgusted him. It would serve me right if she sent her maid to look after her birds for a week afterward. This tender scruple would not have occurred to him at Naples or at Novara. He watched her hungrily, saying to himself, " She will surely not go away without condescending to glance at this poor window, and yet she is just opposite it." But as she moved from the back of the room, into which, thanks to the superior height of his position, Fabrizio could clearly see, Clelia could not prevent herself from glancing up at him as she walked, and this was sufficient to make Fabrizio venture to salute her. " Are we not alone in the world here ?" said he, to give himself courage. When he saluted her, the young girl stopped short and dropped her eyes. Then Fabrizio saw her raise them again, very slowly and with an evident effort, and she greeted the prisoner with the gravest and most distant gesture. But she could not prevent her eyes from speaking. Without her knowledge, probably, they held, for one instant, an expression of the liveliest pity. Fabrizio noticed that she was colouring so deeply that the rosy tinge was spreading rapidly even onto her shoulders, from which the heat had caused her to drop a black lace shawl as she entered the aviary. The involuntary glance by which Fabrizio answered her salute doubled the young girl's agitation. " How happy that poor woman would be," said she to herself, thinking of the duchess, " if she could only see him as I see him, just for one moment." Fabrizio had nursed a tiny hope that he might have been able to send her another greeting ere she departed, but to avoid this fresh attention, Clelia executed a skilful retreat, in echelon, from one cage to another, as though she had necessarily to end her task by attending to the birds nearest to the door. She left the room at last, and Fabrizio stood motionless, gazing at the door through which she had just disappeared. He was a changed man. From that instant the one object of his thoughts was to discover how he might continue to see her, even after that odious screen should have been placed over the window looking on to the governor's palace. Before going to bed on the previous night, he had performed the tedious and tiresome duty of concealing most of his gold coins in several of the rat holes which adorned his wooden room. " To-night," he thought, " I must hide my watch. Have I not heard that with patience and the jagged spring of a watch a man may cut through wood and even through iron, so I may be able to saw through the screen." The work of hiding the watch, which lasted for several hours, did not seem lengthy to him. He pondered over the various methods whereby he might attain his end, and his own knowledge of carpentering matters. " If I set about it properly," he mused, " I can simply cut out a compartment of the oaken board of which the screen will consist, at the place where it will rest on the window sill. I will take this bit of wood in and out, according to the circumstances. I will give everything I have to Grillo, so as to induce him to overlook the little manoeuvre." All Fabrizio's future happiness seemed to depend on the possibility of carrying out this undertaking, and he thought of nothing else. " If I can only contrive to see her, I am happy. But no," he went on, " she must see that I see her." All night long his head was full of carpentering schemes, and in all probability he never gave a thought to the court of Parma, the prince's anger, and all the rest. We must acknowledge, too, that he did not trouble himself a whit concerning the distress in which the duchess must be plunged. He waited eagerly for the morning, but the carpenter did not reappear. He was apparently considered too much of a Liberal by the prison authorities, and they carefully sent another, a gruff-looking fellow, who deigned no answer except a threatening grunt to all the pleasant things which Fabrizio was inspired to say to him. Some of the duchess's endless attempts to enter into correspondence with Fabrizio had been discovered by the marchesa's numerous agents, and General Fabio Conti received daily warnings from her, which both startled him and nettled his vanity. Every 8 hours 6 soldiers relieved each other in the great ground-floor hall, with its 100 pillars. Besides this, the governor placed a jailer on each of the 3 iron gates in the passage, and poor unlucky Grillo, the only person who saw the prisoner, was forbidden to go outside the Farnese Tower oftener than once a week, which vexed him sorely. He made Fabrizio conscious of his ill temper. Fabrizio had wit enough to reply with these words only: " Plenty of nebieu d'asti, my good fellow," and he gave him some money. " Well, even this, which consoles us for every misfortune," exclaimed the angry Grillo in a voice so low that the prisoner could hardly catch it, " we are forbidden to accept, and I ought to refuse it. But I shall take it. Yet, indeed, it is money wasted, for I cannot tell you anything about anything. Why, you must be guilty indeed. The whole citadel is upside down because of you, and the duchess's fine tricks have got 3 of us sent away already." " Will the screen be ready before noon ?" That was the great question which made Fabrizio's heart thump all through that long morning. He counted up every quarter of an hour as it rang on the citadel clock. However, when the 3rd quarter after 11 struck, the screen had not yet arrived, and Clelia reappeared to attend to her birds. Cruel necessity had so emboldened Fabrizio, and the danger of never seeing her again seemed to him so greatly to exceed anything else in the whole world, that he dared, as he gazed at Clelia, to make a gesture with his finger, as of sawing the wooden screen. It must be added that as soon as she perceived this very seditious gesture on the part of the prisoner, she made him a sort of half bow, and retired. " Bless me !" exclaimed Fabrizio in astonishment. " Can she have been so unreasonable as to take a sign dictated by the most imperious necessity for a piece of ridiculous familiarity? I wanted to entreat her to condescend to look up sometimes at my prison window when she came to see her birds, even if she should find it masked by a huge wooden shutter. I wanted to make her understand that I would do everything that was humanly possible to contrive to see her. Good God! Will she abstain from coming to morrow on account of that indiscreet gesture of mine?" This dread, which disturbed Fabrizio's slumbers, was thoroughly well founded. By 3 o'clock the next day, when the 2 huge screens were set up on each of Fabrizio's windows, Clelia had not appeared. The various sections of these screens had been drawn up from the platform of the great tower, by means of cords and pulleys, fastened outside the iron bars of the windows. It is true, indeed, that Clelia, hidden behind one of the sun-blinds in her room, had anxiously watched all the workmen's actions. She had clearly perceived Fabrizio's mortal anxiety, but nevertheless she had found courage to keep the promise she had made herself. Clelia was an eager little Liberal. In her first youth she had taken all the Liberal talk she had heard in her father's society in the most serious earnest, while her father's only view of it was to make a position for himself. This had given her a scorn and almost a horror of the pliability of courtiers. Hence arose her dislike to marriage. Since Fabrizio's arrival she had been harried by remorse. " Now," said she to herself, " my unworthy heart is taking up the cause of those who would betray my father. He dares to make me signs, as if he would saw through a door. But," she went on, and her heart was wrung at the thought, " the whole city talks of his approaching death. To morrow may be the fatal day. Under such monsters as those who govern us, what is there in the world that is not possible? How soft, how nobly calm are those eyes, doomed, perhaps, soon to close forever. Heavens, what anguish the duchess must be enduring! And indeed, every one says she is in despair. If it were I would go, like the heroic Charlotte Corday, and stab the prince." During the whole of his third day in prison, Fabrizio was beside himself with rage, simply and solely because Clelia had not returned. " If she was to be angry with me," he exclaimed, " I should have done much better to tell her that I loved her," for he had arrived at this discovery. " No, it is not my nobility of soul that prevents me from fretting in my prison, and makes me bring Father Blanes's prophecy to naught. I do not deserve so much honour. In spite of myself, I dream of the gentle, pitying look Clelia cast on me as the gendarmes were leading me out of the guard-room. That look has wiped out all my past life. Who would have told me I should have met such gentle eyes in such a place? And at the very moment when my own sight was polluted by the appearance of Barbone, and of the general who rules this fortress, heaven opened in the midst of those vile creatures. And how can I help loving beauty, and seeking to see it again? No, it is not my nobility of soul which makes me indifferent to all the petty annoyances with which imprisonment overwhelms me." Fabrizio's imagination, running rapidly over every possibility, reached that of being set at liberty. " No doubt the duchess's affection will work miracles for me. Ah, well, I should thank her but very coldly for my liberty. There is not much coming back to such places as these. Once I was out of prison, living as we do in different societies, I should hardly ever see Clelia again. And after all, what harm does the prison do me? If Clelia would only not crush me with her displeasure, what more need I ask of Heaven?" On the evening of that day on which he had not seen his lovely neighbour, a great idea occurred to him. With the iron cross of the rosary given to each prisoner when he entered the fortress, he began, and successfully, to work a hole in the screen. " This is not very prudent, perhaps," thought he before he began. " The carpenters have said in my presence that they will be followed to morrow by the painters. What will the painters say when they find a hole in the window screen? But if I do not commit this imprudence, I shall not be able to see her to morrow. What! Shall I deliberately spend another day without seeing her, and after she has left me in anger?" Fabrizio's imprudence had its reward. After 15 hours' labour he did see Clelia, and by an excess of good fortune, as she thought he did not see her, she stood motionless for a long time, gazing at the great screen. He had ample time to read symptoms of the tenderest pity in her eyes. Toward the end of her visit it became evident that she was neglecting the care of her birds to spend whole minutes in contemplation of his window. Her soul was sorely troubled; she was thinking of the duchess, whose extreme misery had inspired her with so much pity, and yet she was beginning to hate her. She could not comprehend the profound melancholy which was taking possession of her whole nature, and she was angry with herself. 2 or 3 times during the course of her visit Fabrizio's eagerness led him to try to shake the screen. He felt as if he could not be happy unless he could make Clelia understand that he saw her. " Yet," said he to himself, " shy and reserved as she is, no doubt if she knew I could see her so easily, she would hide herself from my sight." He was much more fortunate the next day. On what trifles does love build happiness? While she was looking up sadly at the great screen, he managed to slip a small piece of wire through the hole he had made with his iron cross, and make signs to her, which she evidently understood. At all events, in so far as that they were intended to convey, " I am here, and I see you." Bad luck followed Fabrizio on the following days. He was anxious to take a bit of wood the size of his hand out of the monster screen, which he would have replaced whenever he chose, and which would have allowed of his seeing and being seen, and thus of speaking, by signs at all events, of that which filled his heart. But the noise of the little and very imperfect saw which he had fashioned out of his watch spring, and notched with his cross, gave the alarm to Grillo, who spent long hours in his room. He thought he observed, indeed, that Clelia's severity seemed to diminish in proportion as the material difficulties, which prevented any correspondence between them, increased. Fabrizio noticed clearly that she no longer affected to drop her eyes or look at the birds whenever he attempted to make her aware of his presence with the help of his paltry bit of iron wire. He had the pleasure of seeing that she never failed to appear in her aviary exactly as the clock struck 1:15, and he was almost presumptuous enough to believe that he himself was the cause of this exact punctuality. Why so? The idea does not appear reasonable, but love catches shades which are invisible to the careless eye, and deduces endless consequences from them. For instance, since Clelia could not see the prisoner, she would raise her eyes toward his window almost as soon as she entered the aviary. These were the gloomy days when no one in Parma doubted that Fabrizio would soon be put to death. He was the only person unaware of the fact. But the horrible thought was never out of Clelia's mind, and how could she reproach herself for the excessive interest she took in Fabrizio? He was about to perish, and for the cause of liberty, for it was too ridiculous to put a Del Dongo to death for giving a sword thrust to an actor. It was true, indeed, that the charming young man was attached to another woman. Clelia was profoundly miserable, though she did not clearly realize the nature of the interest she took in his fate. " If he is led out to death," said she to herself, " I shall certainly take refuge in a convent, and never again will I reappear in this court society. It fills me with horror. They are polished murderers, every one of them." On the 8th day of Fabrizio's imprisonment she endured a great humiliation. Absorbed in her sad thoughts, she was gazing fixedly at the prisoner's window. He had given no sign of his presence that day. All at once he removed a small bit of his screen, a little larger than his hand. He looked at her cheerily, and she read greeting in his eyes. This unexpected experience was too much for her. She turned quickly to her birds, and began to attend to them. But she trembled so much that she spilled the water she was pouring out for them, and Fabrizio could see her emotion quite plainly. She could not face the situation, and at last, to escape it, she ran away. That moment was, without any comparison, the happiest in the whole of Fabrizio's life. If his liberty had been offered to him at that moment, how joyously he would have refused it. The following day was that of the duchess's deepest despair. Every one in the city was convinced that all was over with Fabrizio. Clelia had not the dreary courage to treat him with a harshness which found no echo in her heart. She spent an hour and a half in the aviary, looked at all his signs, and often replied to them by the liveliest and sincerest expression of interest, at all events. Every now and then she would slip away to conceal her tears. Her womanly instincts made her vividly conscious of the imperfection of the language they were employing. If they could have spoken, in how many different ways might she not have endeavoured to discover the real nature of Fabrizio's feeling for the duchess? Clelia could hardly deceive herself now. She felt a hatred for the Duchess Sanseverina. One night Fabrizio happened to think somewhat seriously about his aunt. He was astonished to find he hardly recognized his recollection of her. His memory of her had completely altered. At that moment she seemed 50 years old to him. " Good God !" he cried enthusiastically. " How right I was not to tell her that I loved her." He went so far as hardly to be able to understand how he had ever thought her so pretty. In that respect the alteration in his impression of little Marietta was less remarkable. This was because he had never dreamed that his heart had anything to do with his love for Marietta, whereas he had frequently imagined that the whole of his heart was possessed by the duchess. The Duchess of A and Marietta now appeared in his memory as two young turtle doves, whose whole charm resided in their weakness and their innocence, whereas the noble image of Clelia Conti, which absorbed his whole soul, actually filled him with a kind of terror. He felt, only too clearly, that the happiness of his whole life would depend on the governor's daughter, and that she had it in her power to make him the most miserable of men. Every day he was tortured by the mortal fear of seeing some inexorable caprice end the strange and delightful life he led in her vicinity. At all events, she had filled the first 2 months of his imprisonment with happiness. This was the period during which, twice every week, General Fabio Conti assured the prince, I can give your Highness my word of honour that the prisoner del Dongo never speaks to a human being, and spends his whole life either in a state of the deepest despair, or else asleep." Clelia came every day, 2 or 3 times over, to see her birds. Sometimes she only stayed a few moments. If Fabrizio had not cared for her so much, he would soon have found out that he was loved. But he was in deadly doubt upon that subject. Clelia had ordered a piano to be placed in the aviary. While her fingers wandered over the keys, so as to account for her presence in the room, and occupy the attention of the sentries who marched to and fro under her windows, her eyes answered Fabrizio's questions. On one subject only she would make no response, and on certain great occasions she even took to flight, and thus would sometimes disappear for a whole day. This was when Fabrizio's signs indicated feelings the nature of which it was impossible for her to misunderstand. On that point she was quite inexorable. Thus, closely imprisoned as he was, within a narrow cage, Fabrizio's life was a very busy one. It was entirely devoted to the solution of the all-important problem, will she love me? The result of endless observation, perpetually renewed, but as perpetually shadowed by doubt, was as follows. All her deliberate gestures answer no, but every involuntary movement of her eyes seems to betray her growing regard for me. Clelia hoped to escape any open avowal of his love, and it was to avoid this risk that she had refused, and very angrily, to grant a request which Fabrizio had proffered several times over. One would have fancied the miserable expedients to which the poor prisoner was reduced would have touched Clelia's heart with greater pity. He wanted to correspond with her by means of letters which he wrote upon the palm of his hand with a piece of charcoal he had been so lucky as to find in his stove. He would have made up the words letter by letter, showing them one after another. This plan would have facilitated their intercourse twofold, for it would have allowed of his putting things in a clear form. His window was some 25 feet away from Clelia's, and it would have been too risky to talk over the heads of the sentries who marched up and down in front of the governor's palace. Fabrizio was uncertain whether he was loved or not. If he had possessed any experience in such matters, he would have had no doubt at all. But till now no woman had ever filled his heart. And further, he had no suspicion of a fact which would have driven him to despair if he had been aware of it. There was serious likelihood of a marriage between Clelia Conti and the Marchese Crescenzi, the wealthiest gentleman at the court of Parma. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Chartreuse of Parma by STENDHAL. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. General Fabio Conti's ambition, goaded to madness by the difficulties that had arisen in the way of the Prime Minister, Count Mosca, and which seemed to threaten his fall, had driven him into violent scenes with his daughter. Perpetually and angrily he told her that she would ruin his prospects unless she made up her mind to choose a husband at last. She was past 20. It was high time she should come to some decision. An end must be put, once and for all, to the cruel state of isolation in which her unreasonable obstinacy placed him, and so forth. Clelia's first object, when she took refuge in her aviary, had been to escape from her father's constant ill-humour. The only means of access to the room was by climbing a small and very inconvenient staircase, a serious obstacle to the governor's gouty feet. For the past few weeks, Clelia's soul had been so storm-tossed, she was so puzzled herself to know what she ought to desire, that without actually giving her father her word, she had almost drifted into an engagement. In one of his fits of rage, the general had exclaimed that he would thrust her into the gloomiest convent in Parma, and leave her there to fret her heart out until she condescended to make a choice. " You know that our family, old though it is, cannot command more than 6,000 francs a year, whereas the Marchese Crescenzi's income amounts to over 100,000 crowns. Every soul at court gives him the character of being the kindest of men. He is a very good-looking fellow, young, high in the prince's favour, and I say that nobody but a madwoman would refuse his suit. If this refusal had been your first, I could have endured it, but this is the fifth or sixth offer, the very best at court, at which you turn up your nose like the little fool you are. What would become of you, may I inquire, if I were put on half pay? A fine triumph it would be for my enemies, who have so often heard me spoken of as a possible minister, to see me living in some second-floor apartment. No, upon my soul, my good nature has misled me often enough into playing the part of Cassandra. You will either give me some valid reason for your objections to this poor fellow Crescenzi, who does you the honour to be in love with you, to be ready to marry you without a fortune, and to insure you a dowry of 30,000 francs a year, which will at all events insure me a home. You will talk sense to me, or, devil take it, I'll make you marry him within the next 2 months." The only word in all this speech that had impressed Clelia was the threat about the convent, which would remove her from the citadel at a moment when Fabrizio's life still seemed to hang upon a thread. For not a month passed but that the report of his approaching death was noised afresh about the town and court. However severely she argued with herself, she could not make up her mind to run this risk. To be parted from Fabrizio, and at the very moment when she was trembling for his life, was in her eyes the greatest, at all events it was the most pressing, of all possible misfortunes. It was not that proximity to Fabrizio fed her heart with any hope of happiness. She believed the duchess loved him, and her soul was torn by deadly jealousy. Her mind dwelt incessantly on the advantages possessed by a lady who commanded such general admiration. The extreme reserve with which she carefully treated Fabrizio, the language of signs to which, in her dread of some possible indiscretion, she had restricted him, all seemed to combine to deprive her of the means of reaching some clearer knowledge of his feelings about the duchess. Thus every day made her more cruelly conscious of the terrible misfortune of having a rival in Fabrizio's heart, and every day her courage to expose herself to the danger of giving him an opportunity of telling her all the truth as to what that heart felt, grew less and less. Yet what exquisite joy would it have been to hear him express his real feelings! How happy it would have made Clelia to be able to lighten the hideous suspicions that poisoned her existence. Fabrizio was a trifler. At Naples he had borne the reputation of being a man who was always changing his mistresses. In spite of all the reserve natural to an unmarried girl, Clelia, since she had been a canoness, and had frequented the court, had made herself acquainted, not by questioning, but merely by a process of careful listening, with the reputation of each of the young men who had successively sought her hand in marriage. Well, compared with all these young men, Fabrizio's reputation, as regarded his love affairs, was the most fickle. He was in prison, he was bored, he was making love to the only woman to whom he had a chance of speaking. What could be more simple? What, indeed, more usual? And that was the thought which distressed Clelia. If some full revelation convinced her that Fabrizio did not love the duchess, what confidence, even then, could she place in his vows? And even if she had believed in the sincerity, what trust could she place in the durability of his feelings? And finally, to make her heart overflow with despair, was not Fabrizio already high up in the ecclesiastical career? Was he not on the very eve of taking permanent vows? Were not the highest dignities in that special line of life in store for him? If I had the faintest spark of good sense, thought the unhappy Clelia to herself, should I not take flight? Ought I not to beseech my father to shut me up in some far distant convent? And to crown my misery, it is my very terror of being sent away from the citadel, and being shut up in a convent, which inspires all my actions. It is this terror which drives me into deceit, and forces me into the hideous and shameful falsehood of publicly accepting the Marchese Crescenzi's attentions. Clelia was exceedingly reasonable by nature. Never once in her life hitherto had she had reason to reproach herself with an ill-considered action. Yet in this matter her behaviour was the very acme of unreasonableness. Her misery may be imagined. It was all the more cruel because the girl was under no illusion. She was giving her heart to a man with whom the most beautiful woman at court, a woman who was her own superior in numerous particulars, was desperately in love. And this man, even if he had been free, was incapable of any serious attachment, whereas she, as she felt only too clearly, would never care but for one person in her life. During her daily visits to her aviary, then, Clelia's heart was torn by the most cruel remorse. Yet when she reached the spot, the object of her anxiety was changed. Almost in spite of herself, it became less cruel, and for an instant her remorse died away. With beating heart she awaited the moments when Fabrizio was able to open the little shutter he had made in the huge wooden screen that masked his window. Often the presence of the jailer Grillo in his room prevented him from communicating by signs with his friend. One evening, about 11 o'clock, Fabrizio heard the strangest sounds within the citadel. By lying on the window sill and slipping his head through his shutter hole, he could contrive at night to make out the louder noises on the great stairway, called the 300 Steps, which ran from the first courtyard within the round tower to the stone terrace on which the governor's palace and the Farnese prison in which he was confined were built. Toward the middle of its course, somewhere near the 180th step, this staircase was carried from the southern to the northern side of a great courtyard. At this point there was a very light and narrow iron bridge, the centre of which was kept by a porter. The man was relieved every 6 hours, and he was obliged to stand up and flatten his body against the side of the bridge before anyone could cross it. This bridge was the only method of access to the governor's palace and the Farnese Tower. 2 turns of a screw, the key of which the governor always kept upon his person, sufficed to drop this iron bridge more than 100 feet down into the court below. Once this simple precaution had been taken, as no other staircase existed in the citadel, and as every night, at 12 o'clock, an adjutant brought the ropes belonging to every well in the fortress into the governor's house, and placed them in a closet beyond his own bedroom, access to the governor's palace was utterly impossible, and it would have been equally impossible to get into the Farnese Tower. Fabrizio had clearly realized this fact on the day of his entrance into the citadel, and Grillo, who, like every jailer, was fond of boasting about his prison, had re-explained the matter to him several times over. His hopes of escape were therefore very faint. Yet one of Father Blanes's sayings lived in his memory. The lover thinks oftener of reaching his mistress than the husband thinks of guarding his wife. The prisoner thinks more often of escape than the jailer thinks of locking the doors. Therefore, in spite of every obstacle, the lover and the prisoner are certain to succeed. That evening Fabrizio distinctly heard a numerous party of men cross the iron bridge, called the Bridge of the Slave, because a Dalmatian slave had once contrived to escape by throwing the keeper of it over into the courtyard below. " They are coming to carry somebody off. Perhaps they are going to take me out and hang me. But there may be some confusion. I must take advantage of it." He had taken his arms, and was just withdrawing his money from some of his hiding places, when he suddenly stopped short. " Man is a strange animal, there's no denying that," he exclaimed. " What would any invisible spectator think if he saw my preparations? Do I really want to escape at all? What would become of me the day after that on which I returned to Parma? Should I not make every possible effort to get back to Clelia? If there's any confusion, let me take advantage of it to slip into the governor's palace. Perhaps I might get speech of Clelia. Perhaps the confusion would provide me with an excuse for kissing her hand. General Conti, who is as naturally suspicious as he is constitutionally vain, keeps 5 sentries on his palace, 1 at each corner and 1 at the entrance door. But luckily for me, the night is as dark as pitch." Fabrizio crept on tiptoe to find out what Grillo the jailer and his dog were about. The jailer was sound asleep, wrapped in an ox skin slung by 4 cords, and supported by a coarse net. Fox, the dog, opened his eyes, rose, and crawled over to Fabrizio to be patted. Our prisoner went softly back up the 6 steps which led to his wooden shed. The noise at the base of the tower, and just in front of the door, had grown so loud that he quite expected Grillo would wake up. Fabrizio, fully armed and prepared for action, believed this night was to bring about some great adventure. But suddenly he heard the first notes of a most beautiful symphony. Somebody had come to serenade the general or his daughter. He burst into a violent fit of laughter, and I was already prepared to deal dagger thrusts in all directions. As if a serenade were not an infinitely more probable thing than an abduction that necessitated the presence of 80 persons in a prison, or than a revolt. The music was excellent, and to Fabrizio, whose soul had been a stranger to such delights for many weeks, it seemed exquisite. He shed happy tears as he listened, and poured out the most irresistible speeches to the fair Clelia in his delight. But at noon the next day she looked so deeply sad, she was so pale, and the glances she cast at him were occasionally so wrathful, that he did not venture to ask her any question about the serenade. He was afraid of appearing rude. Clelia had good reason to be sad. The serenade had been offered her by the Marchese Crescenzi. Such a public step was tantamount to a kind of official announcement of her marriage. Until that very day, and even until 9 o'clock that evening, she had stood out nobly. But she had given in at last, on her father's threat that he would instantly send her to the convent. " Then I should never see him again," she said to herself, weeping. In vain did her reason add, " I should never see him again, that man who will bring me every sort of sorrow, the lover of the duchess, the fickle being who is known to have had 10 mistresses at Naples, and to have forsaken them all. I should never see him again, that ambitious youth who, if he escapes the sentence now hanging over him, will immediately re-enter the service of the Church. It would be a crime if I were ever to look at him again, once he has left the citadel, and his natural inconstancy will spare me that temptation. For what am I to him? A mere pretext for lightening his boredom for a few hours of each of his days in prison." Even while she thus reviled him, the memory of his smile, as he looked at the gendarmes round him when he was leaving the jailer's office on his way to the Farnese Tower, came back to Clelia's memory. Her eyes overflowed with tears. " Dear friend, what would I not do for you? You will be my ruin, I know. That is my fate. I worked my own destruction, and in the vilest way, when I listened to this terrible serenade to-night. But at noon to-morrow I shall look into your eyes again." It was on the very morrow of that day on which Clelia had sacrificed so much for the young prisoner whom she loved so passionately. It was on the morrow of the day on which, conscious though she was of all his faults, she had sacrificed her life to him, that her coldness almost drove Fabrizio to despair. If, even through the imperfect language of signs, he had done the least violence to Clelia's feelings, she would probably not have been able to restrain her tears, and Fabrizio would have obtained her confession of all she felt for him. But he was not bold enough. He was too mortally afraid of displeasing Clelia. The punishment she had it in her power to inflict on him was too severe for him to face. In other words, Fabrizio had no experience of the nature of the emotion stirred in a man by the woman he really loves. It was a sensation he had never felt before, even to the very faintest extent. It took him a week from the night of the serenade to recover his accustomed terms of friendship with Clelia. The poor girl, terrified lest she should betray herself, took refuge in severity, and every day Fabrizio fancied his favour with her grew less. One day — Fabrizio had then been in prison almost 3 months, without holding any communication with the outer world, yet without feeling unhappy — Grillo had remained in his room far into the morning. Fabrizio was in despair, not knowing how to get rid of him. 12:30 o'clock had struck before he was able to open the 2 little traps, a foot high, which he had cut in his hateful screen. Clelia was standing at the aviary window, her eyes fixed on Fabrizio's room. The deepest despair hovered over her drawn features. Hardly had she caught sight of Fabrizio when she made him a sign that all was lost. Then, hurrying to her piano and pretending to sing a recitative out of an opera then in vogue, she said, in sentences broken by her despair and the fear of being understood by the sentinels marching up and down under her window, " Good God, you are still alive! How deeply I thank Heaven! Barbone, the jailer whose insolence you punished on the day of your arrival here, had disappeared, and left the citadel altogether. He returned the night before last, and since yesterday I have had reason to think he is trying to poison you. He comes and hangs about the private kitchen in the palace, where your meals are cooked. I know nothing for certain, but my waiting woman believes that vile countenance only comes into the palace kitchen with the object of destroying your life. I was beside myself with anxiety when you did not appear. I thought you were dead. Do not eat any food that is brought you until I give you leave. I will contrive some means of sending you a little chocolate. In any case, at 9 o'clock to-night, if by Heaven's mercy you happen to have a thread, or can make a line out of some of your linen, let it drop from your window onto the orange trees below. I will fasten a cord to it, which you will draw up, and by means of that cord I will send you bread and chocolate." Fabrizio had treasured up the scrap of charcoal he had found in the stove in his room. He made haste to take advantage of Clelia's emotion, and to write on his hand a succession of letters which made up the following words: " I love you, and the only reason my life is precious to me is because I see you. Above all things, send me paper and a pencil." As Fabrizio had hoped, the excessive terror he had read in Clelia's face prevented the young girl from breaking off their conversation after his bold declaration that he loved her. All she did was to look very much displeased. Fabrizio was clever enough to add, " There is so much wind to-day that I can hardly make out the counsels you are good enough to give me as you sing. The noise of the piano drowns your voice. What is the poison of which you speak?" At his words, all the young girl's alarm broke out afresh. She began hastily writing large letters in ink on pages which she tore out of a book, and Fabrizio was beside himself with delight at seeing the method of correspondence he had so vainly begged established at last, after 3 months of effort. He carefully clung to the little deception which had served his purpose so well. What he wanted to do was to write letters, and he kept pretending he could not catch the sense of the words, the letters of which Clelia held up to his gaze one after the other. She was obliged to leave the aviary and hurry to her father. Her greatest terror was that he might come to look for her there. His suspicious instinct would have been very much offended by the close vicinity of the aviary window to the screen concealing that of the prisoner's room. It had occurred to Clelia herself, a few minutes previously, when Fabrizio's non-appearance was causing her such mortal anxiety, that a piece of paper wrapped round a small stone might be thrown over the top of the screen. If, by good luck, the jailer in charge of Fabrizio should not happen to be in his room, this would be a quite reliable method of correspondence. Our prisoner lost no time in fashioning a kind of line out of some of his underlinen, and a little after 9 o'clock in the evening he distinctly heard a slight tapping on the boxes of the orange trees under his window. He let down his line and brought up, fastened to the end of it, a very long, thin cord, by means of which he drew up, to begin with, a supply of chocolate, and then, to his inexpressible satisfaction, a roll of paper and a pencil. In vain did he drop his cord down again. Nothing more was sent up. Probably the sentries had approached the neighbourhood of the orange trees. But he was beside himself with delight. He instantly wrote an endless letter to Clelia, and the moment it was finished he fastened it to his line and let it down. For more than 3 hours he waited vainly for her to come and take it, and several times he drew it up again to alter expressions in it. " If Clelia does not see my letter to-night," he thought, while she is still softened by her idea about the poison, she may, when morning comes, utterly refuse to receive any letter from me at all. The real truth was that Clelia had not been able to get out of going down into the town with her father. This idea occurred to Fabrizio when he heard the general's carriage drive up about half an hour after midnight. He knew the sound of his horse's feet. What was his joy when, a few minutes after he had heard the sentries salute the general as he crossed the terrace, he felt a tremor shake the cord, which he had kept wound about his arm. Something very heavy was being fastened to the end of it. 2 slight pulls gave him the signal to draw it up. He had some difficulty in getting the heavy object past a very projecting cornice that ran below his window. The object he had found it so difficult to draw up was a bottle filled with water wrapped in a shawl. In a passion of delight, the poor young fellow, who had lived so long in such complete solitude, covered the shawl with kisses. But no words of mine can depict his emotion when, after all those many days of disappointed hope, his eyes fell on a little scrap of paper fastened to the shawl with a pin. " Drink no water but this. Live on the chocolate. To-morrow I will make every effort to send you up some bread. I will mark it all over with little crosses in ink. It is a horrible thing to say, but you must be told that Barbone may possibly be sent here to poison you. How comes it that you have not felt the subject of your pencil letter must be most displeasing to me? And indeed, I would not write to you at all but for the excessive danger that threatens us. I have just seen the duchess. She is very well, and so is the count, but she has grown much thinner. Do not write to me again upon that subject. Do you want me to be angry with you?" It required a great effort of virtue on Clelia's part to write the last line but one of her note. Everybody about court was declaring that the Duchess Sanseverina was beginning to feel a great regard for Count Baldi, that very good-looking young man who had been the Marchesa Raversi's friend. One point was quite certain: he had broken in the most scandalous fashion with the aforementioned marchesa, who had been a mother to him for 6 years, and had established his social position. Clelia had been obliged to write her hasty note twice over, because in the first copy she had allowed something of the new love affair ascribed to the duchess by public spite to appear. " What a mean creature I am," she exclaimed, " to speak evil of the woman he loves to Fabrizio." The next morning, long before daylight, Grillo entered Fabrizio's room, put down a rather heavy parcel, and disappeared without a word. The bundle contained a good-sized loaf of bread, covered all over with little pen and ink crosses. Fabrizio covered them with kisses. He was very much in love. With the loaf he found a rouleau containing 6,000 francs in sequins, wrapped in numerous paper coverings, and finally a beautiful new breviary. On the margin of the book the following words had been traced, in a handwriting he was beginning to know: "Poison. Beware of water, of wine, of everything. Live on chocolate. Try to make the dog eat the dinner you will not touch. Do not betray your suspicions. The enemy would seek out some other means. Let there be no imprudence in God's name, and no carelessness." Fabrizio immediately removed the precious words which might have compromised Clelia, and tearing a great number of leaves out of the breviary, he made up several alphabets, each letter clearly written with charcoal crushed up and moistened with wine. These alphabets were dry by the time 11:45 struck, and Clelia made her appearance 2 paces from the aviary window. " Now," said Fabrizio to himself, " the great thing is to get her to make use of them." But by good luck she had many things to tell the young prisoner about the attempt to poison him. A dog belonging to the servant girls had died after eating of a dish which had been cooked for Fabrizio. So that Clelia, far from objecting to the use of alphabets, had prepared a splendid one of her own, written in ink. The conversation thus carried on, not a very easy matter during the first few minutes, lasted no less than an hour and a half, that is to say, for as long as Clelia could stay in the aviary. 2 or 3 times, when Fabrizio ventured on forbidden subjects, she deigned him no answer, and turned away for a moment to bestow some necessary care upon her birds. Fabrizio had induced her to promise that at night, when she sent him water, she would also send him one of her own alphabets written in ink, which was much more easily deciphered. He did not fail to write her a very long letter, from which he was careful to exclude all expressions of tenderness, or any, at all events, likely to give offence. This method proved successful, and his letter was accepted. When their alphabet conversation began next day, Clelia did not reproach him. She told him the danger of poison was growing less. The serving men, who made love to the governor's kitchen maids, had fallen upon Barbone and half murdered him. He would probably not venture to reappear in the kitchens. Clelia confessed that for Fabrizio's sake she had dared to steal an antidote in her father's possession. This she would send him. The great point was that he should instantly reject any food the taste of which was unusual. Clelia had questioned Don Cesare very closely, without being able to discover the source of the 6,000 sequins Fabrizio had received. But in any case, it was an excellent sign; his captor's severity was softening. This poison episode advanced our prisoner's business mightily. He could not, indeed, extract the slightest confession of anything like love. But he had the delight of living on the most intimate terms with Clelia. Every morning, and sometimes in the evenings too, they held a long conversation with their alphabets. Every night at 9 o'clock, Clelia accepted a long letter, and sometimes returned a few words in reply. She sent him up the newspaper and a few books, and Grillo had been coaxed into bringing Fabrizio wine and bread, with which he was supplied every day by Clelia's waiting-maid. The jailer had concluded that the governor was not in agreement with the persons who had sent Barbone to poison the young monsignore, and he, as well as his comrades, was heartily glad of it, for it had become a proverb in the prison that if a man only looked Monsignore del Dongo in the face, he was sure to give him money. Fabrizio had grown very pallid. The total absence of exercise tried his health, but except for that he had never been so happy in his life. The tone of his conversations with Clelia was intimate, and sometimes very merry. The only moments in Clelia's life that were not embittered by terrible forebodings and remorse were those she spent talking to him. One day she was so imprudent as to say, " I admire your delicacy. As I am the governor's daughter, you never speak to me of your desire to recover your liberty." " That is because I have no such ridiculous desire," replied Fabrizio. " If I once got back to Parma, how should I ever see you? And life would be unendurable to me, henceforth, if I could not tell you all my thoughts. No, not exactly all my thoughts; you take good care of that. But after all, in spite of your unkindness, to live without seeing you every day would be far worse suffering to me than this imprisonment. I never was so happy in my life. Is it not comical that my happiness should have been waiting for me in a prison?" " There are a great many things to be said upon that subject," replied Clelia, suddenly growing very grave and almost gloomy. " What," cried Fabrizio in great alarm, " am I in danger of losing that little corner I have won in your heart? The only happiness I have in all the world?" " Yes," she replied, " I have every reason to think you are not acting honestly by me, although in the world you are considered a very honourable man. But I will not go into this matter to day." This curious confidence made that day's conversation very awkward, and tears often stood in the eyes of both speakers. Chief Justice Rassi still pined to change his name. He was very weary of the one he had made himself, and longed to be called the Baron Riva. Count Mosca, on his side, was working with all the skill he possessed to feed the venal judge's passion for his barony, and to double the prince's mad hope of making himself constitutional king of Lombardy. These were the only two methods of delaying Fabrizio's execution he had been able to discover. The prince kept saying to Rassi, " A fortnight's despair and a fortnight's hope. By patiently carrying out this treatment we shall contrive to break down that haughty woman's temper. It is this alternation of gentleness and severity which is used to break in the most unmanageable horses. Apply the caustic with a steady hand." So every fortnight a fresh report of Fabrizio's approaching death spread over Parma. Each of these stories plunged the unhappy duchess into the deepest despair. Faithful to her resolve not to drag the count down into her own ruin, she would only see him twice in the month. But her cruelty to the poor man was punished by the continual alternations of hope and dark despair in which her own life was spent. In vain did Count Mosca, in spite of the bitter jealousy caused him by the attentions of the good-looking Baldi, write to the duchess when he could not see her, and acquaint her with all the information he owed to the future Baron Riva. To make a stand against the horrible reports concerning Fabrizio, which were in such constant circulation, the duchess should have spent all her time with a clever and kind-hearted man such as Mosca. Baldi's stupidity, which left her alone with her own thoughts, rendered existence hideous to her, and the count could not succeed in inspiring her with his own reasons for hope. By means of certain ingenious pretexts, the minister induced the prince to consent to send the documents concerning all the very complicated intrigues which, according to Ranuzio Ernest IV's wild hope, were to make him constitutional king of Lombardy, to the house of an accomplice near Sarono, in the very middle of that fair country. More than a score of these very compromising papers were either in the prince's own hand, or bore his signature, and the count intended, if Fabrizio's life should be seriously threatened, to inform his Highness that he was about to place these proofs in the hands of a great power which could crush him with a word. Count Mosca thought himself sure of the future Baron Riva. Poison was the only thing he feared. Barbone's attempt had greatly alarmed him, to such a point, indeed, that he had made up his mind to risk what looked like an act of madness. One morning he drove to the citadel gate, and sent for General Fabio Conti, who came down to him on the bastion above the gate. As they walked up and down in friendly fashion, the count did not hesitate to say, after a little preface, which, though civil enough, was decidedly bitter-sweet: " If Fabrizio should die in any suspicious manner, his death may be ascribed to me, and I should bear the reputation of a jealous fool. That would make me look utterly ridiculous, a thing to which I am resolved never to submit. Therefore, if he should die of any sickness, I shall kill you with my own hands to clear myself. Of that you may be perfectly certain." General Fabio Conti made a very fine answer, and talked big about his courage, but he never forgot the look the count had given him as he spoke. A few days later, and as if he had arranged it with the count, Chief Justice Rassi ventured on an imprudence very remarkable in such a man. The public scorn which clung to his name and made it a proverb with the lowest of the populace was sickening him, now that he had a reasonable hope of escaping it. He forwarded General Fabio Conti an official copy of the sentence condemning Fabrizio to 12 years in the citadel. Legally speaking, this ought to have been done the very morning after Fabrizio entered the prison. But what was unheard of in Parma, that country of secret measures, was that the justiciary should have ventured on such a step without an express order from the sovereign. For what hope could there be of doubling the duchess's terrors every fortnight, and so breaking down her haughty temper, as the prince expressed it, once an official copy of the sentence had passed out of the office of the Ministry of Justice? On the evening before the day on which General Fabio Conti received Chief Justice Rassi's official letter, he was informed that Barbone, the clerk, had been thoroughly thrashed on his way back to the citadel rather late at night. From this he concluded that there was no longer any desire in high quarters to get rid of Fabrizio, and by an instinct of prudence which saved Rassi from the immediate consequences of his folly, he did not mention the transmission of the official copy of the prisoner's sentence at his next audience with the prince. The count, mercifully for the poor duchess's peace of mind, had discovered that Barbone's clumsy attempt had been inspired solely by his own private vengeance, and it was he who had provided the clerk with the warning to which we have just referred. It was a pleasant surprise for Fabrizio when, after 135 days in his somewhat cramped cage, Don Cesare, the worthy chaplain, came one Thursday to take him for a walk on the leads of the Farnese Tower. Before Fabrizio had been there for 10 minutes, the fresh air overcame him, and he fainted away. Don Cesare made this incident a pretext for allowing him half an hour's walk every day. This was a folly. The frequent outings soon restored our hero to a strength which he abused. Several more serenades were given. The only reason that induced the punctilious governor to permit them was that they helped to bind his daughter Clelia, whose character alarmed him, to the Marchese Crescenzi. He had an uneasy feeling that there was nothing in common between himself and his daughter, and lived in a perpetual dread of some freak on her part. She might take refuge in a convent, and then he would be helpless. Otherwise, the general had his fears that all this music, the sound of which must reach the deepest dungeons reserved to the blackest Liberals, might screen the making of signals. He was jealous, too, of the musicians on their own account. Therefore, the moment the serenade was over, they were locked up in those great low-ceilinged rooms of the governor's palace, which were used as offices by his staff in the daytime, and the doors were not opened till broad daylight the next morning. The governor himself stood on the Bridge of the Slave, while the men were searched in his presence, and never restored them to liberty without telling them, several times over, that he would instantly hang any man who dared to undertake to carry the most trifling message to any prisoner. It was well known that in his terror of displeasing the prince he was certain to keep his word. So, to overcome their horror of the night's imprisonment, Crescenzi was obliged to pay his musicians triple fees. All the duchess could wring out of the cowardice of one of these men, and this with great difficulty, was that he should carry a letter in, and give it to the governor. The letter was addressed to Fabrizio, and deplored the sad fact that during the 5 months he had been in prison, his friends outside had never been able to establish the smallest correspondence with him. When the musician entered the citadel, he cast himself at General Fabio Conti's feet, and confessed that a priest, a stranger to him, had so insisted on his taking charge of a letter addressed to Signor del Dongo, that he had not ventured to refuse, but that, faithful to his duty, he now hastened to place it in His Excellency's hands. His Excellency was highly flattered. He knew how great the duchess's resources were, and was terribly afraid of being fooled by her. In his joy, the general carried the letter to the prince, who was equally delighted. " Then the firmness of my government has avenged me at last. For 5 months that haughty woman has been in anguish. But one of these days we will build a scaffold, and her wild imagination will not fail to convince her it is for young Del Dongo." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. One morning, toward 1 o'clock, Fabrizio, stretched upon his window-sill, had slipped his head through the opening he had made in the screen, and was gazing at the stars, and at the wide horizon visible from the top of the Farnese Tower. As his eyes wandered over the country lying toward the lower Po and Ferrara, they chanced to notice a very small but exceedingly bright light, seemingly placed on the top of a tower. " That light cannot be visible from the plain," said Fabrizio to himself. " The thickness of the tower would prevent anyone from seeing it from below. It must be a signal to some distant point." All at once he remarked that this light appeared and disappeared at very close intervals. It must be some young girl signalling to her lover in the next village. He counted 9 successive flashes. " That's an I," said he, " and certainly I is the 9th letter in the alphabet." Then, after a pause, there came 14 flashes. " That's an N." Then, after another pause, there came a single flash. " That's an A. The word is Ina." What were his joy and astonishment when he realized that these successive flashes, punctuated by short pauses, made up the following words: " Ina pensa a te," which evidently meant, " Gina is thinking of thee." Instantly he replied by successive displays of his own lamp through the aperture in his shutter: " Fabrizio loves thee." This correspondence was kept up till daylight. It was the 173rd night of his captivity, and these signals, he was informed, had been made every night for 4 months. But anyone might notice and understand the signs. That very night a system of abbreviations was agreed upon. A series of 3 rapid flashes was to stand for the duchess, 4 for the prince, 2 for Count Mosca. 2 quick flashes, followed by 2 slow ones, was to mean escape. It was settled that for the future they would use the ancient alphabet alla monaca, which, to baffle indiscreet curiosity, alters the usual position of the letters in the alphabet and gives them others of its own devising. Thus A becomes the 10th letter, and B the 3rd, so that 3 successive eclipses of the lamp stand for B, 10 for A, and so forth. The words were separated by a short interval of darkness. A meeting was arranged for an hour after the following midnight, and that next night the duchess came to the tower, which stood about a quarter of a league from the town. Her eyes filled with tears when she beheld signals made by Fabrizio, whom she had so often given up for dead. She signalled to him herself with the lamp. " I love you! Courage! Health! Hope! Use your muscles in your room. You will want all the strength of your arms." " I have not seen him," thought the duchess to herself, " since that concert when the Fausta sang, and he appeared at my drawing-room, dressed as a footman. Who could have dreamed, then, of the fate that was awaiting us?" The duchess apprised Fabrizio by signal that he would soon be rescued, thanks to the goodness of the prince. There was always a chance that the signals might be read. Then she began to say all sorts of tender things. She could not tear herself away from him. Nothing but the entreaties of Ludovico, whom she had made her confidential servant, because he had been useful to Fabrizio, could induce her to discontinue the signals, even close upon daybreak, when they might possibly attract the attention of some evil-disposed person. This reiterated assurance of his approaching deliverance threw Fabrizio into the deepest melancholy. Clelia remarked this next morning, and was imprudent enough to inquire its cause. " I see I am on the point of giving the duchess serious cause for displeasure." " And what can she possibly ask of you that you could refuse?" exclaimed Clelia, pricked by the most eager curiosity. " She wants me to leave this place," he replied, " and that is what I will never consent to do." Clelia could not answer. She looked up at him, and burst into tears. If he could have spoken to her then, at close quarters, he might perhaps have induced her to confess feelings, his uncertainty concerning which often cast him into the deepest sadness. He was keenly conscious that for him life without Clelia's love could only be a succession of bitter sorrows, or one long unbearable weariness. Life did not appear worth living if he was only to go back to those pleasures which had seemed to interest him before he had known what love really was. and although suicide has not yet become the fashion in Italy, he had thought of it as a final refuge should fate part him from Clelia. The next day he received a long letter from her. " It is necessary, my friend, that you should know the truth. Very often, since you have been shut up here, the whole town of Parma has believed your last hour had come. It is true that you are only sentenced to 12 years in the fortress, but it is an undoubted fact, unhappily, that an all-powerful hate pursues you, and 20 times I have trembled at the thought that your days might be ended by poison. You must, therefore, snatch at every possible means of escape. You see that for your sake I fail in my most sacred duties. You may judge how imminent your danger is by the things I dare to tell you, and which are so unfit for me to say. If it be absolutely necessary, if you can find no other means of safety, you must fly. Every instant you spend within this fortress may place your life in greater peril. Remember that there is a party at court which has never allowed its plans to be checked by any likelihood of crime. And do you not perceive that all the plans of that party are constantly foiled by Count Mosca's superior cunning? Certain means have now been devised to ensure his banishment from Parma. This throws the duchess into despair. And does not her despair become a certainty if the young prisoner is put to death? This one fact, which is unanswerable, will enable you to gauge your own position. You say you feel affection for me. Then think, in the first place, that insurmountable obstacles must prevent this feeling from ever becoming a solid one between us. We shall have met each other in our youth. We shall have held out friendly hands to one another in a moment of misfortune. Fate will have sent me to this stern place to soften your suffering, but I should reproach myself eternally if fancies which have not, and never will have, any true foundation, led you to neglect any possible opportunity of saving your life from such a frightful peril. The cruel imprudence I committed when I exchanged some friendly signs with you has cost me my peace of mind. If our childish games with alphabets have filled you with illusions so unjustifiable, and which may be so fatal to you, I shall never be able to justify myself in my own eyes by recalling Barboni's attempt upon you to my memory. I myself, even when I thought I was saving you from a momentary danger, shall have placed you in far more terrible and far more inevitable peril, and never, to all eternity, can my wrongdoing gain pardon if it has inspired you with feelings which might lead you to neglect the counsels of the duchess. This, then, is what you force me to reiterate. Save yourself, I command you." The letter was a very long one. Some passages, such as that " I command you," which we have just quoted, were full of an exquisite encouragement to Fabrizio's love. The actual feeling of the letter struck him as being fairly tender, although its expression was remarkably prudent. At other moments he paid the penalty of his complete ignorance of this kind of warfare, and saw nothing but ordinary friendship, or even the most commonplace humanity, in Clelia's letter. None of its contents, however, shook his resolve for a single instant. Supposing all the dangers she described to be very real, was it anything too much to purchase the daily joy of seeing her by facing some momentary risk? What would his life be if he were to find refuge once more at Bologna or Florence? For if he should escape from the citadel, he could never hope for leave to reside anywhere within the state of Parma. And if the prince altered his views so far as to set him at liberty, a very unlikely contingency, seeing he, Fabrizio, had become, to a powerful faction, a useful element for the overthrow of Count Mosca, what would life be even at Parma, parted from Clelia by the bitter hatred of the two parties? Once or twice in a month, perhaps, chance might bring them both into the same drawing-room. But even then, what could the nature of their conversation be? How were they ever to recover the tone of absolute intimacy he now enjoyed, for several hours every day? What would their drawing-room talk be like, compared with the intercourse they kept up through their alphabets? What matter if I have to pay for this life of delights, this unique chance of happiness, by taking some trifling risks? And is it not happiness, again, to find this poor opportunity of proving my love to her? Fabrizio's only view of Clelia's letter, then, was that it gave him an excuse for craving an interview with her. This was the one and constant object of all his longing. He had never spoken to her but once, and only for an instant, just as he was being led to his prison. And that was more than 200 days ago. There was a method by which a meeting with Clelia might be easily arranged. The worthy Don Cesare allowed Fabrizio to walk for half an hour every Thursday in the daytime on the terrace of the Farnese Tower. But on the other days his exercise, which might have been observed by all the dwellers in and around Parma, and thus seriously compromised the governor, was taken after nightfall. The only staircase by which the terrace of the Farnese Tower could be reached was that in the little bell tower of the chapel, with its gloomy black and white marble decorations, of which my reader may retain some recollection. Grillo was in the habit of taking Fabrizio into the chapel and opening the door leading to the little staircase in the tower for him to pass up it. He ought to have followed him, but the evenings were growing chilly, and the jailer allowed him to go up alone, turned the key upon the tower, which communicated with the terrace, and went back to sit in his warm room. Well, why should not Clelia and her waiting woman meet him some night in the black marble chapel? All Fabrizio's long letter in answer to Clelia's was written with the object of obtaining this interview, and further, with the most absolute sincerity, and as though he had been speaking of another person, he confided to her all the reasons which made him resolve not to leave the citadel. " I would risk 1,000 deaths every day for the happiness of talking to you with our alphabets, which do not now give us a moment's difficulty. And you would have me commit the blunder of banishing myself to Parma, or perhaps to Bologna, or even to Florence. You expect me deliberately to remove myself farther away from you. Such an effort, let me tell you, is impossible to me. It would be vain for me to give you my word. I could not keep it." The result of this plea for a meeting was a disappearance on Clelia's part, which lasted no less than 5 days. For 5 whole days she never came near the aviary, except when she knew Fabrizio would not be able to open the little shutter in his screen. Fabrizio was in despair. This absence convinced him that, in spite of some glances which had filled him with foolish hopes, he had never really inspired Clelia with any warmer feeling than one of friendship. " In that case," thought he, " of what value is my life to me? Let the prince rid me of it. I shall be grateful to him. That is another reason for my trying to stay in the fortress." And it was with a sense of deep disgust that he replied to the signals flashed by the little lamp. The duchess was convinced he had gone quite crazy when, in the report of the signalled conversations which Ludovico presented to her every morning, she read the extraordinary assertion, " I do not desire to escape. I choose to die here." During those 5 days of Fabrizio's misery, Clelia was even more wretched than he. The following idea, a very bitter one to a generous soul, had occurred to her. " It is my duty to flee to some convent far from the citadel. When Fabrizio knows I am not here, and I will take care he does know it, from Grillo and all the other jailers, he will make up his mind to attempt to escape." But to go into a convent meant to give up all hope of ever seeing Fabrizio again. And how could she bear not to see him, now that he had given her so clear a proof that the feeling which might once have bound him to the duchess no longer existed? What more touching proof of devotion could any man have offered? After 7 long months of an imprisonment which had seriously undermined his health, he refused to regain his liberty. A frivolous being, such as the courtiers had given Clelia cause to believe Fabrizio to be, would have sacrificed 20 mistresses to shorten his stay in the fortress by 1 day, and what would he not have done to escape from a prison where he might be poisoned at any moment? Clelia's courage failed her. She committed the signal mistake of not taking refuge in a convent, a step which would likewise have given her a quite natural excuse for breaking with the Marchese Crescenzi. Once this mistake was made, how could she stand out against this young man, so lovable, so natural, so devoted, who was exposing his life to the most frightful peril, simply for the sake of the happiness of looking at her out of his window? After 5 days of the most terrible struggle, interspersed with fits of bitter self-scorn, Clelia made up her mind to answer the letter in which Fabrizio besought her to grant him an interview in the black marble chapel. She refused the meeting, indeed, and in somewhat harsh terms, but from that instant all her peace of mind departed. Every moment her imagination showed her Fabrizio dying from the effects of poison. 6 or 8 times a day she would go up into the aviary to satisfy her passionate need of seeing with her own eyes that he was alive. " If he remains in the fortress," said she to herself, If he is still exposed to all the vile things that the Raversi party is plotting against him, in order to overthrow Count Mosca, the only reason is because my cowardice has prevented me from going into a convent. What pretext would he have had for remaining here if he had known for certain that I had gone forever? This girl, with all her shyness and innate pride, even faced the risk of encountering a refusal from Grillo the jailer. She humbled herself to the extent of sending for him, and telling him, in a voice the trembling tones of which betrayed her secret, that in a few days Fabrizio would gain his freedom, that the Duchess Sanseverina was taking the most active steps with this object, that it was frequently necessary to obtain the prisoner's instant reply to certain proposals made to him, and that she begged him, Grillo, to allow Fabrizio to make an opening in the screen which masked the window, so that she might communicate to him by signs the intelligence which she was receiving several times each day from the duchess. Grillo smiled, and assured her of his respect and obedience. Clelia was intensely grateful to him for saying nothing more. It was quite clear that he was perfectly cognizant of everything that had been going on for some months. Hardly had the jailer left her presence, when Clelia gave the signal agreed on for summoning Fabrizio on great occasions, and she confessed all she had done to him. " Your heart is set on dying by poison," she added. " I hope to gather courage one of these days to leave my father and take refuge in some distant convent. That will be my duty to you, and then, I hope, you will not oppose the plans which may be suggested to enable you to escape. As long as you are here, I must endure moments of horrible distress and perplexity. Never in my life have I done anything to harm anybody, and now it seems to me that I shall be the cause of your death. Such an idea, even concerning a person utterly unknown to me, would drive me to despair. Imagine, then, what I feel at the thought that a friend, whose folly gives me grave cause for complaint, but with whom, after all, I have had a daily intercourse for so long a time, may at that very moment be in the throes of death. Now and then I feel that I must make sure for myself that you are alive. To save myself from this horrible anguish, I have just humbled myself so low as to ask a favour from an inferior, who might have refused it, and who may yet betray me. After all, it would be happier for me, perhaps, if he did denounce me to my father. I should instantly go to my convent, and I should no longer be the very unwilling accomplice of your cruel folly. But believe me, this state of things cannot last long, and you will obey your orders from the duchess. Are you content, my cruel friend? It is I who beseech you to betray my father. Call Grillo and give him money." Fabrizio was so desperately in love, the slightest expression of Clelia's will filled him with such dread, that even this extraordinary communication did not make him feel certain he was beloved. He called Grillo, rewarded him generously for his past complaisance, and told him, as regarded the future, that for every day on which he allowed him to make use of the opening in his screen, he would give him a sequin. Grillo was delighted with this arrangement. " Monsignore," he said, " I am going to speak to you quite frankly. Will you make up your mind to eating a cold dinner every day? That is a very simple method of escaping the risk of poison. But I will beg you to practice the most absolute discretion. A jailer must see everything and guess nothing. Instead of one dog, I will keep several, and you yourself shall make them taste every dish you intend to eat. As for wine, I will give you mine, and you must never touch any bottle except those out of which I have drunk. But if your Excellency wants to ruin me forever, you have only to confide these matters even to the Signorina Clelia. All women are alike, and if she should quarrel with you to-morrow, the day after, in her vengeance, she will tell the whole story to her father, whose greatest joy would be to find some excuse for hanging a jailer. Next to Barbone himself, the general is the most spiteful man in the citadel, and there lies the real danger of your position. He knows how to use poison, be sure of that, and he would not forgive me if he thought I was keeping 2 or 3 little dogs." There was another serenade. Grillo now answered all Fabrizio's questions. He had resolved, indeed, that he would be prudent and not betray the Signorina Clelia, who, as it appeared to him, though just about to marry the Marchese Crescenzi, the richest man in the state of Parma, was nevertheless carrying on a love affair, as far as prison walls allowed, with the handsome Monsignore del Dongo. He had just been replying to Fabrizio's questions about the serenade, and blunderingly added, " He is expected to marry her soon." The effect of this simple sentence on Fabrizio may be imagined. That night his only response to the lamp signals was to the effect that he was ill. The next morning at 10 o'clock, when Clelia appeared in the aviary, he asked her, with a ceremonious politeness quite unusual between them, why she had not frankly told him that she loved the Marchese Crescenzi, and was just about to marry him. " Because none of all that is true," she answered petulantly. The rest of her reply, indeed, was not so explicit. Fabrizio pointed this out to her, and took advantage of the occasion to make a fresh request for an interview. Clelia, who saw her good faith called in question, agreed almost at once, begging him at the same time to note that she would be dishonoured forever in the eyes of Grillo. That evening, when it had grown quite dark, she appeared with her waiting woman in the black marble chapel. She stopped in the middle, close by the night lamp. Grillo and the waiting-maid turned back and stood about 30 paces off, near the door. Clelia, shaking with emotion, had made ready a fine speech. Her object was not to let any compromising confession escape her. But the logic of passion is very merciless. Its deep interest in discovering the truth forbids the employment of useless precautions, and its intense devotion to its object deprives it of all fear of giving offence. At first Fabrizio was dazzled by Clelia's beauty. For over 8 months he had not looked so closely at any human being save his jailers, but the name of the Marchese Crescenzi brought back all his fury, and this was increased when he clearly perceived Clelia's answers to be full of a prudent discretion. Clelia herself recognized that she was increasing his suspicions instead of dispelling them. The painfulness of the thought was more than she could endure. " Would it make you very happy," she said with a sort of rage, and with tears standing in her eyes, " to think you have made me forget everything I owe to myself? Until the 3rd of August last year, I never felt anything but distaste for the men who sought to please me. I had a boundless and probably exaggerated scorn for the character of all courtiers. Everybody who was happy at court disgusted me. But I noticed remarkable qualities in a prisoner who was brought to the citadel on the 3rd of August. First of all, and almost unconsciously, I endured all the torments of jealousy. The charms of an exquisite woman, whom I knew well, were so many dagger thrusts in my heart, because I believed, and I still believe it a little, that this prisoner was attached to her. Soon the persecutions of the Marchese Crescenzi, who had asked my father for my hand, increased twofold. He is a very rich man, and we have no fortune at all. I refused his advances with the most absolute independence. But my father pronounced the fatal word, a convent, and I realized that if I left the citadel I should not be able to watch over the life of the prisoner in whose fate I was interested. Until that moment the chief object of my care had been to prevent his having the smallest suspicion of the terrible dangers which threatened his life. I had been quite resolved never to betray either my father or my secret. But the woman who protects this prisoner, a woman of the most splendid activity, a woman of superior intelligence and indomitable will, offered him, as I believe, the means of escape. He refused them, and endeavoured to persuade me he would not leave the citadel because he would not leave me. Then I committed a great fault. I struggled for 5 days. I ought instantly to have betaken myself to a convent and left the fortress. That step would have provided me with a very easy method of breaking with the Marchese Crescenzi. I had not courage to leave the fortress, and I am a ruined girl. I have set my affections on a fickle man. I know what his conduct was at Naples, and what reason have I to suppose his nature has changed? During a very severe imprisonment he has paid court to the only woman he could see. She has been an amusement to him in his boredom. As he could not speak to her without a certain amount of difficulty, this amusement has taken on a false appearance of passion. The prisoner, who has made himself a reputation for courage, has taken it into his head to prove that his love is more than a mere passing fancy, by risking considerable danger, so as to continue seeing the person whom he believes he loves. But once he is back in a great city, and surrounded by all the temptations of society, he will again be that which he has always been, a man of the world, addicted to dissipation and gallantry, and the poor companion of his prison will end her days in a convent, forgotten by this fickle being, and weighed down with the deadly regret of having confessed her love to him. This historic speech, of which we have only indicated the principal features, was, as may well be imagined, broken 20 times by Fabrizio's interruptions. He was desperately in love, and he was perfectly convinced that before meeting Clelia he had never known what love was, and that the destiny of his whole life was bound up with her alone. My reader will doubtless imagine all the fine things he was pouring out when the waiting woman warned her mistress that the clock had just struck 11:30, and that the general might be coming at any moment. The parting was a cruel one. " Perhaps this is the last time I shall ever see you," said Clelia to the prisoner. " A measure which is so evidently in the interest of the Raversi cabal may give you a terrible opportunity for proving that you are not inconstant." Choking with sobs, and overcome with shame because she could not altogether stifle them in the presence of her maid, and more especially of the jailer, Clelia parted with Fabrizio. No second conversation would be possible until the general gave out that he was going to spend an evening in society. And as, since Fabrizio's imprisonment, and the interest it inspired among the curious courtiers, he had thought it prudent to suffer from an almost unintermitting fit of the gout, his expeditions into the town, which were directed by the necessities of a cunning policy, were frequently not decided upon till just before he stepped into his carriage. After that evening in the marble chapel, Fabrizio's life was one succession of transports of joy. Great obstacles, indeed, still stood between him and his happiness, but at all events he had the supreme and unlooked-for bliss of being loved by the divine creature on whom his thoughts unceasingly dwelt. On the 3rd day after the interview, the lamp signals ended very early, close upon midnight, and just at that moment Fabrizio's head was very nearly broken by a large leaden ball, which was thrown over the upper part of his window screen, came crashing through the paper panes, and fell into his room. This very bulky ball was by no means as heavy as its size gave reason to suppose. Fabrizio opened it with ease, and within it he found a letter from the duchess. Through the archbishop, whom she sedulously flattered, she had won over a soldier belonging to the citadel garrison. This man, who was most skilful in the use of the catapult, had either fooled the sentries placed at the corners and on the door of the governor's palace, or had come to an understanding with them. " You must save yourself with ropes. I shudder as I give you this strange counsel. For a whole month I have shrunk from speaking the words, but the official horizon grows darker every day, and we may expect the worst. You must instantly begin to signal with your lamp, so that we may know you have received this dangerous letter. Show P, B, and G, alla monaca, that is to say, 4, 12, and 2. I shall not breathe freely until I have seen this signal. I am on the tower, and will answer by N and O, 7 and 5. Once you have received this answer, do not signal any more, and apply your whole mind to understanding my letter." Fabrizio instantly obeyed, made the signals indicated, and received the promised response. Then he resumed his perusal of the letter. " We may expect the very worst. This has been affirmed to me by the 3 men in whom I have most confidence, after I had made them swear on the Gospels to tell me the truth, whatever agony it might cost me. The first of these men threatened the surgeon at Ferrara, who would have denounced you, that he would fall upon him with an open knife in his hand. The second told you, when you returned from Belgirate, that you would have been more strictly prudent if you had put a pistol shot into the manservant who rode singing through the wood, leading a fine horse, rather too lean. The third man is unknown to you. He is a highway robber of my acquaintance, a man of action, if ever there was one, and as brave as you are yourself. That reason, above all others, induced me to ask him what you had better do. All 3, without knowing that I had consulted the other 2, have assured me you had far better run the risk of breaking your neck than spend another 11 years and 4 months in perpetual fear of a very likely dose of poison. For a month you must practice climbing up and down a knotted rope in your own room. Then, on a feast day, when the garrison of the citadel will have received an extra ration of wine, you must make your great effort. You will have 3 ropes of silk and hemp, as thick as a swan's quill. The first, 80 feet long, to carry you down the 35 feet from your window to the orange grove. The second, of 300 feet, there the difficulty comes in, on account of the weight, to carry you down the 180 feet of the great tower, and a third of 30 feet to take you over the rampart. I spend my whole life studying the great wall on the east, that is, on the Ferrara side. A crack caused by an earthquake has been filled up by means of a buttress which forms an inclined plane. My highway robber assures me he would undertake to get down on that side without too much difficulty, and with no damage beyond a few grazes, simply by letting himself slip down the slope of this buttress. There are only 28 feet of vertical drop quite at the bottom. This side of the citadel is the least well guarded. Nevertheless, taking it together, my robber, who has escaped from prison 3 times over, and whom you would like if you knew him, although he hates all men of your caste — my highway robber, as I say, who is as active and nimble as you are yourself, thinks he would rather make the descent on the western side, exactly opposite that little palace which you know so well, as having once been occupied by the Fausta. What makes him inclined to choose that side is that, though the slope of the wall is very slight, it is almost entirely covered with briars. There are plenty of twigs as thick as one's little finger, which may indeed scratch and tear you if you are not careful, but which also supply an excellent hold. Only this morning I was looking at this western side through an excellent glass. The place to choose is just below a point where a new stone was inserted in the balustrade about 2 or 3 years ago. From this stone downward you will first of all find a bare space of about 20 feet. Down that you must move very slowly. You can imagine how my heart trembles as I write these horrible instructions, but courage consists in knowing how to choose the lesser evil, however terrible that may be. After this bare space you will find 80 or 90 feet covered with very large brambles and bushes, in which the birds fly about. Then a space of about 30 feet, with nothing on it but grass, wallflowers, and pellitories. And at last, as you get closer to the ground, 20 feet more of brambles, and some 25 or 30 feet which have been lately plastered. What would make me choose this side is that exactly below that new stone on the upper balustrade there stands a wooden hut, built by one of the soldiers, in his garden, and which the captain of engineers attached to the fortress is anxious to make him pull down. It is 17 feet high, with a thatched roof, and the roof touches the main wall of the fortress. It is this roof which tempts me. If such a dreadful thing as an accident should happen, it would break your fall. Once you get there, you will be within the ramparts, but these are rather carelessly guarded. If anyone should stop you there, fire off your pistols and defend yourself for a few minutes. Your friend from Ferrara, and another brave man, he whom I call the highway robber, will be provided with ladders, and will not hesitate to scale the rampart, which is not very high, and fly to your help. The rampart is only 23 feet high, with a very gradual slope. I shall be at the foot of this last wall, with a good number of armed servants. I hope to be able to send you 5 or 6 letters by the same hand which brings you this one. I shall constantly reiterate the same things in different terms, so that we may be thoroughly agreed. You will guess what I feel when I tell you that the man who would have had you fire your pistol at the manservant, who is, after all, the kindest of beings, and is half killing himself with remorse, thinks you will escape with a broken arm. The highway robber, who has more experience in such expeditions, thinks that if you will come down very slowly, and above all without hurrying yourself, your liberty should not cost you more than a few raw places. The great difficulty is to get the ropes, and that has been the one object of my thoughts during the fortnight for which this great plan has occupied every moment of my time. I do not reply to that piece of madness, the only foolish thing you ever said in your life. I do not desire to escape. The man who would have had you shoot the manservant exclaimed at once that the dullness of your life had driven you crazy. I will not conceal from you that we dread a very imminent danger which may perhaps hasten the day of your flight. To warn you of that danger, the lamp will signal several times over, "The castle is on fire." You will answer, "Are my books burned?" There were 5 or 6 more pages in this letter, all crammed with details. They were written in microscopic characters on very thin paper. " All that is very fine and very well arranged," said Fabrizio to himself, " and I owe eternal gratitude both to the duchess and to the count. Perhaps they will think I am afraid, but I will not escape. Did any man ever escape from a place where he is perfectly happy, in order to cast himself into the most hideous banishment, where he will find nothing, not even air that he can breathe? What should I do at the end of the first month if I were at Florence? I should put on a disguise and come and hover round the gate of this fortress to try to catch a glimpse of her." The next morning Fabrizio had a fright. He was standing at his window toward 11 o'clock, looking out at the magnificent view, and waiting for the happy moment when Clelia would appear, when Grillo, quite out of breath, bustled into the room. " Quick, quick, monsignore, throw yourself on the bed. Pretend to be ill. 3 judges are coming up. They are going to question you. Think well before you speak. They have come here to entangle you." As Grillo spoke the words, he was hastily shutting up the little trapdoor in the screen. He thrust Fabrizio onto his bed, and threw 2 or 3 cloaks over him. " Say you are in great pain, and speak as little as you can. Above all things, make them repeat their questions, so as to give yourself time to think." The 3 judges entered the room. " 3 escaped convicts," said Fabrizio to himself, as he noted their vile countenances. Not 3 judges at all. They wore long black gowns. They bowed to him solemnly, and sat themselves down without a word in the only 3 chairs the apartment contained. " Signor Fabrizio del Dongo," quoth the senior of the 3, " we are distressed by the sadness of the duty we are here to fulfil. We have come to inform you of the death of His Excellency the Marchese del Dongo, your father, late Grand Steward, Major Domo of the Lombardo-Venetian Kingdom, Knight Grand Cross of the Orders of so-and-so, and so forth." Fabrizio burst into tears. The judge proceeded. " The Marchesa del Dongo, your mother, has sent you a letter communicating this news, but as she has added improper remarks of her own to her announcement, the Court of Justice yesterday decided that you were only to be given extracts from her letter, and these extracts will now be read to you by Registrar Bona." When the passages had been read out by this functionary, the judge came over to Fabrizio, who was still lying on his bed, and pointed out the paragraphs in his mother's letter, copies of which had just been read to him. In the letter, Fabrizio caught sight of such phrases as "unjust imprisonment," "cruel punishment for a crime that is no crime," and understood the motive of the judge's visit. Nevertheless, in his scorn for these unworthy magistrates, he said nothing at all to them, except the words, "I am ill, gentlemen, I am half dead with weakness, and you must excuse my not getting up." The judges departed, and Fabrizio shed many more tears. At last he questioned with himself, "Am I a hypocrite? I used to think I did not care for him." On that day, and those following it, Clelia was very sad. She called him several times over, but she had hardly courage to say anything to him. On the morning of the 5th day from that of their first interview, she told him that she was coming to the marble chapel that night. " I can only say a few words to you," she said as she entered. She was trembling to such an extent that she had to lean on her waiting woman. Having sent her back to the chapel door, she spoke again, in a voice that was barely intelligible. " You will give me your word," she said, " your sacred word of honour, that you will obey the duchess, and try to escape on the day and in the manner in which she will command you. Otherwise, I shall immediately take refuge in a convent, and I swear to you here that I will never open my lips to you again." Fabrizio stood dumb. " Promise," said Clelia, with tears in her eyes, and almost beside herself, " or else this talk will be our very last. You have turned my life into something horrible. You are here because of me, and any day of your life here may be your last." Clelia was so weak at this moment that she had to support herself against a huge armchair which had been placed in the centre of the chapel, in former days, for the use of the imprisoned prince. She very nearly fainted away. " What must I promise ?" said Fabrizio in a despairing voice. " You know what." " Then I swear to cast myself knowingly into hideous misery, and to condemn myself to live far from everything I love in this world." " Promise clearly." " I swear I will obey the duchess, and take to flight when and how she wills. And what is to become of me when I am far away from you?" " Swear you will save yourself, whatever happens." " What, have you made up your mind to marry Crescenzi as soon as I am gone? My God, what a creature you must think me! But swear, or my soul will never know peace again." Well, then, I swear I will escape from here the day the duchess commands me to do so, and whatever may come to pass beforehand." Once Clelia had extracted the oath, she grew so faint that she had to retire as soon as she had expressed her thankfulness to Fabrizio. " Everything," she said, " was ready for my flight to morrow, if you had insisted on staying here. At this moment I should have looked my last on you. That was my vow to the Madonna. Now, as soon as I am able to leave my room, I will go and look at the wall below the new stone in the balustrade." The next day she looked so deadly white that it cut him to the heart. She said to him from her aviary window, " We must not deceive ourselves, dear friend. Our affection is a sinful one, and I am sure some misfortune will overtake us. If nothing worse happens, your attempted flight will be discovered, and you will be utterly lost. Nevertheless, we must obey the dictates of human prudence, and that commands us to make every effort. To get down the outside of the great tower, you must have over 200 feet of the strongest rope. With all my endeavours, I have not been able, since I knew of the plan, to get together more than 50 feet. The governor has issued an order that every cord and rope found in the citadel is to be burned, and every night the ropes belonging to the wells, which are so weak that they often break even under the light weight they have to carry, are carefully removed. But you must pray God to pardon me, for I am betraying my father, and labouring, unnatural daughter that I am, to cause him mortal grief. Pray to God for me, and if your life is saved, make a vow to consecrate every instant of it to his glory. Here is an idea which has occurred to me. In a week from now I am to go down from the citadel to be present at the wedding of one of Marchese Crescenzi's sisters. I shall return at night, of course, as propriety demands. But I will use all my endeavours to come in as late as possible, and perhaps Barbone will not venture to look at me too closely. All the great ladies of the court, and among them, no doubt, the duchess, will be present at the wedding. In Heaven's name, let one of those ladies pass me a bundle of fine rope, not too thick, and packed as small as possible. If I have to risk 1,000 deaths, I will dare every means, even the most dangerous, of getting the bundle into the fortress, and so fail, woe is me, in every duty. If my father finds me out, I shall never see you again. But whatever fate awaits me, I shall be happy, as a sister may be happy, if I can help to save you." That very evening, by means of his nightly signals with the lamp, Fabrizio informed the duchess of the unique chance that presented itself for sending him a sufficient quantity of rope. But he besought her to keep the matter secret even from the count, which seemed to her a most extraordinary thing. " He is mad," thought the duchess. " His imprisonment has altered his nature. He looks at everything from the tragic point of view." The next morning a leaden ball, cast by the catapult, brought the prisoner news that he stood in the greatest possible danger. The individual, he was told, who had undertaken to bring in the ropes, was thereby positively and absolutely saving his life. Fabrizio lost no time in apprising Clelia of this fact. The leaden ball also brought Fabrizio a very exact sketch of that portion of the western wall lying between the bastions, by which he was to descend from the top of the great tower. Once he had got so far, his escape would become fairly easy, the ramparts, as my readers are aware, being only 23 feet in height. The back of the plan bore a splendid sonnet written in a small, delicate hand. In these lines, some high-hearted person adjured Fabrizio to take to flight, and not to permit his soul to be debased, and his body worn out by the 11 years of captivity which still lay before him. And at this point a necessary detail, which partly explains how the duchess had found courage to counsel Fabrizio to attempt so dangerous an escape, obliges us to break the thread of the story of this bold enterprise for a short space. The Raversi faction, like all parties when they are out of power, was anything but united. Cavaliere Riscara hated Chief Justice Rassi, who, so he declared, had caused him to lose an important lawsuit, in which, as a matter of fact, Riscara had been in the wrong. Through Riscara, the prince received an anonymous warning that Fabrizio's sentence had been officially reported to the governor of the citadel. The Marchesa Raversi, like the clever party leader she was exceedingly annoyed by this false step, and at once sent warning of it to her friend the Chief Justice. She thought it perfectly natural that he should have desired to get something out of Mosca, so long as Mosca remained in power. Rassi betook himself boldly to the palace, making sure a few kicks would settle the matter as far as he was concerned. The prince could not do without some clever lawyer about him, and Rassi had carefully procured the banishment as Liberals of a judge and a barrister, the only two men in the country who might possibly have taken his place. The prince, in a fury, poured out a volley of abuse upon him, and was in the act of moving forward to thrash him. " Well, well," replied Rassi, with the most perfect calmness, " it is only some clerk's mistake, after all. The matter is prescribed by law. It ought to have been done the very morning after Del Dongo was sent to the citadel. The zealous clerk thought he had forgotten something, and got my signature to the letter as a mere matter of form." " And you think you will get me to believe such clumsy lies as these ?" shouted the prince in a rage. " Why can't you say honestly that you've sold yourself to that scamp Mosca, and that he has given you your decoration for doing it? But by my soul, a thrashing shall not finish the job for you. I'll have you tried, and you shall be dismissed in disgrace." " I defy you to have me tried," answered Rassi boldly. He knew this to be a sure means of quieting the prince. " The law is on my side, and you've no second Rassi who will know how to elude it. You will not dismiss me, because at certain moments your nature grows severe, and then you thirst for blood, while at the same time you desire to retain the esteem of all reasonable Italians, because that esteem is essential to your ambition. At all events, you'll recall me the first time your temper makes you hanker after some severe sentence, and as usual I shall provide you with a correct verdict, found by fairly honest judges, to satisfy your spite. Try and find another man in your dominions who will be so useful to you as I." This said, Rassi took to flight. He had escaped with one heavy blow from a ruler and 5 or 6 kicks. He left the palace and departed straight to his country house of Riva. He was rather afraid of a dagger thrust while the prince was in his first fury. Still, he was quite sure that before a fortnight was out a courtier would be sent to recall him to the capital. He devoted the time he spent in the country to organizing a safe means of correspondence with Count Mosca. He was desperately in love with the title of baron, and thought the prince had too high an opinion of that whilom sublime dignity known as noble rank, to allow of his ever conferring it upon him, whereas the count, who was very proud of his own birth, thought nothing of any nobility that could not show proofs of its existence before the year 1400. The Chief Justice had not been mistaken in his forecast. He had hardly been a week in his country house before one of the prince's friends paid him a chance visit, and advised him to return to Parma without delay. The prince gave him a smiling reception, but presently he turned very grave, and made him swear on the Gospels that he would keep what he was about to confide to him secret. Rassi swore in the most solemn manner, and the prince, his eyes blazing with hatred, exclaimed that so long as Fabrizio del Dongo was alive he should never be master in his own house, adding, " I can neither drive the duchess out nor endure her presence. Her looks defy me and half kill me." After Rassi had allowed the prince to explain himself at great length, he pretended to be greatly puzzled himself, and then, " Your Highness shall be obeyed, no doubt," cried he, " but it is a horribly difficult business. There are no grounds for condemning a Del Dongo to death for having killed a Giletti. It is an astonishing feat already to have given him 12 years in a fortress for it. And besides, I have reason to suspect that the duchess has laid her hand on 3 of the peasants who were working at the Sanguigna excavations, and were outside the ditch when that villain Giletti attacked Del Dongo." " And where are these creatures ?" cried the prince angrily. " Hidden in Piedmont, I suppose. Now, we should want a conspiracy against your Highness's life." " That plan has its dangerous side," said the prince. " It stirs up the idea." " Well, but," said Rassi with an air of innocence, " there you have the whole of my official arsenal. We still have poison." " But who would give it? That idiot of a Conti? "" Well, according to all we have heard, it would not be his first attempt." " He would have to be in a rage himself," explained Rassi, " and besides, when he got rid of the captain he was not 30 years old, and he was desperately in love, and far less of a coward than he is now. Reasons of state must, no doubt, override every other, but, taken at a disadvantage, as I am now, and at the first glance, the only person I can think of to carry out the sovereign's orders is a man of the name of Barbone, the jail clerk in the fortress, whom Del Dongo knocked down the first day he was there." Once the prince was set at his ease, the conversation was endless. He closed it by giving his chief justice a month's law. Rassi had begged for 2. The next morning he received a secret gratuity of 1,000 sequins. He thought the matter over for 3 days. On the 4th he came back to his original argument, which seemed to him quite evident. Count Mosca is the only person who will be inclined to keep his word to me, because in making me a baron he gives me something he does not value himself. Secondo, if I warn him, I probably save myself from committing a crime the full price of which I have pretty nearly received in advance. Tertio, I avenge myself for the first humiliating blows bestowed on the Cavaliere Rassi. The following night he acquainted Count Mosca with the whole of his conversation with the prince. The count was still paying his court to the duchess in secret. It is true that he did not see her more than once or twice a month in her own house, but almost every week, and whenever he could contrive any opportunity for speaking to her about Fabrizio, the duchess, attended by Cecchina, came late in the evening, and spent a few minutes in the count's garden. She contrived to deceive even her coachman, who was devoted to her, and who believed her to be paying a visit in a neighbouring house. My readers will easily imagine that the moment the count had received the chief justice's hideous communication, he made the signal agreed on with the duchess. Though it was midnight, she sent Cecchina to beg him to come to her at once. The count, as delighted as any young lover by this appearance of intimacy, hesitated to tell the duchess the whole story. He feared he might see her go wild with grief. Yet, after having cast about for equivocations which might mitigate the fatal announcement, he ended by revealing the whole truth. He was not capable of keeping back any secret she begged him to tell her. But 9 months of excessive misfortune had greatly altered her passionate soul. Her nature was strengthened, and the duchess did not break out into sobs or lamentations. The next evening she caused the signal of imminent danger to be made to Fabrizio. "The castle is on fire." He answered quite clearly, "Are my books burned?" The same night she had the happiness of sending him a letter inside a leaden ball. A week after that day came the wedding of the Marchese Crescenzi's sister, at which the duchess was guilty of a desperate piece of imprudence which shall be duly related in its place. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21. About a year before the period of her misfortunes, the duchess had made acquaintance with a strange being. One day, when, as they say in that country, aveva la luna, she had betaken herself quite unexpectedly toward evening to her country house on the hill overlooking the Po, at Sacca, beyond Colorno. She delighted in making improvements in the place. She loved the huge forest that crowns the hill and grows close up to the house. She was having paths cut through it to various picturesque spots. " You'll be carried off by brigands, fair lady," said the prince to her one day. "A forest where you are known to walk cannot possibly remain deserted." The prince cast an eye on the count, whose jealousy he was always trying to kindle. " I have no fears, most serene highness," replied the duchess with an air of innocence. " When I walk about in my woods, I reassure myself with the thought that I have never done any one any harm. Therefore, who should there be to hate me?" The remark struck the hearers as a bold one. It recalled the insulting language employed by the Liberals of the country, a most impudent set of people. On the day of which we speak, the duchess was reminded of the prince's remark by the sight of a very poorly dressed man, who was following her at a distance through the trees. In the course of her walk she made an unexpected turn, which brought her so close to the stranger that she was frightened. Her first impulse was to call to her gamekeeper, whom she had left about 1,000 paces off, in the flower garden close to the house. But the stranger had time to approach her, and cast himself at her feet. He was young, very handsome, miserably clad, there were rents a foot long in his garments, but his eyes blazed with the fire of an ardent soul. " I am condemned to death. I am Dr. Ferrante Palla. I am starving, and so are my 5 children." The duchess had noticed that he was frightfully thin, but his eyes were so beautiful, and their expression at once so fervent and so tender, that any idea of crime never occurred to her. " Pallagi," thought she to herself, " should have given such eyes to the St. John in the desert he has just placed in the cathedral." The thought of St. John had been suggested by Ferrante's incredible thinness. The duchess gave him the only 3 sequins she had in her purse, apologizing for the smallness of the gift, on the score that she had just paid her gardener's account. Ferrante thanked her fervently. " Alas," he said, " in old days I lived in cities, I saw beautiful women. Since I have been condemned to death for performing my duties as a citizen, I have dwelt in the woods, and I was following you just now, not to rob you, nor to ask for alms, but, like some savage, fascinated by a dainty beauty. It is long since I have seen 2 fair white hands." " But pray rise," said the duchess, for he was still kneeling. " Let me stay where I am," answered Ferrante. " The position makes me realize I am not stealing at this moment, and that thought calms me. For you must know that since I have been prevented from following my profession, I have lived by theft. But at this moment I am only a humble mortal adoring a sublime beauty." The duchess realized that the man was a little mad, but she was not frightened. She read the poor fellow's fervent and kindly soul in his eyes, and besides, she was not at all averse to people of extraordinary appearance. " I am a doctor, then, and I made love to the wife of Sarrasine, the apothecary at Parma. He discovered us, and drove her out, with 3 children whom he suspected, and justly, to be mine, and not his own. She has borne me 2 more since then. The mother and her 5 children live in the deepest poverty, about a league from here, in a sort of hut in the wood, which I built with my own hands. For I must keep out of the gendarmes' way, and the poor woman will not be parted from me. I was condemned to death, and very justly too, for I was a conspirator. I loathe the prince, who is a tyrant. I could not take to flight, for I had no money. But my misfortunes have grown far greater now, and if I had killed myself it would have been better for me, 1,000 times. I have no love now for the unhappy woman who has borne me these 5 children, and sacrificed everything for me. I love another. But if I kill myself, the 5 children and the mother must literally die of hunger." There was truth in the man's voice. " But how do you live ?" exclaimed the duchess, greatly affected. The children's mother spins, the eldest girl is fed by a farmer of liberal opinions, whose sheep she tends. As for me, I rob on the highway between Piacenza and Genoa." " How can you reconcile robbery with your liberal principles ?"" I keep note of the people whom I rob, and if ever I have anything of my own, I will return the sums I have stolen from them. I reckon that a tribune of the people, such as I, performs a work, considering its danger, well worth 100 francs a month, and I take care not to steal more than 1,200 francs a year. But I am mistaken, I steal a little more than that, and the overplus enables me to pay for the printing of my works." " What works ?"" Will the So ever have a chamber and a budget?" " What !" cried the duchess in astonishment. " Then you, sir, are one of the most famous poets of our century, the renowned Ferrante Palla." " Renowned, that may be, but most unhappy, that is sure. And a man of such powers, sir, is forced to live by theft." " Perhaps that is the very reason why I have some talent. Up till now, all our best known authors have been paid either by the government or by the faith they were endeavouring to undermine. Now, in my case, first of all, I carry my life in my hand, and secondly, consider, madam, the thoughts that stir within me when I set out to rob. Am I doing right, I say to myself? Are my services as a tribune really worth 100 francs a month? I've 2 shirts, the coat you see upon me, some poor weapons, and I shall certainly end by being hanged. I venture to think I am disinterested. I should be happy but for the fatal love which prevents my finding anything but misery in the company of the mother of my children. The ugliness of my poverty is what makes me suffer. I love rich dresses, white hands," and he began to look at the duchess's hands in a way that frightened her. " Farewell, sir," she said. " Can I serve you in any matter at Parma?" Give a thought, sometimes, to this question. His profession is to stir men's hearts, and prevent them from falling asleep in that false and utterly material happiness which monarchies bestow. Is the service he renders his fellow citizens worth 100 francs a month? My misfortune," he added very gently, " is that I love. For nearly 2 years you have filled all my soul, but until this day I had looked at you without causing you any fear." And he took to flight with a rapidity so prodigious that it both astonished and reassured the duchess. " The gendarmes would find it difficult to catch him," she thought. " He certainly is mad." " He is mad," her servants told her. " We have all known for ever so long that the poor man is desperately in love with the signora. When she is here, we see him wandering about in the upper parts of the wood, and as soon as she is gone, he never fails to come down and sit wherever she has stopped. He carefully picks up any flowers which may have fallen from her nosegay, and carries them about for a long time, fastened to his shabby hat." " And you never told me of these follies," said the duchess, almost reproachfully. " We were afraid the Signora Duchessa might tell Count Mosca. Poor Ferrante is such a good fellow, he never does any one any harm, and because he loves our Napoleon he has been condemned to death." Not a word did she say to the minister about this meeting, and as it was the first secret she had kept from him for over 4 years, she found herself stopped short in the middle of a sentence at least 10 times over. When she went back to Sacca she brought gold with her, but Ferrante did not appear. A fortnight later she went again. Ferrante, after having followed her for some time, bounding along in the wood about 100 paces from her, bore down upon her as swiftly as a sparrow-hawk, and cast himself at her knees, as on the first occasion. " Where were you a fortnight ago? "" In the mountains beyond Novi, robbing some muleteers on their way back from Milan, where they had been selling oil." " Accept this purse." Ferrante opened the purse, took out a single sequin, which he kissed and thrust into his bosom, and then gave the purse back to her. " You give me back this purse, you who are a robber? "" No doubt about that. My rule is that I must never have more than 100 francs. Now, at this moment, the mother of my children has 80 francs, and I have 25. I am out of my reckoning by 5 francs, and if I were to be hanged at this moment I should be stung by remorse. I have taken 1 sequin, because it comes from you, and I love you." The tone in which these simple words were spoken was perfect. " He really does love," thought the duchess to herself. That day he seemed quite off his balance. He said there were some people at Parma who owed him 600 francs, and with that sum he would repair his hut in which his poor children were now constantly catching cold. " But I will advance the 600 francs to you," exclaimed the duchess, greatly moved. But then would not my political opponents slander me, and say that I, a public man, am selling myself? The duchess, deeply touched, offered to conceal him at Parma, if he would swear to her that for the moment he would not exercise his functions in the town, and above all that he would not carry out any of the death sentences which he declared he had in petto. " And if I am hanged as the result of my imprudence," said Ferrante seriously, " all those wretches who do the people so much harm will live for years and years, and whose fault will that be? What would my father say to me when I meet him up yonder?" The duchess talked to him a great deal about his little children, who would very likely die of the damp. At last he accepted her offer of a hiding place in Parma. During the one and only half day which the Duke Sanseverina had spent at Parma after his marriage, he had shown the duchess a very curious secret chamber in the southern corner of the palace which bore his name. The outer wall, which dates from the Middle Ages, is 8 feet thick. It has been hollowed out within, and a chamber has thus been formed, some 20 feet high and only 2 wide. Just beside it is that much admired reservoir, quoted by all travellers, a famous piece of 12th century work, erected during the siege of Parma by the Emperor Sigismund, and included at a later period within the enclosure of the Palazzo Sanseverina. To enter the hiding place, a huge block of stone, set toward its centre on an iron pivot, must be swung aside. So deeply touched was the duchess by Ferrante's condition of madness, and the melancholy fate of his children, for whom he obstinately refused to accept any gift of value, that for some considerable time she allowed him to make use of this chamber. About a month later she saw him again, still in the woods at Sacca, and, being a trifle calmer on that occasion, he recited one of his sonnets, which struck her as being equal, if not superior, to all the finest things produced in Italy during the previous 2 centuries. Ferrante was granted several interviews, but his passion grew more ardent and importunate, and the duchess perceived that it was following the laws of every love which is allowed the smallest opportunity for conceiving a gleam of hope. She sent him back to his woods, and forbade him to speak to her. He obeyed her instantly, with the most perfect gentleness. Thus matters stood when Fabrizio was arrested. 3 days afterwards, just at nightfall, a Capuchin friar knocked at the door of the Palazzo Sanseverina. He had, he said, an important secret, which he desired to communicate to the mistress of the mansion. She was so wretched that she admitted him to her presence. It was Ferrante. A fresh iniquity is taking place here, one with which the tribune of the people must concern himself. Moreover, as a private individual, all I have to give the Duchess Sanseverina is my life, and that I offer her. This heartfelt devotion on the part of a thief and a madman touched the duchess deeply. For a long time she conversed with this man, held to be the greatest poet of northern Italy, and she shed many tears. " This man understands my heart," said she to herself. The next day, at the Ave Maria, he reappeared, disguised as a liveried servant. " I have not left Parma. I have heard a horrible thing which my lips shall never repeat. But here I am. Consider, madam, what it is that you refuse. The being you see before you is no court puppet, but a man." He knelt as he spoke the words, as though to increase their weight, and added, " Yesterday I said to myself, ' She wept in my presence, therefore she is a thought less wretched.' But, sir, think of the risks you are running. You will be arrested in this city." The tribune, madam, will reply, " What is life when duty calls? The unhappy man whose penance it is that he feels no passion for virtue, since he has been consumed by love, will add, ' Madam, Fabrizio, a brave-hearted man, is perhaps about to perish. Do not drive away another brave man who offers you his service. Here you have a frame of steel and a heart that fears nothing in the world save your displeasure. If you mention your feelings to me again, I will close my doors to you forever.' " It did occur to the duchess that evening to tell Ferrante she would provide a small income for his children, but she was afraid he might go out from her presence and destroy himself. Hardly had he left her when, haunted as she was by gloomy forebodings, she began to muse. " I, too, may die. Would to God it might be so, and soon! If I could only find a man worthy of the name, to whom I might confide my poor Fabrizio." An idea flashed across the duchess. She took a sheet of paper, and in a document, into which she introduced all the few law terms with which she was acquainted, she acknowledged that she had received the sum of 20,000 francs from Signor Ferrante Palla, on the express condition that she should pay a yearly pension of 1,500 francs to Signora Saracine and her 5 children. The duchess added, " I further leave a yearly income of 300 francs to each of her 5 children, on condition that Ferrante Palla shall professionally attend my nephew Fabrizio del Dongo, and be as a brother to him. I implore him to do this." She signed the paper, antedated it by a year, and put it away. 2 days later, Ferrante reappeared. It was just at the moment when the whole town was stirred by reports of Fabrizio's approaching execution. Was this gloomy ceremony to take place within the citadel, or under the tree in the public square? Many men of the humbler classes walked up and down in front of the citadel gates that evening, to try and see whether the scaffold was being built. This sight had moved Ferrante. He found the duchess dissolved in tears and quite unable to speak. She greeted him with her hand, and pointed him to a seat. Ferrante, who was disguised that day as a Capuchin friar, behaved magnificently. Instead of seating himself, he knelt down and began to pray devoutly in an undertone. Seizing a moment when the duchess was a little calmer, and without changing his position, he broke off his prayer for an instant, with the words, " Once again he offers his life." " Consider what you say," exclaimed the duchess, and in her eye there was that wild look which follows upon tears, and warns us that rage is getting the better of emotion. " He offers his life to place an obstacle in the way of Fabrizio's fate, or to avenge it." " There is a circumstance," replied the duchess, " in which I might accept the sacrifice of your life." She was looking at him, closely and sternly. A flash of joy shone in his eyes. He rose swiftly to his feet, and stretched out his arms toward heaven. The duchess fetched a document hidden in a secret drawer in her walnut wood cabinet. " Read it," said she to Ferrante. It was the gift in his children's favour of which we had just spoken. Tears and sobs prevented Ferrante from reading to the end. He fell on his knees. " Give me back that paper," said the duchess, and she burned it at the taper before his eyes. " My name must not appear if you are taken and executed," she added, " for this matter affects your very life. It is a joy to me to die by injuring the tyrant. It is a much greater joy to die for you. Now that is said, and clearly understood, do me the kindness not to speak of money again. It gives me a painful feeling that you may doubt me." " If you are compromised, I may be so too," replied the duchess, " and Fabrizio after me. For that reason, and not at all because I doubt your courage, I insist that the man who will pierce my heart shall be poisoned and not stabbed. For the same reason, a most important one to me, I command you to do everything in the world to save yourself." " I will perform all, faithfully, punctually, and prudently. I foresee, madam, that my vengeance will be bound up with yours. Even if it were otherwise, I would still obey, faithfully, punctually, and prudently. I may not succeed, but I will strive with all the strength a man can use. Fabrizio's murderer must be poisoned." I had guessed it, and during the 27 months of this wandering and hateful life of mine, I have often thought of committing such an action on my own account. " If I am detected and condemned as your accomplice," continued the duchess, and there was pride in her voice, " I do not choose to have it imputed to me that I have tempted you. I command you to make no attempt to see me before the moment of our vengeance. There is to be no question of his being put to death until I give you the signal. At this moment, for instance, his death, far from being a service, would be a misfortune to me. His death will probably not have to take place for several months, but it will take place. I insist that he shall die by poison, and I would rather let him live on than see him killed by a bullet. For reasons which I do not choose to explain, I insist that your life shall be saved." The tone of authority the duchess used to him filled Ferrante with delight. A mighty joy shone in his eyes. As we have said, he was frightfully thin, but it was easy to see that he had been exceedingly handsome in his early youth, and he fancied he still was what he had been in former days. " Am I mad," he thought, " or does the duchess intend, some day, when I shall have given her this proof of my devotion, to make me the happiest of all living men? And why not, after all? Am I not quite as good as that puppet Mosca, who has not been able to do anything for her in her need, not even to help Monsignor Fabrizio to escape? I may desire his death even to morrow," continued the duchess, still in the same authoritative tone. " You know that huge reservoir of water at the corner of the palace, close by the hiding place you have occasionally occupied? There are secret means whereby all that water can be turned into the street. Well, that shall be the signal for my vengeance. If you are at Parma, you will see, if you are living in your woods, you will hear, that the great reservoir at the Sanseverina palace has burst. Act then, at once. But use poison, and above all things, risk your own life as little as may be. Let no one ever know that I have had a finger in the matter." " Words are useless," replied Ferrante, with ill-restrained enthusiasm. " I have already decided on the means I shall employ. That man's life becomes more odious to me than before, since as long as he lives I shall not dare to look on you again. I shall await the signal of the reservoir bursting on to the street." He bowed swiftly and went out. The duchess watched him go. When he had reached the next apartment she called him back. " Ferrante !" she cried. " Noble fellow !" He returned, as though impatient at being delayed. At that moment there was something magnificent about his face. " And your children? "" Madam, they will be richer than I. You will perhaps grant them some trifling income." " Here," said the duchess, holding out a sort of large olive wood case, " here are all the diamonds I have left. They are worth 50,000 francs." " Ah, madam, you humiliate me !" exclaimed Ferrante, with a horrified gesture, and his whole countenance changed. " I shall never see you again before the thing is done. Take this, I desire it," added the duchess, with a haughty expression which crushed Ferrante. He slipped the case into his pocket and retired. He had closed the door behind him when the duchess called him back, and he returned, wearing an anxious expression. The duchess was standing in the middle of the drawing room. She threw herself into his arms. After a moment Ferrante almost fainted from sheer happiness. The duchess freed herself from his embrace, and glanced meaningly at the door. " This is the only man who ever understood me," said the duchess to herself. " Fabrizio would have behaved like that if he could have understood me." The duchess possessed two special characteristics. What she had desired once, she desired always, and she never deliberated a second time concerning anything she had once decided. In this last connection she would quote a remark made by her first husband, the kind-hearted General Pietranera. " What an insolence to my own self! Why should I think I am cleverer to day than I was when I made the decision?" From that moment a sort of cheerfulness reappeared in the duchess's temper. Before that fatal resolution was taken, at every step her mind took, at every new point she noticed, she had felt her own inferiority to the prince, her weakness, and the vile fashion in which she had been tricked. The prince, as she held, had shamelessly deceived her, and Count Mosca, as the result of his courtier-like instinct, had, though innocently, seconded the prince's efforts. Once vengeance was decided on, she felt her own strength, and every fresh working of her mind brought her happiness. I am rather disposed to think that the immoral delight the Italian nature finds in vengeance is connected with the strength of the national imagination. The natives of other countries do not, strictly speaking, forgive; they forget. The duchess did not see Palla again until toward the end of Fabrizio's prison days. He it was, as my readers may perhaps have guessed, who suggested the idea of the escape. In the woods, about 2 leagues from Sacca, stood a half-ruined tower, dating from the Middle Ages, and over 100 feet high. Before mentioning the idea of a flight a second time to the duchess, Ferrante besought her to send Ludovico with some trusty men to set a succession of ladders against this tower. In the presence of the duchess he climbed to the top by the ladders, and came down simply on a knotted rope. 3 times over he made the experiment, and then set forth his notion again. A week afterward, Ludovico also came down from the top of the tower on a knotted rope. Then it was that the duchess suggested the idea to Fabrizio. During the last days before the attempt, which might possibly, and that in more than one fashion, result in the prisoner's death, the duchess never knew an instant's repose, except when Ferrante was with her. The man's courage stirred her own, but it will be easily understood that she felt obliged to hide this strange connection from the count. She was not afraid of his being horrified by it, but she would have been worried by his objections, which would have doubled her own anxiety. What? Choose an acknowledged madman sentenced to death to be her closest counsellor? And, the duchess would add, talking to herself, a man capable in the future of doing such strange things. Ferrante was in the duchess's drawing-room when the count entered it to inform her of the prince's conversation with Rassi. She had much ado, after the count's departure, in preventing Ferrante from proceeding instantly to the execution of his terrible project. " I am strong now," cried the crazy fellow. " I have no doubt at all as to the legitimacy of my action." But in the moment of rage which must inevitably follow, Fabrizio would be put to death. " Well, then, he would be spared the danger of his descent. It is possible, it is even easy," he added, " but the young man has had no practice." The marriage of the Marchese Crescenzi's sister was duly celebrated, and at the fete given on that occasion the duchess was able to meet Clelia and talk to her, without rousing the suspicions of well-bred lookers-on. In the garden, whither the 2 ladies had betaken themselves to get a moment's breath of air, the duchess herself gave Clelia the packet of ropes. These ropes, most carefully made of hemp and silk mixed, and knotted, were very slight and fairly flexible. Ludovico had tested their strength, and every yard of them would safely carry 8 hundredweight. They had been compressed into several packets, exactly resembling quarto volumes. Clelia took possession of them, and promised the duchess she would do everything that was humanly possible to get them into the Farnese Tower. " But your natural timidity alarms me, and besides," added the duchess politely, " what interest can you feel in a man you do not know? Monsignore del Dongo is unfortunate, and I promise you that he shall be saved by me." But the duchess, who had no particular confidence in the presence of mind of a young lady of 20, had taken other precautions, which she took care not to reveal to the governor's daughter. As may naturally be supposed, the said governor was present at the festivities in honour of the marriage of the Marchese Crescenzi's sister. The duchess said to herself that if she could give him a strong narcotic, it might be concluded, on the first blush, that he had been seized with a fit of apoplexy, and then, instead of putting him into his carriage to take him back to the citadel, she might, by dint of some little cunning, contrive to have him carried in a litter, which should chance to be in the house in which the guests were assembled. There, too, should be found intelligent men, dressed as workmen employed about the festivities, who, in the general confusion, should obligingly offer themselves to carry the sick man up to his palace on the height. These men, headed by Ludovico, carried a considerable quantity of rope, skilfully concealed about their persons. It will be observed that since she had been seriously considering the subject of Fabrizio's flight, the duchess had quite lost her head. The peril in which that beloved being stood was more than she could bear, and above all, it had lasted too long. By the very excess of her precautions, as we shall see, she almost brought about the failure of his escape. Everything was carried out as she had planned, with this single exception, that the effect of the narcotic was far too powerful. Every one, even professional men, believed the general had an attack of apoplexy. Fortunately, Clelia, in her despair, never for a moment suspected the duchess's criminal attempt. So great was the confusion when the litter in which the general lay half dead was borne into the citadel, that no objection was made to the entrance of Ludovico and his men, and they were only subjected to a purely formal search on the Bridge of the Slave. When they had carried the general to his bed, they were taken to the servants' quarters, and hospitably entertained. But after the meal, which did not end till toward morning, they were informed that according to the rules of the prison, they must be locked up for the remainder of the night in one of the lower rooms of the palace. After daylight the next morning they would be set at liberty by the governor's lieutenant. The men had contrived to convey the ropes they had been carrying to Ludovico. But Ludovico found great difficulty in attracting Clelia's attention for a moment. At last, as she was passing out of one room into another, he made her see that he was laying the packets of rope in a dark corner in one of the drawing rooms on the first floor. Clelia was profoundly impressed by this strange incident, and horrible suspicions at once started up in her mind. " Who are you ?" said she to Ludovico, and when he gave her a very ambiguous answer, she added, " I ought to have you arrested. Either you, or those employing you, have poisoned my father. Tell me this instant what poison you have used, so that the doctor of the citadel may give him the proper remedies. Confess instantly, or else neither you nor your accomplices shall ever leave this citadel again." " The signora does wrong to be alarmed," replied Ludovico with the most perfect grace and civility. " There is no question of poison at all. Some one has imprudently given the general a dose of laudanum, and the servant commissioned to commit this crime has apparently put a few drops too many into the glass. This will cause us eternal remorse. But the signora may rest assured that, thank Heaven for it, there is no danger of any sort. The governor must be treated for having taken an overdose of laudanum by mistake. But I have the honour of assuring the signorina, once more, that the footman employed about the crime used no real poison, such as those used by Barbone when he tried to make away with Monsignore Fabrizio. There has been no attempt to avenge the danger run by Monsignore Fabrizio. All the clumsy footman was given was a flask of laudanum. I swear that to the signorina on my oath. But of course she understands that if I were cross-questioned officially I would deny everything. Besides, if the signorina were to speak to anyone, even to the good Don Cesare, either of laudanum or of poison, Fabrizio would be slain by the signorina's own hand. She would make any attempt at flight impossible, and the signorina knows better than I that the people who desire to poison Monsignore will not use laudanum only, and she knows, too, that a certain person has only granted 1 month's grace, and that more than 1 week has already passed by since the fatal order was received. Therefore, if she has me arrested, or if she even says a single word to Don Cesare, or any other person, she will throw back all our undertakings for much more than a month, and I speak the truth when I say that she will be killing Monsignore Fabrizio with her own hand." Clelia was terrified by the strange calm with which Ludovico spoke. So here I am," she thought, "in close conversation with a man who has poisoned my father, and who addresses me with the utmost politeness, and it is love which has led me into all these crimes." So great was her remorse that she had hardly strength to speak. She said to Ludovico, " I am going to lock you up in this room. I must run and tell the doctor that the illness is caused by laudanum. But, great heavens, how am I to tell him that I have found it out myself? Then I will come back and release you." " But," said Clelia, hurrying back from the door, " did Fabrizio know anything about this laudanum? "" No, indeed, signora, he never would have consented, and besides, what was the good of confiding in an unnecessary person? We act with the strictest caution; our object is to save Monsignore Fabrizio, who will be poisoned within 3 weeks. The order has been given by a person whose will meets, as a rule, with no obstacles. But if the signorina must know all, it is believed that the duty has been confided to the terrible Chief Justice Rassi." Clelia fled in horror. She had such confidence in Don Cesare's perfect uprightness that she ventured to tell him, with a certain amount of reticence, that the general had been given laudanum, and nothing more. Without replying, without asking a question, Don Cesare hastened to the doctor. Clelia returned to the drawing room into which she had locked Ludovico, intending to ply him with questions concerning the laudanum. She did not find him there; he had contrived to escape. Lying on a table she perceived a purse of sequins and a little box containing several sorts of poisons. The sight of the poison made her shudder. " How can I be sure," she thought, " that nothing but laudanum has been administered to my father, and that the duchess has not tried to avenge herself for the attempt made by Barbone? Great God," she exclaimed, " I am holding intercourse with my father's poisoners, and I have allowed them to escape, and perhaps, if that man had been closely questioned, he would have confessed to something more than laudanum." Bursting into tears, Clelia instantly fell upon her knees and prayed fervently to the Madonna. Meanwhile the doctor of the citadel, greatly astonished by the information conveyed to him by Don Cesare, according to which laudanum was the cause of all the trouble, administered suitable remedies, which soon removed the most alarming symptoms. At daybreak the general came to his senses a little. His first act on returning to consciousness was to pour volleys of abuse on the colonel, his second in command of the citadel, who had ventured, while the general lay unconscious, to give a few orders of the most simple description. The governor then flew into a violent rage with a kitchen maid who had brought him a bowl of broth, and who ventured to pronounce the word apoplexy. " Is a man of my age," he exclaimed, " likely to have an apoplexy? Only my bitterest enemies could possibly take pleasure in putting such a story about. Besides, have I been bled, so as to give even slanderers a right to talk about apoplexy?" Fabrizio, deep in preparations for his own departure, could not conceive the meaning of the strange noises that filled the citadel when the governor was carried back to it half dead. At first he fancied his sentence had been altered, and that he was about to be put to death. Then, when nobody appeared in his room, he concluded that Clelia had been betrayed, that the ropes which she had probably been carrying back into the fortress had been taken from her, and that, in fact, all the plans for his escape had been rendered impossible. At dawn the following morning he saw an unknown man enter his room, and, without uttering a word, set down a basket of fruit. Under the fruit was hidden a letter, couched in the following terms: " Filled with the bitterest remorse for what has been done, not, thank Heaven, by my consent, but in consequence of an idea of mine, I have made a vow to the Most Holy Virgin that if, by her blessed intercession, my father's life is saved, I will never again refuse to obey an order of his. I shall marry the marchese as soon as he requires me to do it, and I shall never see you again. Nevertheless, I believe it to be my duty to carry through that which has been begun. On Sunday next, when you come back from mass, to which you will be taken at my request — forget not to prepare your soul for death, you may lose your life in your difficult undertaking — when you come back from mass, I say, do all you can to delay the moment when you re-enter your room. There you will find that which is indispensable for your intended enterprise. If you perish, it will break my heart. Will you be able to accuse me of having had a hand in your death? Has not the duchess herself told me, over and over again, that the Raversi faction is winning the day? It is bent on binding the prince to it by an act of cruelty which will separate him forever from Count Mosca. The duchess has sworn to me, with tears, that no resource save this remains. If you make no attempt, you will certainly perish. I cannot look at you again, I have made my vow. But if, toward the evening on Sunday, you see me at the usual window, dressed entirely in black, it will be a sign that on the following night everything will be ready, as far as my feeble powers will permit. After 11 o'clock, perhaps at midnight, or 1 in the morning, a little lamp will stand in my window. That will be the decisive moment. Commend your soul to your patron saint, put on the priestly habit with which you are provided, and depart. Farewell, Fabrizio. I shall be at my prayers, and shedding the bitterest tears, you may be sure of that, while you are running these terrible risks. If you perish, I shall not survive you. Great God, what have I said? But if you succeed, I shall never see your face again. On Sunday, after Mass, you will find in your prison the money, the poisons, the ropes sent to you by that terrible woman who loves you so passionately, and who has told me 3 times over that the thing must be done. May God and the Blessed Madonna save you." Fabio Conti was a jailer whose soul was always anxious, miserable, wretched, constantly dreaming that some prisoner was escaping from his clutches. He was loathed by every soul in the citadel. But misfortune inspires all men with the same sentiments, and the unhappy prisoners, even those chained up in dungeons 3 feet high and wide, and 8 feet long, in which they could neither stand nor sit upright, all the prisoners, even these, I say, joined in having a Te Deum sung at their expense, when they heard that the governor was out of danger. 2 or 3 of the poor wretches even wrote sonnets in honour of Fabio Conti. Such is the effect of misery upon mankind. Let that man blame them whose fate has condemned him to spend a year in a dungeon 3 feet high, with 8 ounces of bread a day, and fasting on Fridays. Clelia, who never left her father's room except to say her prayers in the chapel, announced that the governor had decided that the rejoicings were not to take place until the Sunday. On that Sunday morning, Fabrizio was present at the Mass and the Te Deum. In the evening there were fireworks, and the soldiers in the lower halls of the castle received wine, 4 times as much as the quantity authorized by the governor. Some unknown person had even sent in several barrels of brandy, which the soldiers broached. The soldiers who were drinking themselves drunk were too good-natured to allow their 5 comrades, who were doing sentry duty on the palace, to suffer from that fact. As fast as they reached their sentry boxes, a trusty servant gave them wine. Further, some unknown hand provided those on duty from midnight onward with a glass of brandy, and, as was ultimately proved at the trial, at each glass the brandy bottle was forgotten in the sentry box. The merry-making lasted longer than Clelia had expected, and it was not till toward 1 o'clock that Fabrizio, who more than a week previously had sawn through the bars of the window which did not look toward the aviary, began to take down the wooden screen. He was working almost over the heads of the sentries on the governor's palace, but they heard nothing. All he had done to the immensely long rope necessary for carrying him down the terrible descent of 180 feet was to make a few fresh knots. He had slung this line over his shoulder. It was very much in his way, on account of its bulk. The knots prevented it from falling together, and it stood out more than 18 inches from his body. " This will be my great difficulty," said Fabrizio to himself. Having arranged this rope as best he could, Fabrizio took the length which he intended should carry him down the 35 feet between his window and the terrace on which the governor's palace stood. But seeing he could hardly, drunk though the sentinels were, come down on the very tops of their heads, he got out, as we have already said, by the second window of his room, which looked on to the roof of a sort of huge guard-room. Some sick whim of the General Fabio Conti's had filled this old guard-room, which had not been used for a century, with a couple of 100 soldiers, whom he ordered up as soon as he could speak. He declared that the people who had tried to poison him would murder him in his bed, and that these 200 soldiers must protect him. The effect of this unexpected measure on Clelia's feelings may be imagined. The pious-hearted girl was very deeply conscious of the extent to which she was deceiving her father, and a father who had just been very nearly poisoned in the interests of the prisoner whom she loved. The unexpected advent of these 200 men almost struck her as a decree of Providence, forbidding her to go forward and restore Fabrizio to liberty. But the prisoner's approaching death was the universal topic of conversation in Parma. Even at the festivities in honour of the marriage of Signorina Giulia Crescenzi, the melancholy subject had been discussed. Since a man of Fabrizio's birth, imprisoned for such a trifle as an unlucky sword thrust given to an actor, was not set at liberty after 9 months' detention, although he was favoured by the Prime Minister, there must be something political about his story. That being so, it was said, there was no use in thinking more about it. If it did not suit the authorities to put him to death in the public square, he would soon die of sickness. A locksmith who had been sent for to do some work in General Fabio Conti's palace referred to Fabrizio as a prisoner who had been put to death long since, and whose death was concealed for reasons of policy. When Clelia heard that man speak, she made up her mind. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Chartreuse of Parma by STENDHAL. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22. In the course of that day, Fabrizio was assailed several times over by certain serious and disagreeable reflections. But as he heard the hours strike, each one of which brought him nearer to the moment of action, he felt himself grow brisk and cheerful. The duchess had written to him that the fresh air was sure to overcome him, and that he would hardly have got outside his prison before he found it impossible to walk. In that case, it would certainly be better to run the risk of being retaken than to throw himself from the top of a wall 180 feet high. " If that misfortune overtakes me," said Fabrizio to himself, "I will lie down close to the parapet, I will sleep for an hour, and I will start again. As I have sworn my oath to Clelia, I would rather fall from the top of a rampart, however high, than spend my life considering the taste of every bit of bread I eat. What horrible suffering there must be at the end, when a man dies of poison! And Fabio Conti would make no bones about it, he would just give me the arsenic with which he kills the rats in his fortress." Toward midnight, one of those thick white fogs which the Po sometimes casts over its banks rose over the town, and thence to the esplanade and the bastions, in the midst of which stands the great tower of the citadel. Fabrizio thought he perceived that the little acacias round the soldiers' gardens, at the foot of the great wall below, were no longer visible. " This is capital," thought he to himself. A little after the stroke of 12:30, the tiny lamp appeared in the aviary window. Fabrizio was ready, he crossed himself, then he fastened the thin rope which was to carry him down the 25 feet between his room and the platform, on which the palace stood, to his bed. He reached the roof of the guard-room, occupied since the previous night by the 200 extra men of whom we have spoken, without any mishap. Unluckily, at that hour, 1:45, the soldiers were not yet asleep, and while Fabrizio stepped stealthily over the great curved roof tiles, he heard them saying that the devil was on their roof, and that they must try and shoot him with a musket. Some voices declared this wish to be exceedingly impious. Others said that if they fired a shot without killing anything, the governor would put them all in prison for having alarmed the garrison unnecessarily. All this fine discussion caused Fabrizio to hurry over the roof as quickly as he could, and thus make much more noise than he might have done. As a matter of fact, when he passed, clinging to his rope, in front of the windows, and fortunately for him, owing to the projection of the roof some 4 or 5 feet away from them, they were all bristling with bayonets. Some people have declared that Fabrizio, who was always a wild fellow, took it into his head to play the devil's part, and threw a handful of sequins to the soldiers. He certainly did scatter sequins all over the floor of his room and across the platform as he passed from the Farnese Tower to the parapet, on the chance of their distracting the attention of the soldiers who might try to pursue him. Once he had reached the platform, surrounded by sentries who, as a rule, shouted a complete sentence, "All's well round my post," every quarter of an hour, he moved toward the western parapet and looked about for the new stone. What appears incredible, and might induce one to doubt the facts if their consequences had not been witnessed by a whole city, is that the sentries along the parapet did not catch sight of Fabrizio and lay hands on him. It is true that the fog to which we have referred was beginning to rise, and Fabrizio has related that when he was on the platform the fog seemed to him to have reached halfway up the Farnese Tower. But it was not a thick fog, and he could easily distinguish the sentries, some of whom were moving about. He used to add that, driven by some supernatural force, he placed himself boldly between two sentries not very far from each other, and quietly unwound the long rope he was carrying slung round his body, and which got entangled twice over. It took him a long time to disentangle it and lay it out upon the parapet. He could hear the soldiers talking all round him, and was quite resolved to stab the first who came near him. I was not in the least agitated, he used to add. I seemed to myself to be performing some ceremony. At last he cleared his rope and fastened it into an opening in the parapet, made for the rainwater to run through. Then he climbed onto the parapet and prayed earnestly to God. Next, like a hero of the days of chivalry, he thought for an instant of Clelia. " What a different man I am," said he to himself, " from the careless and libertine Fabrizio who came into this place 9 months ago." At last he began to let himself down the tremendous height. He moved mechanically, he said, as he would have done if he had been coming down before friends in broad daylight to win a wager. About midway he suddenly felt the strength in his arms fail. He even thinks he lost his grip of the rope for a moment, but he soon grasped it again. Perhaps, he said afterwards, he held on to the brambles against which he was slipping and which tore him. Every now and then he felt a most agonizing pain between his shoulders, which almost took away his breath. The undulating motion was most trying. He was constantly being swung away from the rope against the brambles. He was touched by several birds of considerable size, which he disturbed, and which blundered against him as they flew away. He took the first of these for people in pursuit of him, who were descending from the citadel in the same manner, and made ready to defend himself. At last he reached the base of the great tower unhurt, except that his hands were bleeding. He related that over the lower half of the tower the outward slope of the wall was of great assistance to him. He rubbed against it as he went down, and the plants growing between the stones held him up. When he reached the bottom he fell on an acacia in the soldiers' gardens, which, looking at it from above, he had taken to be 4 or 5 feet high, but which was really 15 or 20. A drunken man, who was sleeping under it, took him for a robber. When Fabrizio fell out of this tree he almost put out his left arm. He began to hurry toward the rampart, but according to his own story his legs seemed made of wadding. He had no strength left. In spite of the danger he sat down and drank a little brandy, which still remained to him. For some minutes he slept, so soundly as not to remember where he was. When he woke up, he thought he was in his room, and could not understand how it was he saw trees. At last the awful truth dawned on him. Instantly he moved toward the rampart, and reached it by a wide flight of steps. A sentry was snoring in his box close by. He found a cannon lying in the grass, and fastened his third rope to it. It was a little too short, and he fell into a muddy ditch with about a foot of water in it. Just as he was getting up and trying to make out where he was, he felt himself seized by 2 men. For a moment he was alarmed, but soon, close to his ear, and in a very low voice, he heard the words, "Ah, monsignore, monsignore." He realized dimly that the men came from the duchess, and instantly he fainted dead away. A little while after, he felt himself being carried by men who walked swiftly and silently. Then they stopped, which terrified him very much. But he had no strength either to speak or to open his eyes. He felt somebody embrace him, and suddenly he recognized the perfume of the duchess's clothes. That perfume revived him. He was able to open his eyes and say, "Ah, dearest friend," and then he fainted again. The faithful Bruno, with a squad of police officers, all devoted to the count, was waiting 200 paces off. The count himself was hiding in a little house close to the spot where the duchess was waiting. He would not have hesitated, had it been necessary, to draw his sword, assisted by several half-pay officers, his own intimate friends. He considered himself to have saved Fabrizio's life. He believed him to be in the most imminent danger, and he felt the prince would have signed his pardon if he, Mosca, had not committed the folly of endeavouring to save his sovereign from writing another. Ever since midnight the duchess, surrounded by men armed to the teeth, had been wandering up and down, in dead silence, close to the citadel ramparts. She could not stay quiet for an instant; she expected to have to fight to save Fabrizio from his pursuers. Her fervent imagination had inspired her with 100 precautions, too long to mention here, and all of them incredibly imprudent. More than 80 persons are calculated to have been on foot that night, expecting to fight on some extraordinary occasion. Fortunately, Ferrante and Ludovico were at the head of the business, and the minister of police was not hostile. But the count himself remarked that nobody betrayed the duchess, and in his ministerial capacity he knew nothing at all. The duchess utterly lost her head when she saw Fabrizio. First of all, she clasped him in her arms, and then, when she saw he was covered with blood, she grew beside herself with alarm. The blood had flowed from Fabrizio's hands, but she thought he was dangerously hurt. Helped by one of her servants, she was taking off his coat to dress his wounds, when Ludovico, who fortunately was present, insisted on placing the duchess and Fabrizio in one of the little carriages which had been kept hidden in a garden near the gate of the city, and they started full gallop to get across the Po at Sacca. Ferrante, with 20 well-armed men, formed the rear guard, and had staked his own life that he would stop all pursuit. The count did not leave the vicinity of the citadel, and then, alone and on foot, till 2 hours later, when he saw that nothing was stirring. " Now," said he, " I am steeped in high treason," and he was half wild with joy. Ludovico hit upon the excellent idea of putting a young surgeon attached to the duchess's household, and who was very much of Fabrizio's build, into a carriage. " Fly," said he to him, " toward Bologna. Blunder as much as ever you can, try to get yourself arrested, then refuse to give clear answers, and end by owning that you are Fabrizio del Dongo. Above all things, gain time. Use all your skill to be as stupid as you can. You will get off with a month's imprisonment, and the duchess will give you 50 sequins. Does anybody think of money when it's a question of serving the duchess?" Off he started, and was arrested some hours later, to the deep delight of General Fabio Conti and Rassi, who saw his barony take to itself wings and fly away together with Fabrizio's peril. It was not till 6 o'clock in the morning that the escape became known in the citadel, and it was 10 before anybody dared tell the prince. So well had the duchess been served, that in spite of Fabrizio's profound slumber, which she took for a dangerous fainting fit, and consequently stopped the carriage 3 times over, she was crossing the river in a boat as the clock struck 4. Relays of horses awaited them on the farther bank. They drove 2 more leagues very swiftly. Then they were stopped for more than an hour to verify their passports. The duchess had passports of every kind, both for herself and Fabrizio, but she was half mad that day. She took it into her head to give 10 napoleons to the Austrian police official. She took his hand and burst into tears. The official, very much startled, did all his verification over again. They now took post horses. The duchess paid so lavishly that in a country where every stranger is looked at doubtfully, she aroused universal suspicion. Once more Ludovico came to the rescue. He declared the duchess was mad with grief on account of the long-continued fever of young Count Mosca, the son of the Prime Minister of Parma, whom she was taking to Pavia to consult the doctors there. It was not till they were 10 leagues beyond the Po that the prisoner thoroughly woke up. One of his shoulders was dislocated, and he was covered with abrasions. The duchess was still behaving in such an extraordinary fashion that the host of the village inn in which they dined thought he had to do with one of the imperial princesses, and would have rendered her the honours he believed to be her due, when Ludovico warned him that the princess would certainly have him thrown into prison if he ventured to have the bells rung. At last, towards 6 o'clock in the evening, they reached Piedmontese soil. Not till then was Fabrizio in perfect safety. He was conveyed to a little village standing off the high road. His hands were dressed. He slept for a few hours longer. It was then that the duchess indulged in an action which was not only a hateful one from the moral point of view, but the effect of which on the tranquillity of the remainder of her life was grievous in the extreme. Some weeks before Fabrizio's escape, on a day when the whole of Parma had betaken itself to the citadel gates, to try and catch sight of the scaffold being erected in the courtyard for his benefit, the duchess had shown Ludovico, who had become her household factotum, the secret whereby one of the stones forming the bottom of the famous reservoir attached to the Palazzo Sanseverina, that work of the 13th century to which we have already referred, might be driven out of its skilfully concealed iron bed. While Fabrizio was sleeping soundly in the little village tavern, the duchess sent for Ludovico. So strange were the glances she cast at him that he thought she had lost her reason. " No doubt you expect me to give you several thousand francs," said she. " Well, I am not going to do that. You are a poet, you would soon have squandered all the money. I shall give you the little property called the Ricciarda, a league from Casal Maggiore." Beside himself with delight, Ludovico cast himself at her feet, protesting in heartfelt accents that it was not for the sake of earning money that he had helped to save Monsignore Fabrizio, and that he had always loved him with a special affection since the time when he had been third coachman to the duchess, and had had the honour of driving his carriage. When the man, who was really a faithful-hearted fellow, thought he had sufficiently encroached on this great lady's time, he would have taken his leave, but she, with flashing eyes, said to him, " Stay here." She was walking silently up and down the tavern room, from time to time casting the most extraordinary glances on Ludovico. At last the man, perceiving no apparent end to her strange march, ventured to address his mistress. " The signora has granted me such an excessive gift, so far beyond anything a poor man like myself could have imagined, and above all so immensely superior to the poor services I have had the honour of doing her, that I think I cannot in all conscience keep the lands of the Ricciarda. I have the honour to return the property to the signora, and to entreat her to grant me a pension of 400 francs a year." " How many times in your life," said she to him, with the gloomiest air of pride, " how many times have you heard it said that I relinquished a plan I had once mentioned?" Having said these words, the duchess walked up and down again for some minutes, then, stopping short, she cried, " It is by accident, and because he won that little girl's favour, that Fabrizio's life has been saved. If he had not made himself charming, he would have died. Can you deny me that?" she cried, sailing down upon Ludovico, her eyes flashing with the darkest rage. Ludovico stepped several paces backward, and concluded she was certainly mad, a fact which inspired him with serious alarm regarding his ownership of the Ricciarda. " Well, well," said the duchess, changing suddenly to the gentlest and most cheerful tone, " I desire my good people at Sacca shall have a delightful day, one they shall remember for ages. You shall go back to Sacca. Have you any objection? Do you think you will be in any danger?" " Very little, signora. Nobody in Sacca will ever let out that I have been in attendance on Monsignore Fabrizio. And besides, if I may venture to say so to the signora, I am longing to see my property of the Ricciarda. It seems so comical to me to be a landowner." " Your pleasure delights me. I think the tenant of the Ricciarda owes me some 2 or 3 years of his rent. I make him a present of one half of what he owes me. The other half of all his arrears I give to you, but on this condition. You will go to Sacca, you will say that the day after to-morrow is the fete day of one of my patron saints, and the night after your arrival you will have my house illuminated in the most splendid manner. Spare neither money nor pains. Recollect that this has to do with the greatest happiness of my life. I have been making ready for this illumination for a long time. For more than 3 months I have been collecting everything needful for this splendid festivity in the cellars of my house. I have deposited all the fireworks for a magnificent display in the gardener's care. You will have them let off on the terrace facing the Po. There are 89 great hogsheads of wine in my cellars. You will set up 89 fountains running wine in my park. If a single bottle remains undrunk on the following day, I shall say you do not love Fabrizio. When the fountains of wine are running, and the illumination and the fireworks are in full swing, you will slip away cautiously, for it is possible, and that is my hope, that in Parma all these fine doings will be taken as an insult. That is not possible only, it is certain. And it is certain, too, that Chief Justice Rassi, who signed Monsignore's sentence, will be bursting with rage. And," added Ludovico somewhat timidly, " if the signora desired to give her poor servant even a greater pleasure than that of receiving half the arrears of the Ricciarda, she would give me leave to play a little joke upon that same Rassi." " You're a good fellow," exclaimed the duchess, delighted. but I absolutely forbid you to do anything at all to Rassi. I intend to have him publicly hanged at some future time. As for yourself, try not to get yourself arrested at Sacca. Everything would be spoiled if I lost you." "Me, signora? Once I have said I am keeping the feast of one of the Signora Duchessa's patron saints, you may be sure that if the police sent 30 gendarmes to interfere, not one of them would be on his horse by the time they reached the Red Cross in the middle of the village. They are not to be trifled with, those Sacca men. First-rate smugglers, every one of them, and they worship the signora." "Well," the duchess began again with a curiously off-hand air, "while I give my wine to my good people at Sacca, I want to drench the people of Parma. On the very night when my castle is lighted up, take the best horse in my stables, hurry off to my palace in Parma, and open the reservoir." "Ah, that's a fine idea of the signora's," cried Ludovico in fits of laughter. "Wine for the good folks at Sacca, water for the Parmese townsmen, who had made so certain, the wretches, that Monsignore was going to be poisoned like poor so-and-so." Ludovico could not get over his delight. The duchess watched his ecstasies with evident satisfaction. "Wine for the Sacca men," he kept saying, "water for the Parmese. The signora doubtless knows, better than I do, that 20 years ago, when the reservoir was imprudently emptied, the water ran a foot deep in many of the streets of Parma." "And water for the Parmese," answered the duchess, laughing. "The square before the citadel would have been crammed with people if Fabrizio's head had been cut off. Everybody calls him the great culprit. But above all things, do it cunningly. Let no living being ever know that the inundation was your work, nor done by my order. Fabrizio, even the count himself, must remain in ignorance of this wild joke. But I was forgetting my poor people at Sacca. Go you, and write a letter to my man of business, which I will sign. You will tell him that he is to distribute 100 sequins among the poor of Sacca, in honour of my patron saint, and that he is to take all your orders about the illumination, the fireworks, and the wine. Above all things, be sure there is not one full bottle in my cellars the next morning. The signora's steward will only find one difficulty. The signora has owned the castle now for 5 years, and she has not left 10 poor persons in Sacca." "And water for the Parmese," quoth the duchess, humming it like tune. "How shall you carry out my joke?" "I see my plan quite clearly. I shall start from Sacca at 9 o'clock. At 10:30 my horse will be at the inn of the 3 Blockheads on the road to Casalmaggiore, and my property of the Ricciarda. At 11 I shall be in my room at the palace, and at 15:15 the townsfolk of Parma will have water, and more than they want of it, to drink the great culprit's health. 10 minutes later I shall go out of the city by the Bologna road. As I pass it by, I shall make a deep bow to the citadel, on which Monsignore's bravery and the signora's wit have just heaped dishonour. I shall take a country path with which I am well acquainted, and so I shall make my way back to the Ricciarda." Ludovico raised his eyes to the duchess's face, and felt a thrill of terror. She was staring fixedly at the bare wall 6 paces from her, and it must be acknowledged that there was something awful in her glance. "Ah, my poor land," thought Ludovico to himself, "she is certainly mad." The duchess looked at him and guessed his thought. "Aha, Signor Ludovico, the great poet! You would like the gift in writing. Fetch me a sheet of paper." Ludovico did not wait for a repetition of the injunction, and the duchess wrote out in her own hand a lengthy acknowledgment, antedated by 12 months, whereby she declared she had received the sum of 80,000 francs from Ludovico San Michele, and had given him the Ricciarda as security for that sum. If, at the expiration of 12 months, the duchess had not returned the said 80,000 francs to Ludovico, the lands of the Ricciarda were to remain his property. "There is something fine," said the duchess to herself, "in giving a faithful servant very nearly a third of all that remains to myself." "Hark!" said the duchess to Ludovico. "After you have played my joke with the reservoir, I can only give you 2 days in which to enjoy yourself at Casalmaggiore. To ensure the validity of the sale, you must say the business dates more than a year back. You must rejoin me at Belgirate, and that without delay. Fabrizio may possibly go to England, and you must follow him thither." Early the next morning the duchess and Fabrizio were at Belgirate. They settled themselves down in that enchanting village. But a mortal sorrow awaited the duchess on the shores of the beautiful Lago Maggiore. Fabrizio was an altered man. From the very first moments of his awakening out of the lethargic slumber which had followed his flight, the duchess had perceived that something extraordinary was passing within his soul. The deep feeling, which he hid with so much care, was a somewhat strange one. It was nothing less than his despair at finding himself out of prison. He carefully abstained from confessing the cause of his sadness. That would have elicited questions which he did not choose to answer. " But," said the duchess in her astonishment, " the hideous sensation when hunger forced you to stave off inanition by eating some of the horrible food sent from the prison kitchen, the sensation, is there any odd taste about this? Am I poisoning myself at this moment? Did not that feeling fill you with horror?" " I thought of death," replied Fabrizio, " just as I suppose soldiers think of it. It was a possibility which I fully believed I should escape by my own skill." What an anxiety, what a grief was this to the duchess! She watched this being whom she adored, who had once been so unlike other men, so lively, so full of originality, a prey now to the deepest reverie. He preferred solitude even to the pleasure of talking over everything, in utter frankness, with the best friend he had in the world. His behaviour to the duchess was still kindly, attentive, full of gratitude. As in the old days, he would have given his life for her 100 times over. But his heart was elsewhere. Often they sailed 4 or 5 leagues over the lovely lake without exchanging a word. Conversation, the chilly exchange of thought still possible to them, might perhaps have seemed agreeable to others, but they, and more especially the duchess, still recollected what their conversations had been before that fatal day with Giletti had parted them. Fabrizio owed the duchess the story of the 9 months he had spent in a hideous prison, and now it appeared that all he had to tell of that time amounted to a few short and unfinished phrases. " This was sure to happen sooner or later," said the duchess to herself drearily. " Sorrow has aged me, or else real love has come to him, and I only hold the second place in his heart." Humbled, crushed by this greatest of all possible sorrows, the duchess would sometimes murmur to herself, " If it had been Heaven's will that Ferrante should have gone quite mad, or that his courage should have failed, it seems to me I should have been less wretched." From that moment this partial regret poisoned the duchess's esteem for her own character. " So," she mused bitterly, " I repent me now of a resolution I have once taken. I am no longer a Del Dongo." " Heaven willed it so," she began again. " Fabrizio is in love, and what right have I to desire he should not be in love? Has one single word of love ever been exchanged between us?" This thought, sensible as it was, prevented her from sleeping, and at last (this proves that age and a weakening soul had overtaken her, simultaneously with her hope of a condign vengeance) she was 100 times more wretched at Belgirate than she had been at Parma. As to the identity of the person who had cast Fabrizio into so strange a reverie, there was no possibility of any reasonable doubt. Clelia Conti, that pious maiden, had deceived her father, since she had consented to make the garrison drunk, and Fabrizio never mentioned Clelia's name. But, the duchess added, beating her breast in despair, if the garrison had not been intoxicated, all my inventiveness and all my care would have come to naught. Therefore it is she who has saved him. It was only with the most extreme difficulty that the duchess could induce Fabrizio to give her any details of the events of that night, which, so the duchess said to herself, would otherwise have been the subject of never-ending conversation between us. In those happy days he would have talked all day long, and with incessant spirit and gaiety, about the veriest trifle it came into my head to suggest. As it was necessary to provide for every contingency, the duchess had established Fabrizio at the port of Locarno, a Swiss town at the end of the Lago Maggiore. Every day she fetched him in a boat for long expeditions on the lake. One day she took it into her head to go up to his room, and found the walls covered with a quantity of views of the city of Parma, for which he had sent to Milan, or even to Parma itself, that country which he should have held in detestation. His little sitting-room had been transformed into a studio, fitted with all the impedimenta of a water-colour artist, and she found him just finishing a third sketch of the Farnese Tower and the governor's palace. " All you need to do now," said she, with a look of vexation, " is to draw the portrait of that delightful governor who wanted to poison you, from memory. But now I come to think of it," continued the duchess, " you really should write him a letter of apology for having taken the liberty of escaping and bringing ridicule upon his citadel." The poor lady little thought how truly she was speaking. Fabrizio's first care, the moment he had reached a place of safety, had been to indite General Fabio Conti a perfectly polite, and, in a sense, very ridiculous letter, in which he begged him to forgive him for having escaped, alleging as his excuse that he had been given reason to believe that a person occupying a subaltern position in the prison had been ordered to poison him. Fabrizio cared little what he wrote. His one hope was that the letter might fall under Clelia's eyes, and his own face was wet with tears as he traced the words. He closed his epistle with a very whimsical phrase. He ventured to say that now he was at liberty he very often regretted his little chamber in the Farnese Tower. This was the ruling thought of his letter, and he hoped Clelia would understand it. Still in a writing humour, and still hoping that a certain person might read what he wrote, Fabrizio penned his thanks to Don Cesare, the good-natured chaplain who had lent him theological books. A few days later, Fabrizio persuaded the small bookseller at Locarno to travel to Milan, where this worthy, who was a friend of the celebrated book fancier Reina, bought him the most splendid editions to be discovered of the works lent him by Don Cesare. The kind chaplain received these books with a fine letter, telling him that the poor prisoner, in moments of impatience which might perhaps be forgiven him, had covered the margins of his books with absurd notes. He therefore besought him to replace those volumes in his library by these now dispatched to him, with a most lively sense of gratitude. Fabrizio was not exactly correct when he described his endless scribblings on the margins of a folio copy of the works of St. Jerome as notes. Hoping he might be able to send the book back to the good chaplain and exchange it for another, he had written on its margins, from day to day, a most careful journal of everything that had happened to him in prison. These great events amounted to nothing but the expression of his ecstasies of divine love. The word divine was used instead of another which he dared not write. Sometimes this divine love cast the prisoner into the deepest despair, then again a voice heard in the air would give him some hope, and lift him into transports of happiness. All this was written, fortunately, in prison ink, composed of wine, chocolate, and soot, and Don Cesare, when he put the volume of St. Jerome back on his library shelves, had scarcely glanced at it. If he had looked closely over the margins, he would have become aware that one day the prisoner, believing himself to have been poisoned, was rejoicing in the thought that he was to die within 40 paces of that which he loved best in this world. But other eyes besides those of the kind-hearted chaplain had perused the page since Fabrizio's escape. The beautiful idea of dying near the object of one's love, expressed in 100 different forms, was followed by a sonnet, which set forth that the soul, parted after hideous torments from the weak body which it had inhabited for the past 23 years, and impelled by that instinctive desire for happiness natural to everything which has had life, would not, even if the great judge granted pardon for all its sins, betake itself to heaven to join the angelic choir the moment it obtained its freedom, but that, more happy after death than it had been in life, it would join itself to its earthly love within a few paces of the prison in which it had groaned so long. Thus, ran the last line of the sonnet, I shall have found my paradise on earth. Although within the citadel of Parma Fabrizio was never mentioned, except as a vile traitor who had violated the most sacred laws, the worthy priest was delighted at the sight of these beautiful books, sent him by an unknown hand, for Fabrizio had been careful not to write for a few days after their arrival, lest the sight of his name should induce the indignant return of the whole consignment. Don Cesare did not mention this attention to his brother, who flew into a fury whenever Fabrizio's name was spoken. But since the prisoner's escape he had fallen back into all his former intimacy with his charming niece, and as he had at one time taught her a little Latin, he showed her the beautiful books he had received. This had been the traveller's hope. Clelia suddenly reddened deeply. She had recognized Fabrizio's handwriting. Long, narrow pieces of yellow paper had been placed like markers in different parts of the volume, and how true is it that amidst the sordid money interests, and the cold and colourless vulgarity of the considerations which fill our lives, the acts inspired by a genuine passion seldom fail to produce their due effect. On this occasion, as though some favouring goddess led her by the hand, Clelia, guided by instinct, and by one overmastering thought, begged her uncle to allow her to compare his old copy of St. Jerome with that he had just received. How shall I describe the joy that brightened the gloomy sadness into which Fabrizio's absence had plunged her, when she found, on the margins of the old St. Jerome, the sonnet of which we have spoken, and the recital, day by day, of the love she had inspired. That very first day she knew the lines by heart, and sang them to herself, leaning on her own window, opposite that lonely one at which she had so often seen the tiny opening appear in the wooden screen. The screen in question had been taken down, to be produced in court, and used as a proof in an absurd trial which Rassi was now instituting against Fabrizio, who was accused of having escaped, or, as the Chief Justice put it, laughing himself, of having snatched himself from the clemency of a magnanimous prince. Every step Clelia had taken caused her bitter remorse, and now that she was so unhappy, her self-reproach was all the deeper. She struggled to soften the blame she cast upon herself by recalling the vow she had made to the Madonna when the general had been half poisoned, and renewed every day since, that she would never see Fabrizio again. Fabrizio's escape had made the general very ill, and besides, he had very nearly lost his post, when the prince, in his rage, discharged all the jailers in the Farnese Tower, and sent them as prisoners to the city jail. The general had been partly saved by the intercession of Count Mosca, who preferred having him shut up in the top of his citadel to having to deal with him as an active and intriguing rival in court circles. It was during this fortnight of uncertainty as to the disgrace of the general, who was really ill, that Clelia found courage to perform the sacrifice of which she had spoken to Fabrizio. She had been clever enough to fall ill on that day of general rejoicing, which had also, as my readers recollect, been that of Fabrizio's flight. The next day, again, she was ill, and in a word, she managed so cleverly that except for the jailer Grillo, whose special charge Fabrizio had been, not a soul suspected her complicity, and Grillo held his peace. But as soon as Clelia's fears from this quarter were quieted, her legitimate remorse tortured her yet more cruelly. What earthly reason, said she to herself, can possibly lessen the crime of a daughter who betrays her father? One evening, after having spent almost the whole day in the chapel and in tears, she begged her uncle, Don Cesare, to come with her to the general, whose fits of rage now terrified her all the more, because they were constantly mingled with curses of that abominable traitor Fabrizio. When she reached her father's presence, she found courage to tell him that if she had always refused to give her hand to the Marchese Crescenzi, it was because she felt no inclination toward him, and that she was convinced the union would not bring her happiness. At these words the general flew into a fury, and Clelia had considerable difficulty in speaking again. She added that if her father, tempted by the marchese's fortune, thought himself obliged to give her a formal order to marry him, she was ready to obey. The general was quite taken aback by this conclusion, which he did not in the least expect. He ended, however, by being very much delighted. " So," said he to his brother, " I shall not have to live in rooms on the second floor, after all, even if this scamp Fabrizio's vile behaviour does cost me my place." Count Mosca took care to be very much shocked by the escape of that good-for-nothing fellow Fabrizio, and seized every opportunity of repeating Rassi's vulgar phrase as to the dull behaviour of the young man who had turned his back on the sovereign's clemency. This witty remark, beloved by the smart set, did not take at all among the populace. The people, left to their own good sense, and though they held Fabrizio a very guilty man, admired the courage he had shown in climbing down from so great a height. There was not a soul about court who felt any admiration for his courage. As for the police, which was sorely humiliated by its mishap, it had officially discovered that 20 soldiers, bought over with money distributed by the duchess, that vilely ungrateful woman whose name could not be pronounced without a sigh, had brought Fabrizio 4 ladders, each 45 feet long, and all bound together. Fabrizio had thrown down a rope which had been fastened to these ladders, and his only exploit had been the very ordinary one of hauling them up. Certain notoriously imprudent Liberals, and among them a Dr. So, an agent in the prince's direct pay, added, and compromised themselves by saying so, that this merciless police had been so cruel as to cause 8 of the soldiers who had abetted the ungrateful Fabrizio's flight to be barbarously shot. Hence Fabrizio was blamed, even by genuine Liberals, because his foolhardiness had brought about the death of 8 poor soldiers. Thus do small despots whittle down the value of public opinion. End of chapter 22.